nether spawners, mechanized mineshafts, fantastic factories, and even a tavern? This video has it all thanks to the Create mod. Create is hands down the best Minecraft mod. It adds so much to the game for both technical and building players, including exciting new ways to farm and transport items, as well as making your worlds feel more immersive and interesting. From power sources like water wheels, windmills and boilers, to tunnel bores, elevators and even vehicles, and it now has so many add-ons that expand and enhance its features. You can pretty much do anything. The FXNT Create 2 mod pack I've put together features a whole bunch of other mods too, and you can download it right now from CurseForge. It includes technical mods for storage and farming, a whole bunch of decorative mods for building, and a whole bunch of quality of life and performance mods too. Over the next 1,000 days, I'll be transforming this brand new area into an industrial mining town, complete with farms and a working mine train that transports all of the precious materials around the mine. Let's create. In the last episode, we finished off the islands around this starter area, having completely completed the desert island that we started on, and even completing this gorgeous little village at the other island, which is just across the road from that island. The water. So today, for reasons you're about to find out, we're going to be leaving and heading over to the mainland, which is going to be far, far away. Now, obviously, for the sake of this little storyline, things are about to happen for the storyline. And spoilers ahead, as we discussed in the last video, this storyline for this involves my dear friend Roxy going missing. But by the looks of things, that hasn't happened yet. So, there it is, the knock at the door. What could it be? You've got serious mail. Oh, jeez. The beginning. By somebody. The quest begins. Oh no! Roxy has been kidnapped. Okay. But by who? Where have they taken her? What? You must leave the safety of your island immediately, embarking on a quest around the world that will be full of perilous peril, dangerous danger, and mysterious things. On your journey, you will meet people along the way that will help you on your quest to find... What? She's there. Right, okay, yep, On your quest to find Roxy, in return for some favors, of course. Of course, no one ever does anything for nothing. Along the way, you will meet heroes, villains, and you might even bump into some old friends. Oh no. So what are you waiting for? Get prepared, set sail, and go have the adventure of a lifetime. Right. Roxy, I think you're supposed to have gone at this point, Roxy. Roxy? What? It was a straw statue all along? Roxy's been kidnapped! Oh no! Right, we need to get prepared and set sail immediately for the adventure of a lifetime. Oh jeez, I can't believe someone's kidnapped Roxy. You knew it was going to happen. You told us in the last episode. Yeah, but I got to do the story bit, all right? People like it, and I do too, so shut up. Right, what do we need? Okay, so in terms of getting prepared, I'm going to need a lot of things to take with me because we're going to be moving on to a whole new area of the world and building a whole new bunch of stuff. And in order to do that, I'm going to need things to build it out of. So what I'm going to do is go and collect a whole bunch of materials, make a whole new bunch of backpacks. Although, as you can probably guess, there is a problem. The problem is, in order to make more backpacks, I need leather, and I've only got one piece of leather. So I guess I need to go get some leather. Oh, jeez. And while I'm hunting around for leather, I also want to name these islands and do something with this chicken. In the last episode, I asked you what we should do with this little chap, and I had a whole bunch of responses, and not a single one of them was eat him, which is very disappointing. So I guess you're going to either become the mayor of this island or the lighthouse keeper or something. And yeah, I need to decide what names we're going to pick for these islands from all of the comments we got for those as well. Okay, so I can get leather by milling down saddles and crushing diamond horse armor and using rabbit hides. And I've only got 3 rabbit hides, so I can't make any from that, but I do have a handful of saddles, and I have some diamond horse armor as well. I've got gold horse armor. Can I get it from gold horse armor? I can. But in order to crush these down, I'm going to need crushing wheels. So I'm going to have to finally build some crushing wheels, I guess. So I guess it's time to rearrange this mechanical crafting thing, and I don't even think it's anywhere near big enough. Light bulbs, orange boxes, and crafting tables. Hurrah, it fits. And with everything now pointing in the right direction, all I I've got to do is power it and fill it with materials. There we go, now it's powered. Good. And now I just need to throw a bit of stone there, a bit of wood around there like that, and then just fill everything else up with some andesite alloy, just like this. And here we go, a set of crushing wheels. Fantastic. Well, if I just redirect this power slightly, I can then take that upstairs, just into here like this. And with a little bit more shaft along here like this, I can attach that to a belt going the wrong way, which is not very useful at all. Okay, fine. Let's put another gearbox down there and put another belt along here like this. We'll have a shaft in the middle as well. Put that there and that there, and on that shaft I can then put a gearbox there and a gearbox there, turn those both into vertical gearboxes, put one of those on there and one of those on there, and overstress the entire system. How is it overstressed? Okay, fine. Just slow it down a bit. 128, that'll be fine. So now all I need to do is stand here and throw on my diamond horse armor. And that should come through there, and look at that, diamond string and leather. Excellent. Right, let's throw it all on there then. More horse armor. Oh, look at all this stuff coming through. Now it's time for the saddles. I hope I don't find a horse anytime soon. And there we go, even more leather. But for these leather items here, I can't automate those. I need to do it by hand. In which case I need myself a cutting board, somewhere to stick it, and the floor will do for now. If I put my knife in the offhand and then... No, I'm just changing my shoes. Oh, I need shears, not a knife. Just put them on there, give them a shear. Put that on there, give it a shear. There we go, getting all of the leather from this leather armor. And after all that, I've got myself a whole 21 pieces of leather, which is not bad, really. And this time I'm going to be making a sophisticated backpack instead of the ones from FXNT Storage. And that's only because they have a whole bunch more functions that my ones don't have that just makes them a little bit better for resource management. You saying they're better backpacks? Yes, 100% better backpacks. They're sophisticated backpacks. And I'm going to make 2 of them for now, and then I'm going to spend a whole bunch of money making them even better. So there's 1 iron backpack, 2 iron backpacks, 1 gold backpack, 2 gold backpacks, 1 diamond backpack, and 2 diamond backpacks. And I would upgrade these to netherite backpacks, but I don't have any netherite. And now I need to spend a whole bunch more leather and string and iron on these upgrade bases. We're going to need a whole bunch of upgrades for these. 6 will do for now, I think. And this is where it gets really expensive, because first of all I'm going to need a whole bunch of the iron stack upgrades, followed by a whole bunch of the gold ones, which I can only afford 2 of, and then a whole bunch of the diamond ones, which I can only afford 1 of. Jeez, these are expensive backpacks. And that means that when I put these into the backpacks, then I can store a whole bunch more than a single stack of items. And so I don't get confused, I'd also like to dye these backpacks as well. So we're going to have a red one, and we're going to have a black one. And look at all this black dye that we've got. And look at this crazy amount of bone meal I've got since the last episode. This thing's just overflowing like crazy. That doesn't look red. Oh, it just gets stripes on it? Does the whole thing not change colour? But I want one that looks like that. Oh, I shouldn't have upgraded them yet. Oopsie. Well, I guess this one's going to be a backpack with red stripes, and this one's going to be a backpack with black stripes. Not really what I'd intended, to tell them apart, and I can't really see the red on that one, so I think I'm going to go for a different colour. Blue, I think. And now that one's... What? Right, it works like that, does it? So if I put that on there and put that there, I can make it slightly purple. Oh, geez, I didn't know it worked like this. Now it's a bit more. Oh, geez. Okay, fine. So now it's kind of blue and black. There we go. Got our backpacks. Not the ones I wanted, but the ones I've got. The other thing I'm going to need a whole bunch of are these simple storage boxes, which are vaults with planks and andesite alloy and display boards. And for those I'm going to need a whole bunch of these simple storage capacity upgrades as well, which is a whole bunch more item vaults and a whole bunch of these crafting blueprints and upgrade templates too, which is why I'm squishing a whole bunch of iron. And after crafting up a ridiculous number of item vaults and capacity upgrades and the boxes themselves, I can now pop these down on the floor here, and I can give them all a whole bunch of upgrades. And when they've got capacity upgrades, you can see the capacity inside goes up from 2,048 as the base amount, all the way up to 16,000 items for 3 capacity upgrades. And if I filled one with capacity upgrades, it'd hold over 1 million. And now all of these have got 3 capacity upgrades inside, and that means I can start filling these things up with all of the bulk storage that we're going to need, like deep slate. Now, bearing in mind, these will only hold 1 type of item at a time, but I can absolutely fill them. And I can pick them up with the items in as well. And so after a whole bunch of resource gathering, pretty much all of my chests are empty apart from a handful of junk that I don't need anymore. And it's all stored inside of these storage boxes ready for us to go. So we've got a backpack with all my shinies in it, a backpack with all of the create stuff, we got a backpack full of nether stuff, we got these general storage boxes full of all of the wood things and the stone things and the glass and the bits and bobs things and all of the plant things and all of these fancy block things, and then we've got these just simple storage boxes full of all these individual items. And I'm going to be taking them all with me. I don't have to keep coming back here. But because I'm not going to be coming back here for a while, all of this can be turned off and I can unchunk load everything just to save the server having to process it all in the background. And because I don't really need it all running, the easiest way to turn most of this off is just to flip that the other way around so the charcoal doesn't come out, and then this arm can't take any charcoal, which means this can't get powered. And then all I need to do is just run around with my chunk one, just unloading all of the chunks that I've loaded. And that's this island just about done, except for this chunk here and that one over there. And then I just need to do this island as well, which is technically always loaded anyway, because this is the spawn chunks, because I moved world spawn when I started this series. And the very last one, there we go. Everything is now fully unloaded, and that means it's nearly time to set sail. However, before we go, I need to sort out this chicken and the names of these islands. So chicken, thanks to Alex Stenmetz, you are going to be John's pet. John, you've got a pet. I know you've got loads of room in this house for pets and things. Hopefully you won't eat all of your bread, but there you go, John. Enjoy your chicken. And thanks to Moody Madge, this island's going to be called Misty Shores. Because if you remember, the whole reason we built the lighthouse was because it was so foggy. Not that there's ever been any fog at all since. Well, I had to go and open my mouth a little bit too quickly there, didn't I? Jeez, wow, that's really foggy. A little bit less fog, please, would be nice. Yeah, that's better, I guess. Jeez. Right, so we got Misty Shores, and our starter desert island, should we ever be able to actually see it, is going to be called Coconut Palms, all thanks to Sweetie Packs. Now, before we set sail, of course, I'm going to need to gather all of these things that I've gathered. But before I start packing them away, there's one more thing I want to build. Because, of course, in order to set sail, we're going to need something to set sail in. And I bet you're all thinking that's going to be some sort of boat. And I would like to have done a boat. I'd like to have done a create boat on rails that goes a long way. But the problem is, we're going a really long way, and I don't have any phantom membranes to make invisible rail tracks. And even if I was going to use normal rail tracks that would be visible through the water, I'd have to do it for miles. So instead of going by boat, we're going to be going by another method. Well, still sailing technically. So for this, I'm going to need a bunch of string. So I'm just going to really... Oh yeah, I turned everything off. Turn back on, I need string. So in order to set sail, I'm going to need some string, which is why I'm milling down a bit of wool in here. I'm going to need a bunch of iron, a few bits of carpet, and now I can craft myself a couple of sails, a couple of hulls, and a propeller. And with these, I can make myself an aeroplane or a gyrodyne, assuming I'm saying that right, which means I can travel the world in style. So now I can gather up all of my boxes and stick them all inside of these backpacks, why not? Now I can pick up my backpacks, pick up my gyrocopter, and now it's time to set sail. They have a nasty habit of kicking you out, these things. It's not easy to get in them. Now all I gotta do is pedal fast. Come on, here we go, and now we're flying. We're gonna be flying to our destination, which is a long, long way away, which means I need to keep eating in order to keep pedaling this thing. Ooh, it's got that weird camera tilt on it. Whoa, I don't know if I like that. Third person, please. So I flew slowly for a long time, and I flew a bit more slowly for a long time, and eventually on the horizon land started popping into view, because that's how Minecraft works when you've got no fog on. Why have you got no fog? I don't know. So this area here that we are now approaching, far, far away from our islands, which is just over there. In fact, you can almost just about see one. Uh-oh, I pressed jump out. That was silly. Airplane. I pressed the wrong button. I thought that was go faster. Here it comes. And here we are. What's going to be the new home of the next phase of our plan. And what's that? There's some smoke rising up. I wonder what it could be. We better come in for a landing and... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, jeez. Here we go. Of course, it's idiots. It's always going to be idiots, isn't it? Hey, guys. Oh, I don't suppose any of you have happened to have seen somebody running by with Roxy with them, have you? She's been kidnapped and brought somewhere, and I need to go and find her, and I'm hoping that I come across people on my epic journey and adventure that have seen where she went. You've seen her? Well, where did she go? Oh, it's so annoying that you can't speak. I guess that's why the book's here.
We can speak, actually.
Shh, no, you can't speak.
Oh, sorry.
Right, okay, right. What does the book say then? Let's have a look. Now, read me by idiots. Help! If you want our help, you'll have to help us first. We travelled to these hills seeking work, but got a bit lost and got bored of looking, if we're being honest. Wow, really? Okay. Quest. We're not good at much, but we think if we had something to do, we might be able to do it. Please build us a mining village, complete with accommodation, a plentiful supply of food, and a working mine. You what? To just get a bit of information? Reward. We'll give you the information you need to continue your journey and find that person you said you were looking for. Oh, and you'll have a fancy new mine that we'll be able to help run and provide you with items. Well, I'd have that. I don't need you guys to build a mine and have the mine. Wow, what a rip-off. Jeez. Okay, right, there's another page. Requirements. Working mine, storehouse, accommodation, food and drink, a nice little shop, and then transport connections to other villages. What? Just tell me where she went.
We're not allowed to. You said shh.
You don't talk. Remember, this is a thing we're doing. It's a storyline. This is the point where you all shake your head and refuse to give me information in order for me to do the things I need to do for you guys, okay? No, I said shake your heads. That's better. Jeez. Right, okay. Well, in that case, I think I better get started. First of all, by unpacking all of my stuff, and then I'm going to have to get rid of a whole bunch of these trees, so we've got room to actually build some things. And I guess here's a good enough place to just throw down my stuff temporarily for now. Just like that. And I guess a few torches dotted around this might not be a bad idea, just in case the odd creeper comes along and decides it wants to blow it all up. So now, it's tree chopping time. And just like that, 3.5 hours later, we've now got a big old area to build things on. I've created a big old bowl within the trees that's going to give us plenty of space for all of the buildings we need. We've got this raised platform at the end, which I think would be a good spot for a tavern, and otherwise just generally a nice big flat area to get plenty of buildings done. But one thing occurred to me while doing all of that, and that is that I need to get good. Doing all of this with unenchanted tools was a nightmare, and that's because even with diamond shovels, just digging up grass one block at a time is really slow, and it's the same for the stone as well. So before I do anything else, I think I'm gonna need an XP farm, but before I make one of those, I should really show you my plans for this area. So having a quick look at the map, here's my little plan for the area. I'm thinking we have a tavern there, a food production facility there, the little shop down there, and then a rail system coming in here with a station there. And then I'm thinking we should probably have the storeroom somewhere near the station, so that should go there, and then a mine shaft over here. And all of that stuff's gonna need processing in a big old production factory, probably right bang in the middle, and then we need to connect all of those buildings up with some paths. But that really doesn't leave us much room for an XP farm. What are you looking at? Leave me alone. So in the last series, making XP was easy. You just have a cobblestone generator, crush that down into gravel, crush that down into sand, hunt that into soul sand, and then just crush that down into quartz and you get gold as well. And then when you crush the quartz down, that would give you nuggets of XP. But that doesn't exist now. That was part of the Create Stuff and Additions add-on, which is not part of this mod pack because that's not available for Fabric. So we need a different way to do it. And it's a way that I don't really want to do, because even though a whole bunch of people in the comments will probably disagree with with me. Silverfish is not the way to go for XP. Don't get me. Don't hit me with your nasty comments. I didn't mean it. Yes, according to a lot of you Create veterans out there, you can get your cobble, you can then turn that into stone, you can then haunt that into infested stone, crush that down to get silverfish out. That's a silverfish, it's not bread. And then you basically deal with those guys either with a deployer with a sword or even more crushing wheels, and that will occasionally give you a nugget of experience. But it really isn't very much experience at all, so you need a whole bunch of them and a big processing system to do it. So I've got another idea. But my other idea should produce us a lot more XP and give us something else that's incredibly valuable for somebody that doesn't have any enchanted tools. What is it? I'm not telling you. You just have to wait and see, mate. Beacons! Yes, this is glass, but pretend it's a beacon. We're going to be able to farm beacons very, very easily because I have the better nether mod pack installed, and that means that we don't even need a fortress farm to get wither skeletons. We just need a spawner. Now, if you remember, not too long ago, we found a couple of wither skeleton spawners in the nether. Why? As soon as I get here, why am I already dying? Stop it. Over here at this crazy nether city. And as you can see, there's a bunch of wither skeletons down there, and that's because some of these buildings have wither skeleton spawners in. What is that? What is that? No. No, thank you. A skull. Oh, look how many there are. There's so many of them. Jeez. Anyway, we're going to go get some spawners. I'm 100% prepared for this adventure. Don't get me, don't get me, don't get me. Almost forgot to put my gold on there. Piglins live here too. Now, last time I was here, I did actually build this bridge over to this death building. Now, hopefully, none of these wither skeletons have actually got bows. I don't think they have. I think they've all got swords, so we should be relatively safe. And I don't think it was this bit. Oh, no, it's that. It's the green building that's got them. So now I'm going to pile round to there and hopefully maintain my safety. Hey, guys, don't get me. Please, bruh, don't have ranged attack. That would be very handy. I'd very much like it if none of you have ranged attacks. Oh, there's a bunch of them in there, though. We're going to have to be really sneaky here. I need to get, like, right behind the spawners and steal them. Oh, jeez, there's so many. Can I get you from here? I can. Now, I don't actually know if these guys do drop with the skeleton skulls. I assume they do, but I don't know. And I also just noticed they just popped out of the back here, so that's not very good. So let's remove the ability for them to be able to do that. Get rid of that there, and get rid of that there, and that there, and now they shouldn't be able to. Jeez, there's so many. Shoot. Go away. Ah, they can get... Oh, jeez, how did you get up there? No, that's not okay, sir. Oh, jeez. Bread. Eat. How did you get it? How did you do that? He must have spawned on there from the spawner. Right, let's get rid of all of these blocks then. I need that spawner, which means I need to build a minecart contraption. This is going to be the weirdest minecart contraption you've ever seen, but hopefully it'll work. Lock rotation, put a minecart in, put a block on there, and all I'm going to do is try and link that to the spawner, if I can. And then all I'll have to do is glue it all together. Okay, that's all on there. We need to be able to get to the glue onto the spawner, so I need to break that block there. Get my glue out. Glue the spawner to those. Glue those to those. All of these together like this. And that together like that. And hopefully, fingers crossed, that's going to give me a spawner. Did he get it? Pick it up. I got it. Yes, we've got one spawner. So back over here at the mining town, I'm going to have to be very careful with this because these spawn very highly armored and very powerful wither skeletons. Although they do drop wither skulls because I got one while I was there, and I'm kind of hoping that the daylight and a whole bunch of torches is going to prevent these things from spawning. So the first thing I'm going to do is pop it down there. That should then just stick it in the floor. Please don't spawn. Because I need all of this back so I can go get the other ones. Doesn't look like this. Oh, no, this... Oh, Jesus, loads of them. Right, run away. Oh, I'm sorry, villager people. Oh, no. Well, loose with the skeletons in the overworld aside, that was how you would capture a spawner using the Create mod. But now I'm going to show you how to do it using the Carry On mod. Get off me stairs, piglins. They're my secret stairs. Oh, jeez, look how many there are. There's so many. All I gotta do, though, is get round to that other spawner. How hard could it be? What could possibly... If I fall down there, I am done for. Piglin, you're not making life easy. Oh, no, one's just spawned there. No. Did he fall off? I think he fell off. Right, all I gotta do is get in there. Break this bit of glass, and then I just need a free hand to go in there and go, boop, mine. Ow! but if you get hit, you drop it. Stop it. Stop hitting me. There we go. Right. Now you just need to do the off, but you do go slow when you're carrying something, but it's better than having to build a minecart contraption around a whole bunch of wither skeletons that want to eat you. Now, while you're carrying it, you can't eat. You also can't take damage, otherwise you're going to drop it. But we can get this somewhere a little bit more secure and then pop it down and turn it into a contraption, which I probably should have got ready before I picked this thing up. I also don't know if I can do ladders with this. I can do ladders while I'm holding it. Oh, that's handy. All I gotta do is get out. Oh no, there's a pigman on my stairs. Get off my stairs, pigman. Please don't push me off. Please don't push me off. Please don't push me off. Please, bro, don't push. Oh, I'll push you off, maybe. There we go. Good, go. Go. Now, the big question is, can I actually get through the portal while I'm holding this, or am I going to have to make the contraption here? There's only one way to find out. I can. Oh, well, that's very handy. So now all I got to do is put this down, turn it into a contraption, and get it where I need it. Let's put it down, like, right out of the way, run away from it so nothing spawns, and now we'll get myself my little contraption ready. Quick. Ah, I got it. Now for the time for the quick switcheroo. Place that, put that down, and now it should be a contraption. It is. Woohoo! I did it. Now the question is, have those other wither skeletons despawned, or are they still there because technically they spawned from a spawner, so shouldn't despawn? Please have despawned. Oh no. Oh dear. Now I just need to go and pinch this spawner before more spawn, run away from those guys while carrying it, which could be a problem because I won't be able to go very fast. Go. And then I've just got to do effectively exactly the same thing. So let's just put that down there for a second, go make the contraption while it's out of range. There we go. Now I've just got to place it and put the torch down again. Don't spawn. Thank you. And place and become a contraption. There we go. So now we've got 2 wither skeleton spawners ready to go. Okay, pesky skellies, I'm ready for you. Where did the other one go, villagers? Is he on the mini-map? No sign of him on the map either. I think we got away with that one. Oh, good. So with all of those guys out the way and our spawners nicely collected, it's time to build that XP farm. But I didn't plan for an XP farm in this area, and I don't have a building designated for it. But that's okay, because it's going to go inside of the mineshaft that's going to be here, which we haven't built yet. So I guess I need to start that first. And that's going to mean making a few adjustments to my little mining drill. We don't want a mineshaft that's quite as big as this, and whilst I could build another one to save me from demolishing this one, I think we're just going to demolish this one for now, and then we can repurpose it later on. Now, I am going to want this mineshaft wide enough and tall enough in order for trains to be coming in and out to be collecting the materials from the mine and taking them to the production facility. So I probably want it around about 7 wide, so we've got a 1 wide middle, and maybe I think 7 high is probably a little bit tall, but if we're thinking about having struts and structures in there to hold it all up, that's probably around about the right size. We'll have an entranceway going into the side of the hill here, going in, and then eventually later on we can have that going down, have all sorts of mine shafts and elevators and stuff in there, and other farms and things that we might need. But for now, I think just a little tunnel entrance with enough room for a room at the side for a wither skeleton farm is going to be all that we need. And I think that's probably far enough already. So let's just pop a few torches down to make it nice and bright. And I guess it makes sense to use this to start building this hole to the side. So of course, the first thing to do was to dig out a big hole. I started by removing the walls, created an 11 by 11 sized room, giving me enough room for the 9 by 9 spawner range as well as space to decorate the walls. Then it was time to dig down. And rather than just mining down by hand, I threw together a mining machine using some mechanical drills and a rope pulley and wound it down using the crank handle. Unfortunately though, it got stuck at the bottom and wouldn't come back up, so I added in a couple of water wheels, expanded the size of the machine and drilled down the rest of the way. With that done and the machine put away, it was time to decorate, which meant filling in the corners with some cobble as these blocks will never be seen, and then decided on what I wanted this to look like. I toyed with the idea of this just being a broken down hole in the mine, made from rough cobble and stone variant walls, but then I remembered I had a whole bunch of bone blocks and charcoal blocks lying around. And because this is a wither skeleton farm, which will provide both coal and bones, it seemed only right that this farm reflected that. So I decided it should look a little like a rib cage, using bone blocks as the ribs with the charcoal blocks as the gaps in between. But because the back of the room needed to be something different, I thought a skull surrounded by variations of netherrack bricks would look pretty cool, even if it doesn't make any sense at all for the rib cage idea. I threw in some redstone blocks for the eyes, sinking them back into the wall, completed the rib cage into the ceiling and added netherrack stalactites, mushroom stem and some wall moss from the Better Nether mod to add a little texture to the build. After putting in the front wall using some more of the netherite bricks, it was time to add the water flushing system, which meant digging back a few blocks behind each wall and throwing in a few buckets of water so it all met together in the middle. And once that was done, I turned my attention to the viewing area, creating some stairs that go down to the area underneath and decorating it with a broken down mine sort of feel, made from variations of cobblestone and stone, and using stairs and walls and slabs to break up the walls and add some depth. And that brings us to now. And I know what you're thinking. Foxy, you've done the water the wrong way round. It should go from side to side, not from front to back, because the ribcage should have a line down the middle, not down that way. And you're absolutely right. But I'm going to do something now which is going to take this mediocre looking spawner farm and make it 1,000 times better. And in order to do that, I'm going to have to come in and take all of this water out. So with that water gone, we are going to have the channel going down the middle of the ribcage instead. And then at this point at the front here, I'm actually going to widen it up slightly, and I'm going to start smashing this skeleton mouth to bits a little bit, and then we can have the water running down this middle bit here towards the mouth. And there we go, with a little bit of jiggery pokery, a few splashes of water later, and a whole bunch of digging, we've now got all of the water flowing into this skeleton's mouth all the way to the center here, and the wither skeletons are just going to end up going down here and into some crushing wheels. So how's that looking now? Oh yes, that looks a whole bunch better. I like it. My plan here is to have a whole bunch of crushing wheels along here like this. They probably don't need those ones at the back. And because this area down here is far enough away from where the spawners are going to be up there, even if we've got a whole bunch of them struggling to get down there into the crushing wheels, it's not going to affect the rates of the spawner because, well, it's far enough away. And crushing wheels require a lot of power, but we haven't got any over here, which means we're just going to have an enormous setup of water wheels to power all of this for now. There we go, we got a few big water wheels in the wall there. All I've got to do is bring that power over to here now, and I think the best way to do that's going to be round the back, and these need to basically go in opposite directions. So we'll have a gearbox there, some chain drive coming down the middle here like this, then we'll have some shaft going along here and into this wall. Continue the shaft all the way into that corner, put a gearbox there, bring all of that along here like that, and hopefully this is going to be enough power to turn those crushing wheels. It is, and they're turning the right way. Now they are going very slowly, but they don't need to go fast. Now underneath this, we're going to have to collect the drops, and we could use a belt for that, or we could just shove them straight into a storage system. For that, I'm going to need a simple storage controller, just like that. I'm going to need 2 of these simple storage interfaces. I'm going to need a bunch of this storage trim. And then we just need a handful more of these simple oak storage boxes. And that means down here at the bottom, I can put these storage interfaces, put a couple of chutes on top of those, dig a little hole underneath all of those. Don't need this water source anymore, that can go. I'm going to run the oak trim all the way along there, underneath those there. And then I'm going to put the storage controller at that point there, and then I'm just going to put a few of these storage boxes around it because I don't know how many I'm going to need. And now if I put something in that one there, and that one there, and that one there, it should show me on there that those are in there, and it should also show me on here that those are in there, which means it's all connected. Yes, we got fully connected storage systems, just like storage drawers. Oh man, I can't wait for this thing to get working. Now I just need to clear the filters on those because we don't want those in there. And now I need to get the spawners in and test if this is actually going to work. First of all, let's get our spawners parked up. We're going to need our minecart assembler to disassemble them, but before I do that, I actually need to be able to make a way into there so that we can put them in without causing problems. Okay, spawner number 1. There we go, we've got it. All I got to do is put that up there. There we go, 1. Quick, get the other one in before that starts spawning in all the skeletons. And 2, and get rid of this dirt. There we go. Now is it going to work? There we go, they've spawned in. Are they going to get crushed by the crushing wheels? They're going in the right place, that's good. They are sinking through the water because they're undead, and they do seem to be going down. But are they getting crushed? Oh, they've gone. It's exciting times. Did we get anything for it there? Oh, we got XP on the floor and some in there. Not sure how we ended up with it on the floor, but the fact that we got some is good. Oh, there's bones and stuff in there. Oh, but it's all kind of stuck because it doesn't like the chutes. And I can hear one being crushed now. There it goes. And nothing got stuck. Yeah, the bones and the coal are not going through for some reason. In which case, we'll just have to add in a belt that then goes into a storage system. That's absolutely fine. Now, unfortunately, with this system, there's absolutely no way to turn it off because these are nether spawners and they don't care about light levels. So as long as I'm in the area, this thing is going to be running, which means making making modifications to it is going to be tricky. Okay, so I've added in a speed controller at this point here, just to speed things up a bit. I've put the belt on, and now all I'm going to do is add the chutes to the belt and hope that that means that the items are all going to end up actually on the belt and not just around it. So at this point here, I'm going to bring that trim back there, put another one there, put one of our interfaces on at that point there, and then all I need to do is stick a brass funnel on that going into it, and that's going to take all of the items from those crushing wheels and hopefully now actually put them in the storage system where, here we go. It's working. But oh no, the bones have gone on. How do you do it? Why are the bones on the floor? Why are they not in the machine? And now we have 100% functional wither skeleton spawner farm giving us all of these tasty things. Okay, when I say it's 100% functional, it's, oh dear. How am I going to deal with that? We're getting more in than I'm dealing with, which means they're not getting pushed down the hole properly because there's too many of them in there all pushing together. That's a problem. And I can't unload them because they're from a spawner. So I guess I'll just hopefully wait and it'll clear itself. If I go out of its range, it'll eventually clear itself. Then it should be okay. Oh, geez. And using a little bit of free cam, I can see if this thing's going to clear itself out before I start it again. But we can see what the problem is. There's just not enough room there for them to fall down, so I might need to widen that gap a little bit. Okay, well, I've moved the spawners back out, but we've still got a bunch of those guys waiting down here, and I've got the perfect plan which is going to make this farm 1,000 times better. You already said that. Yeah, but this time it's going to be really, really better. But I do need to get rid of these guys. So now I've got to demolish pretty much all of this. I also need to take away these crushing wheels. They're not going to be any good to us now. And I need a little space behind all of this. I'm going to need 2 sticky mechanical pistons, a pulse repeater, a pulse extender, a normal repeater, and a sequence gear shift. I actually need 2 pulse extenders. I don't need a pulse repeater. The sequence gear shift's going to go, let's say, here. That's going to be set on piston for 2 meters. Then it's going to have a delay for around about 6 seconds. Then it needs to go on piston again to bring itself back in the other direction. And that's just going to go into even more chain drive, which is going to go up through that hole. Then we need to break that, and put a bit of chain drive there to actually power that sequence gear shift. And going into that sequence gear shift is going to be a repeater. Then we just need a little bit of redstone dust, a pulse extender there, a pulse extender there, a couple bits more redstone dust, and I'm going to set this one to 9 seconds and this one on 1 second. Now if I invert this one here, we're going to get an infinite clock which lasts for around about 10 seconds. It's going to power that sequence gear shift for around about 9 seconds, and then it's going to kick in and do it all again. Upstairs in here, we're going to get rid of these blocks here. We're going to stick on a vertical gearbox there and another one there. And then up here, we're going to have a couple of bits of shaft, just like that. And then we're just going to encase those so they're nice and hidden. We're going to add another little bit of blown block in there, a chute just in the middle there. And then we need to get rid of a couple of blocks down here and a couple of blocks down here. We're going to have a sticky piston there and another one there. These are both going to have 2 extension poles coming out the back of them, like that. And then we just need to bring this chain drive we've got coming up from there, from our sequence gear shift, and then just wire that into these pistons with a couple of gearboxes. With those all wired in, you can see they then push to the middle, and then after 6 seconds, they're going to go back to their starting locations again like that, which means all we need now are a couple more vertical gearboxes, a crushing wheel on there, a crushing wheel on there, and you can see that then takes the crushing wheels away when it extends, but I actually want it to take the gearboxes away as well. So now every 10 seconds, these crushing wheels are going to go out, the wither skeletons are going to get into the middle, and then they're going to come back in again and crush them, and all of the items are going to go into that chute. So all I've got to do now is just tidy this up a little bit, just to make sure that we don't get water and wither skeletons where we don't want them. And now I can put the water back into this, and it should hopefully still all just flow straight to that center point over there, just like that. And now this is a proper wither skeleton killing machine. And at this point now, we should be ready to put the spawners back in. Although we don't need all of this sticking all of the way out of here anymore, because we're only coming down that one little chute there. Let's get rid of all of this again. We'll bring this chute all the way down to that point there, put our interface below it, and then all we need to do is connect that up with that trim, and that should be connected again. It is. And with a couple of torches, that is that area nice and light, and we're ready to plug our spawners back in and watch these wither skeletons get minced. I can't believe this farm's 2,000 times better than it was before. Look at that. It looks amazing. Wow. Right, spawners. Spawner number 1. That's back in. Oh, wow. That did it immediately. No, thank you. No. Oh, jeez. Oh, we got a problem. Oh, jeez. I got him. And spawner number 2. Let's not have the same problems, please, if you wouldn't mind. Sit nicely up there and let me get rid of all of this before you spawn. There we go. So now we should be able to see this in action. They're all going down there. The thing is open at the moment. It should close and start crushing them. There they go. They're getting crushed. Nice. Then it opens up, lets them all in. And then mincing time! Oh, this is wonderful. Now, you do get some that get stuck in the crushing wheels, but they'll pop out again once the crushing wheels move. There you go. And then next time they close, they're all going to just get minced again. And all of those drops are going down there, which means we should be getting a whole bunch of stuff coming through into our storage system. But that's not all I want in this room, of course. If we're going to have XP in here, whilst I can just take out a stack at a time and munch on it to give myself levels, I don't want to do it like that. And that means it's time to fly home again for like the 28th time today, so that we can get all of my XP system thingy from here. And I don't want to lose all of the levels from it, and that means I could give it to myself from this machine, or I could just turn this into a contraption and take it with me, which is exactly what I'm going to do. So let's see if we can't take this as well. Make sure I get the enchantment table too. It's got something. Oh, no, I don't think it can attach through the anvil. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's pick it up and find out. Yep, got everything except for the anvil. There we go. So a few minutes later, I've moved a few things around. We've now got the enchantment station set up right there, and behind me we've got all of the storage system stuff over here. I put in the experience tank, made it a bit bigger, and threw in a pump so that it'll actually connect to this disenchanter, and when I stand on this, it'll either take my levels, or if we get XP nuggets in there, it's actually going to take them out of there, put them in there, and then they're going to go in the tank here. Behind all of this, there's another pipe and another pump coming off this tank, which means that if I come back out of here and I want some levels, I just need to turn that. It's going to start spewing levels at me, and then I can turn it back off again, so I can just get levels whenever I need them. Now I know what you're thinking. Beacons! Where's all the wither skeleton skulls? Well, of course you don't get skulls when you crush the wither skeletons. In order to get the skulls, we'll need to add deployers with swords inside, which means I need mending on the swords, which means I need to go on an adventure for a villager. And the other thing I need to go on an adventure for is wood. I need spruce wood, and maybe some dark oak as well to decorate inside this area. In the last episode, I made this amazing wither skeleton crushing farm in the overworld, and it has been running well and generating me a whole bunch of XP. We've got 29 buckets worth now, as well as over 17,000 bones, 6,500 coal, and a bunch of dyes and bone meal. And in today's episode, we're going to be turning this into a wither skeleton skull farm, as well as getting totally geared up with netherite and enchantments and all that sort of good stuff. And that's good, because while I've been AFK here, letting that run, we've got a bit of a problem. We got a whole bunch of pillagers that just seem to have appeared. And the other thing we're going to be doing today is to be building some accommodation for the idiots that are over here. These idiots who have given me a quest to build them an entire mining town in order to get information about where Roxy's been kidnapped to. So we're going to have to get on with that as well. But first things first, yet again, I'm surrounded by oak and birch, and all I want is spruce and dark oak. So we're going to have to get my little gyrocopter thingy-mabobby and go on an adventure. If I can get in it, would be really handy. Come on, stop throwing me out, just put me in. There we go, finally. Now I'm wondering if I can deal with all of these pillagers by just unloading them. They're still there. Oh, they seem to be disappearing, but that might just be a visual thing. I'll fly away a reasonable distance and then go back and find out. Here we go, we're coming back, and it looks like, yeah, I can see the idiots, but all of the pillagers have gone. I defeated them, hurrah! Right, anyway, adventure time. In fact, before I go anywhere, I think it's time I actually upgraded this backpack, which means I just need a little bit of brass casing. And now hopefully when I put that in there and surround it by those, it's going to turn into a brass backpack. And that should mean I'll be able to stack even more in one stack on this now and hold a whole bunch more stuff. So now I'm ready to head off on my big adventure. And I think the first place we need to stop are some villages. Now, while I'm at these villages, I am going to have to keep my eyes on villagers, because I am going to need some villagers later on. But before we get to that, it's stealing time. Oh, look, copper golems. Can I can make it work. There's two of them. I want one. Bed, don't need a bed. Oh, look at these. Fancy beehives, and it's got bees in it. Ah, villagers. Right, you, all I'm going to do, sir, is put you in your house, right? And then I'm just going to block your door up so you can't escape. Okay? Good. I'm glad we had this talk. More villagers, please. You. Can I put you in there without you escaping? I can. Good. Wow, what are these beehive villagers? Look at these. Beekeepers. And you can trade... I can trade flowers. Yoink. Ooh, goodies. Ooh, a brewing stand. More stuff. And melons. Yoink. You can go in there. Yoink. And you can... Hey, they've shut the door. No shutting the door. Let's get rid of that door and then I won't be able to close it. Another waystone. That's going to make going home very easy. Thank you very much. Ah, but finally, some barley seeds. That's going to come in handy later. Is it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, not lying. I think you're lying. I'm not. Oh, an elephant. Don't go near the elephant, sir. And rhinoceroses. I'll save you. Another one for there. And yoink. In fact, I think, Mr. Beekeeper, you should ride this elephant. There you go. Can I pick up a rhino? This one's got a baby, so it's probably not a good idea to mess with those guys. Oh, look, he's doing something with his foot. So this village is complete, and I have a whole bunch of villagers all in here ready to be collected at some point when I might need them. So let's just fully block them in so they can't escape. Oh yeah, you should add the immersive aircraft mod, FoxyNoTail. It's really good. It is when you can get in them. I don't understand why he's kicking me out all the time. There's perhaps a mod conflict or something that I'm not aware of. So I'm going to head off in this direction and probably should investigate some of these meteors because I'm going to be doing AE2 at some point. But the reason I'm going this way is because if we fly over here, there's a big old village over here to discover and another one here as well. Spruce! I've been distracted. I thought you were going the other way. I know, but spruce, mate. That's like one of the key reasons for coming out here. Oh, and another waystone. They're going to be very valuable. I need it. Oh, that means I've got to get out of this thing again, though. And then I got... Oh, jeez. Yoink. And this last one should do it. There we go. Let me in. Oh. Oh, man. I'm getting so distracted. Hey, guys. I can't just click on them. I think I can shear them and get their flowers. It just turned into a cow. And gave me some buttercups. Oh, amazing. Well, I need a bit of beef, actually, mate. And for good measure, we'll make a waypoint where they are so that we know where to find them in future. A snail. And in this village, I'm going to do pretty much the same thing. Take them for all of their worth, if I can actually find anything worth taking. Ooh, what's that? Kernels. Ooh, emeralds. And, of course, rescue as many villagers as I can. And, sir, you have just designated this as the... No. Would it... Goodness me, this is going to be your safety house. Don't wander off, sir. Come back. Some giant big buildings here. Full of books. Oh, good, I'm going to need books, but I don't want to destroy these until I've got Silk Touch. Sweeping Edge, Riptide. Oh, and Lecterns. They'll come in very handy today. More junk. People to save. Come here.
Stop saving me.
No, you need saving, sir. I need to put you in a different house.
That was my house.
No, it wasn't. Your house is up here. The safety house is just up here, sir.
But I like that one.
No, you need to go in there where you're safe.
I was safe. We had doors.
No, you weren't safe, sir. Ooh, corn. You need saving.
I don't need saving.
I'm taking you to your friend that also didn't want saving.
Oh, okay then.
Right, little piggy. I need you because you look like the perfect hat for an iron golem. There you go, sir. That'll keep the rain off, don't you worry about it. And you'll be able to smell bacon all day. What more could you want from a hat? And in here, we've got a blast furnace, a cauldron, ooh, a smithing table. Oh, wow, look at all this meat. Got a jukebox. So we're just going to make our way inside of this meteorite. Here we go. The Certus Quartz Buds. Should also be a mysterious box full of things, but I'm not seeing that anywhere in here either. Ooh, rich soil. Oh, and compost too. You guys can all live in the church. You know, I may have accidentally stacked a couple of villagers on top of each other in this one. That was an accident, guys. I didn't mean... Oh, geez, now they're dying. I'm sorry. No, don't go in the water. No, don't do it. Don't do it. I can't get them off. Oh, jeez. You guys are not gonna... Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oops. And now we can make a quick getaway and pretend that I didn't kill those villagers. They killed themselves. There we go. Coming in for landing near the dark oak trees. And that brings me to a problem with this mod pack. You see, the way you start off with AE2 is you're supposed to get inscriber things, which you get from these meteorites as well as the Certus Quartz. However, because these meteorites make such an abomination of the landscape around them, I tried very hard when I started this world to turn them off in the config. I didn't want any meteorites in the world, and I think all that actually did was stop the magic boxes from spawning in the meteorites, which means we've now got millions of meteorites all over the world, but no way of actually starting the AE2 stuff. And if you want to fix that on your world, you need to open the common config file for Applied Energistics 2 and change the spawn presses in meteorites to true instead of false. Don't know why I turned that one to false instead of true, but there we go. I'm an idiot. So now that I'm back, I've got a few jobs to do. First of all, I've got to clear out all this junk out of my inventory. Then I need to go and grab a few villagers and then decorate the inside of this wither skeleton farm down here. But before I do that, I'm going to need a whole bunch of spruce wood and dark oak wood. But the very first thing I'm going to do is pop a waystone down in here, and then I can go straight back to my beach house, which is very handy. And the other place I'm going to need a waystone is where I squirreled away all of these villagers over here. Hey guys, would anyone like to stand close enough that oh, there we go. I guess I've got a long walk back. Now these villagers are going to be living down here underneath the wither skeleton spawner farm, and that's where I'm going to be able to get the stuff that I need to actually trade with them, because as you can see, we got a whole bunch of coal. You're going in a hole, mate. There you go. And you can trade coal with armorers, butchers, fishermen, toolsmith and weaponsmiths. However, it looks like the fishermen, you get more emeralds for your coal. So maybe that's a good place to start. And that shouldn't be too difficult, because all I need to do is give this guy a barrel. Don't move. And there we go, you're a fisherman that doesn't accept coal. About now. Oh, no. You live in there. We'll just throw a trapdoor in there. That'll stop you escaping, and hopefully... Why are you not... Look, there's a barrel right there. Get a job. Get a job. Get a job. Seriously, still no coal. And there we go. This villager now has the coal trade, which means I can go and grab a whole bunch of coal from here and then generate a whole bunch of emeralds from them. Fantastic. And you're going to be living down in here too, sir. To have a brewing stand, you can become a cleric. Thank you very much. We're also going to need a fletcher, an armorer, and finally for now we just need one librarian to get those mending enchantments. Oh, I've just got to get you to actually trade the things I need you to trade. So a few minutes later, and we've now got a whole bunch of villagers in here. This one does unbreaking 3, this one does mending, and this one does protection 4. And the protection 4 and the mending pretty much came out straight away, but it took me an absolute age to get unbreaking. And then I spent a little bit of time at this little enchanting table here, re-rolling the enchantments, taking levels out of the machine so that I could get a couple of efficiency books, the Silk Touch and a looting book. And now this pickaxe has got Fortune 3, Unbreaking 3, Mending and Efficiency 5 on it. And that's making digging down this little new area for my spruce and oak wood farm substantially easier and substantially quicker, but it's still very, very slow. So I want to speed it up even more. And that means it's time to upgrade this wither skeleton farm into a beacon factory, or at least a wither skeleton school farm, so that I can fight withers and get some, well, beacons. And in order to do that, I'm going to need to see my little mending friend, grab myself another mending book, stick that onto this sword, and this sword's also going to need looting 3 on there as well. And I'm going to have to do a serious amount of demolition inside of this thing. So the idea here is I'm going to be putting in a deployer with a sword, which basically acts as a player kill when it kills the wither skeletons. But what I want to do is make sure that I can still have the crushing wheel system in place if I need it, so I need to be able to switch in between. And the way I'm going to do that is with redstone links. We'll have a redstone link set up for the crushing wheels and one set up for the sword with the deployer, and then I'll be able to turn them on and off as I need to. Now the first thing I'm going to need to do is actually move all of the stuff we've already got in place, but I need to move them because I need to move these pistons down a block. In order to power them, it's going to be pretty much the same, still with the shafts and the gearboxes coming out of each side, but I now need these to be out of the way of where we're going to be bringing up another chain drive for the deployer, because if I move this block here, yeah, that's exactly where our deployer is going to be going. Just there, like that, facing into the wall. We're going to put it in attack mode. We're going to put a chute underneath it, and that's going to have a filter on it to stop it from sending the sword back out. And then I'm just going to give it the sword. And that means I need to move all of this stuff. Underneath the chute, we're going to have another storage interface, and then I just need to break that block, I believe. And possibly another one of these as well, because I need to link that to our storage system, which is down here. And this would be much easier if I got rid of those chutes up there, moved that interface up to the top there, and then I can just connect those to each other with that. And now that should be connected to the storage system. It is. So in order to power the deployer, we're going to need this chain drive coming up the side here like this, and then we're going to need to stick a clutch on there with a redstone link on it in receive mode with the sword and the deployer as filters, and then when I flick that switch, that's going to turn this clutch on and off. I also need to power this clutch from this side, which means bringing a little bit of shaft along the back here and a little bit more chain drive just there, and that should be our sword going now. Wow, that's a lot of wither skeletons. So if I unlock that, there we go, we can hear the deployer going now. And that should be making relatively short work of those wither skeletons. There it goes. There we go. We're getting wither skeleton skulls in here now. 5 of them already. Look at them all jumping. You're getting minced, guys. So now all I need to do is reconnect the other system, which is basically just going to be a chain drive coming down from that shaft there, joining this shaft over to that one there, and then just rejigging all of this. Now, at the moment, my little power station doesn't have enough power to keep up with everything all plugged in at the same time. So I'm going to turn off the crushing wheels for now. Now it should have plenty of power for the deployer, and that means I can even speed up that sword. We should be able to get away with around about 128 with just the deployer. Oh, and you can hear it going a lot faster now. Now, if we had Smite 5 on there, it's pretty much one-hit kill for the wither skeletons, so it would definitely be worth trying to get that enchantment, and so would Sweeping Edge, because it'd be able to get a whole bunch more of them in one hit. But the good thing is, we've already got 35 wither skeleton skulls, so it's definitely working. So a little while later, I've done a little bit of trading with villagers. I also used my very last 2 diamonds to make a brand new diamond sword. I spent a little while enchanting that on here in order to get it with Smite 5 and Sweeping Edge, combined it with the sword in the deployer, and now that's making much swifter work of those wither skeletons, which means we're getting more XP because it's using less to mend itself. We're getting a whole bunch of wither skeleton skulls, and of course that means we've got a whole bunch of experience in our tanks. And that means it's almost wither fighting time. But I'm not fighting the wither in this rubbish armor. At this point, it was time to gear up, so I flew back over to the large village to steal some books, flew back to upgrade my tunnel bore, and then used the waystone to pop back to coconut palms to do some diamond mining. The tunnel bore was chewing up so much deep slate, I had to throw an absolute ton of it out to make room for all of the shinies it was picking up. And then I took it up a few layers to grab some andesite as I was running low. I was also running low on zinc, so I grabbed a bunch of that while it was chewing its way through the stone, and then threw out even more stacks of junk I don't need. Then I headed back to empty all of the good stuff out into my temporary storage system. Back at Misty Shores once again, I pressed some iron to make vaults, threw all of the ores I just got into a crusher to get even more XP and some crushed ores that I could then smelt in the blaster. While I was there, I took some time to craft up some more andesite alloy with the andesite we just got, as well as some much needed andesite casing. And at that point, I could finally craft up some more storage boxes that I used to set up a temporary storage area inside of the mine entrance. After being interrupted by a couple of creepers that appeared from nowhere, I could hear the wandering winemaker. So I headed out, bought one of everything he had, and then he just sort of disappeared magically. So I tamed his donkeys that he left behind and took them into the mine. With the storage system now complete and all of my items nicely organised, I spent a whole ton of emeralds and levels buying books and rolling enchantments on the enchantment table to get all of my tools, armour and my new sword fully enchanted. And now I'm pretty much ready to go and fight that wither. I've got a nice Smite 4 sword with Sweeping Edge, Unbreaking, Mending and Looting. I've got Fortune and Silk Touch pickaxes. I've got a Diamond Axe. I've got a Silk Touch Efficiency 5 shovel. And my armor's got Protection 4, Aqua Affinity, Fire Protection 4, Protection 4, and Protection 4 again with Depth Strider 3 and Feather Falling. Oh, this is going to be good. But there's one more thing that I need, as well as netherite. I still need netherite. Which, of course, meant heading to the nether with my tunnel bore. First I had to get down to lava level, dig down to the floor of the nether, and then set up the drilling machine. And dodging the lava, I followed the machine, digging out any ancient debris that it left behind. And once I'd gone far enough one way, I turned around and came back again. And there we go, that should just about do it. We got a bunch of blackstone, a whole bunch of gravel and soul sand, a little bit of coal, a bit of flint, some gold and some quartz, and of course an absolute boatload of netherrack, as well as all of this netherrack I've been putting in my backpack. And from all of that mining, we managed to get a whole 32 ancient debris, which is not a lot, but it's gonna be enough. That being said, ancient debris is totally useless on its own. Of course, we're gonna need a smithing template. And for that, I think I'd like a gold helmet with some decent enchantments on it. Oh, Unbreaking 3, Protection 4, I was gonna put those on it anyways. While I'm here, it would make sense to try and get a decent bow. I do have an infinity book in here, but I kinda like power 4 or 5 ideally. Or power 4. Infinity, Unbreaking, power 4 bow. And last but not least, I need one more mending book and one more unbreaking book, and we can put those on my shield. So now I'm all ready to go. Let's do this. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there should be a bastion right round here somewhere. I believe that's a bastion. We've just got to get to it, which could be interesting. Precariously bridging across lava to get into a bastion. What could go wrong? No, that could go wrong. No, thank you. Why are you so difficult to hit? Why are you just firing at me constantly? This is a nightmare. Oh my goodness, there's millions of them. Stop it. Oh, I'm gonna have to go fast here. Just make ourselves a little bit of a safety platform here in case we get chased down by some piglins. We've got somewhere to come and hide. Oh, there's a brute. Ah, my shield worked. There's a couple of normal piglins here. Some very precarious ledges. I guess here goes. No upgrades. I've no idea if this is the right type of bastion I need to get in to get a netherite upgrade template, but we'll soon find out, I guess. Off you go, sir. To the lava, please. Oh, another one. That's it. You do exactly the same thing. Off you go. Oh, another chest. Let's see what's in it. Oh, nothing that I need. Wow, there's a whole bunch of piglins down there. There's another brute there. Okay, what have we got in here? Soul speed 1, but no templates. Another brute. Don't hit the pigman. Just the brutes. Oh no, I hit a pigman. It was with a bow though, so it didn't seem to count. Got him. There's a chap over there. I wonder if I can knock that guy off. I got him. What about you? Yeah, got them. Oh, fire. Now I've reached the gold thing. Oh no, and there's a ghast. No, 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 no. How do you see me from all the way over? Ah, over here. Oh, jeez. Yeah, return to sender. Nice. Ow. Whoa, 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 whoa! Why are you suddenly mad at me? Whoa! I was near the edge then. What are you upset for? Stop it! Now you are over there. Oh no! Oh jeez. Oh fine. Okay, I guess I'm taking on you guys. I did nothing to you. Well, it looks like this bastion's a bust, so I'm gonna have to find another one. Oh, there's one. That was convenient. Well, here it is, bastion number 2, and I've just got to get over to it. And this one's absolutely ram-packed with piglins. Make it a little bit safer again. All I need is one template. We got a smith. Yeah, I don't want one of those. I want trim. I need upgrades, mate. Netherite. Ooh, yeah, don't go that way. Yay, we got one, a netherite template. That's all I need. So with all of our new diamonds and that netherite, we can now duplicate this thing, and I'm going to duplicate it a bunch. I want a whole bunch of these things. Oh, I got 15. Jeez, I want more. Oh, wait, that was all my diamonds? Okay, we're just going to have 15 of these then. And using a bunch of this gold that we got, we can turn all of that into netherite ingots. 8 of them. And now it's time to upgrade my gear, starting with my helmet, my chest plate, my leggings, my boots, and why not my sword, my pickaxe, my axe, and my shovel as well. And now we're completely out of netherite, but I need more. For the last thing I want to do, I need more netherite. In fact, I just need 2 more pieces. Oh, jeez. So I guess I'm not going to be making the jetpack that I was planning on making today. And that's probably just about everything we need. Except for I really wanted a jetpack to do it. Makes it so much easier with a jetpack. But the jetpack upgrade requires netherite back tanks. Which of course are copper back tanks, but with netherite. This armor's paid for itself. And yes, of course, I'm going to go and get some more netherite. I want that jetpack. And here we go, I now have the backpack flight upgrade and a couple of back tanks for air. So if I put that into my backpack and put the back tanks in, up we go, here we go, I'm flying. I have a jetpack, I can fly, and I can hover. And I think the perfect spot's gonna be right down here, just where I was mining diamonds earlier. As long as I avoid the lava, of course. How hard could it be? Here we go, it's Wither Killer in time. This really shouldn't take long at all with this sword. Oh, well, I don't even think I needed the jetpack. Well, that was easy. There we go, we got a beacon beam. Now I can set that to haste 2. It's like butter. It's going to be the fastest room I've ever dug out. And that didn't take very long at all. So now it's indoor tree farm time. So this is my little tree farm plan, and whilst it looks like a bit of a complicated beast, it's relatively simple. We're going to be growing oak and spruce and dark oak, and each one has deployers underneath which are being fed saplings through these chutes with fans underneath, and they're just being fed by these belts which are linked to the storage system. On the other side of each sapling there's a dispenser being fed bone meal from chutes which are attached to a belt on this side which is also attached to the storage system. There's a chain drive underneath the whole thing just powering everything, and above we've got 3 individual contraptions being controlled by the smart observers, which are looking for logs. So when these saplings get turned into logs by the bone meal, the tree will grow, that will observe it, and it will send these contraptions backwards and forwards, which will chop down the trees, pick up the logs and the sticks and the apples and the saplings, and then they just get fed back into the system using the storage interfaces underneath through these passer blocks and back into here. So if I go ahead and turn this thing on, you'll see the trees grow, then they get chopped down, and everything just cycles itself through. We just need to feed it bone meal, which of course back on the server we are farming in high quantities from our wither skeleton farm. So all we need to do is feed that through into my new room that we've got over here, turn it into bone meal and feed it into the system that I'm sort of part way through building. Now I've already got a bone meal box in this part of the storage system, and currently that's voiding off any extra bone meal we're getting. So I'm going to stick a whole bunch of capacity upgrades in there so we can hold plenty of bone meal, and that means when we mill all of that down into bone meal, this should have plenty of space to store over 1 million of it. And in order to turn that into bone meal, we're just gonna make a little system through here, and all we need to do is stick on another storage interface with a chute underneath it. We'll have a millstone sat underneath that, a chute coming out of there, and then another storage interface at the bottom for it all to go back into. That means we need another smart chute so that we can tell it we only want bones going in there. And now if I put that back there, we should get bones coming through there and into there. So now we just need to power this millstone and connect this interface back to the storage system. We just need to bring some more storage trim down the side there, so that's going to connect that as well. And just a little bit of power in here, which I think we can sneak in even more chain drive into here. We'll have a little bit facing up there, and then we'll just bring that across there to meet that one, and now our mill's going, and now we're creating white dye and hopefully bone meal as well. If we go through here, we should see the bones are going down and the bone meal is going up. So now everything's nice and tidy, and all we need is some power. How hard could that be? And now we got steam power. We've got a nice level 4 boiler which is chugging away, now powering absolutely everything in the other room, powered by these water wheels back here, which means we've got absolutely plenty of power for all of this stuff, and it should mean we've got plenty of power left over for our wood farm, and hopefully a whole bunch of machinery too, which is why I've made this room so big, because at the moment the only way I can process anything is to keep having to go back to Misty Shores, which is quite annoying. So yeah, we're going to have a workshop in here too. However, there's one thing I need to do before we get it fully started, and that is to move these torches, because I have been running it just to test it, and these torches get in the way of the tree growth, but if I put them on the dirt there, that should be a lot better. So let's just add that one there as well, and now this thing is ready to go. All I need to do is add a little bit of redstone in down here, just on there. I do need to make that off and onable, but here we go. We have now got a fully automated, fully functional tree farm. He says, there we go, it's going, which is growing as dark oak, spruce and oak. All of the items are getting collected, they're all getting sent through this system here back into the storage system, into these storage drawers here, and as you can see, we're already accumulating more saplings and logs as well, and all of that is connected through here underground past the power station, which is running off the coal from our wither skeleton farm into our storage system here, which is all being controlled by this. As you can see, we've got a reasonable amount of bone meal now. We've still got an absolute ton of bones. We've got plenty of coal to be getting on with. However, I will have to keep my eye on this power station, because if I end up chunk loading this power station, it's going to run through all of that coal, and obviously the wither skeleton farm's only going to actually generate as coal when I'm close enough to the spawner for the withers to spawn. So we're going to have to be a little bit careful with that, but otherwise, yeah, it's all going rather well. And there's literally just enough room in here for everything to grow. Now I could make the roof taller and have these grow even bigger, but I think this is going to be absolutely fine for what we need, because we've now got all of the building materials that I'm going to need to start decorating this place. Because this is going to be a broken down mine, don't forget, which means it's going to need support struts, all sorts of cobbly, stony gravel stuff like this, and the whole thing's going to need doing. Last time I mined a whole bunch of diamonds and netherite, fought a wither, built a beacon and put together a multi-tree wood farm. And today I'm gonna finally get on my quest to make these idiots a mining town, starting with a tavern. But before I do that, let's just have a look at what I've done outside of the video. I still haven't decorated inside of the bottom of the wither skeleton farm, but as I said I would do at the end of the last video, I have now made a whole workshop in here next to my steam engine. We've got a machine for making precision mechanisms as well as other deploying jobs. We've got a blaster. Around here we've got a press for squishing things and a slicer for slicing things, and I've even got some crushing wheels in the middle. And all of this is running off of this steam engine, and if I put my goggles on you can see that we're hardly using any of the power at all that we've got. And of course at the back of the room I've sorted out a storage system as well. All of these drawers here are connected to the main storage system, which is also connected to that storage system and connected to the storage system in the tree farm we built in the last episode as well, which has been working very nicely. I've now planted acacia and birch in there as well, just to top those logs up for us. I have put round a catwalk and some railing just to stop me falling in, but we need to do a whole bunch of decoration in here. There's also some bulk storage boxes for all of my bulk stuff, which are not connected to the storage system. In here I've also got my chipped workbenches, a whole bunch of them up here, one there and one over here as well. I've got my crafting table, my stone cutter, and of course my backpack of create things and my backpack of jewel things. And look, I've got a whole bunch more diamonds and more netherite as well, and that's because I spend a whole bunch of time off camera down the mines with my tunnel bore, doing lots of tunnel boring, and then doing a whole bunch of tunnel boring in the nether as well. And it's been quite fruitful, but I need to use some of this netherite now, because I need some more backpack upgrades. The first thing I want is a fall damage upgrade, and the reason I want that is because whenever I fly and fall down, I take damage and then my armor pops back on. I'm always wearing my armor, but I'm using the show my skin mod to hide it, but every time I take damage it comes back again and then I have to wait for ages before I can record the next clip in case I go invisible slightly. Because as you can see, as it starts fading out, it goes totally invisible and then pops back in, and that's just weird. I also want a feeder upgrade, which is automatically going to feed me, but for that I need chocolate, as well as honey and milk in a little squirting thing. I'd also like a pick block upgrade, and I'd like a backpack item pickup upgrade too, because that means if there's any items on the floor, like this netherite down here, and I go over it, it's just going to pop straight into my backpack instead of my inventory, keeping my inventory nice and clear. And I think we'll start with the easy ones first. And the easiest one to make is the pick block upgrade, because I already have all the ingredients for that, so there we go, I've got that one. And if I put that in there, and make sure there's no cobble in my inventory at all, but there is some in my backpack, I should now be able to click on some cobble and put it in my backpack. We go, cobble. It worked. The pickup upgrade's pretty cheap too. I just need a smart shoe and I've got the ingredients for that. So now I've got that upgrade. And if I pop it in my backpack and then throw something on the floor, of course, that's going to go into my backpack. Just like that. And if I don't want to use that, I can toggle these on and off by holding the control key down and just clicking them. So they don't have to be active when I don't need them to be. Now the feather falling upgrade is a complicated one. It requires a blaze burner, a bucket of honey, and netherite diving boots as well. And netherite diving boots are just copper diving boots with a netherite upgrade. I've already got a bucket of honey, so now I just need a couple of propellers and a sail, and now I can make the fall damage upgrade. And that should mean that no matter how high up I fly with this thing, if I fall down, I shouldn't. Oh, gee. So that just leaves the feeding upgrade. Making a honeyed apple's going to be nice and easy. We've got 2,048 apples, so let's just take one of those. Fly over to my honey farm, which is just in there. Pop that down on there, and there we go. We've got a honeyed apple. Now I need a sweet roll, which is just bread and milk. And I'm pretty sure I can find some cows kicking about round here somewhere. Well, it appears I've found jungle trees, and I was going to say I'm going to need the jungle trees for cocoa. Oh, look, cocoa beans. How convenient. Yoink. I'll take some jungle tree as well, because it would be nice to grow these trees and get some jungle wood too. And the wandering winemaker has appeared. What have you got today, sir? Oh, you've got new things that I have. Apple tree saplings, dark cherry saplings. I haven't got any emeralds on me. Don't go anywhere. In fact, I've got an idea. I'll just take the wandering winemaker home. Oh, hang on a minute. There's a cow on the mini-map, so you're going to just have to go there a minute while I milk this cow. Come here, you. Thank you. Here we go. Just a quick pit stop for some milk, sir. Here you go, sir. You are now in my storeroom. If you could just hang on for a second, I'll get you some emeralds. I want one of those. In fact, I'm going to take a couple of those just in case. I definitely want some of those, please. I'll take some of those. And I think I've got everything else that I need. So thank you very much. So all that's left to do on this little adventure is grab myself a cow. And then we'll have milk on... Oh, jeez. Why do I have to hold it this way round? And that brings me back to these cinnamon rolls. So we need a basin to put the milk in. We then need a pump coming out of that into a pipe going up to a spout, just like that, with a depot underneath it. You can put the bread on the depot, a cog there, my hand crank on there, and now if I wind that, we should eventually get some milk onto one of those. There we go, we've got a cinnamon roll. So now all I need is chocolate and some sweet berries. But how do we make chocolate? Cocoa bean, sugar, and milk in a mixer. I can do that. Although that does occur to me after putting in this entire workshop of all of the things I thought I needed. I haven't got a single mixer, so I'm going to have to add one of those in as well. And it needs a blaze burner underneath it too. And I've decided to squeeze this in the back room because there really isn't much room through here for it. So now we've got this mixer ready to go. We just need sugar, chocolate, and milk. And I've got the cocoa beans right here. Got another milk there, so I just need some sugar. I'm sure I've got sugar cane in one of these boxes somewhere. Oh, I've actually got a piece of sugar. Oh, perfect. Let's get the blaze burner lit up. We'll throw in the milk, we'll throw in some cocoa beans, we'll throw in the sugar, and hopefully we're going to get some chocolate in there. A tiny bit. Okay, one more cocoa bean, one more sugar. One more sugar, one more cocoa bean. And there we go, a whole bucket of chocolate. Should be able to pick that up. I can. I've got a bucket of chocolate. And I'm going to look through my boxes, but I don't think I've got any sweet berries at all. Nope. So I guess I'm going out on another adventure. And that means it's time to go flying again. And off we go. It's time to find some bushes. What are these? Wild hops? I need those. It's a shame I can't pick these wild hops up. I like them. He's not having any of it. That's a slightly worrying noise. Who are you? What are you doing in these leaves? An illusioner? Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. I may have just made a mistake. Oh, jeez. Help! I'm getting shot at from lots of different directions all at the same time. If you would just stay still and let me get you, that would make my life a lot easier, Mr. Illusioner. Which one's the real one? This one. There we go. Look at... I think they may have got me a few times. And I got a totem of illusion and equipable in the charm trinket slot. Right, anyway, onwards with my quest for bushes. I've found them. Here they are. And now we've got those, we might as well do a little bit of a raid on that village. More berries. And a furnace. Might as well take the chest. Gonna need beds later, I think. Crafting table. Trapdoors. More furnaces. And more beds. I'll take the lot. An armor stand. Now, I think I might rescue a few of you guys, just like I did last time. Come here, beekeeper. You, in there. No, not that again when you're on each other's heads. No, stop it. That's better. Oh, there's a lot of bookshelves in this village, and a lot of junk. Yoink. Ooh, we'll take all of that. Take an anvil. Yes, take all of these things. Definitely all mine. You hiding behind here, nitwit. I can see you, fiddling with that cow. Don't let your mum see you. It's not right, really. But I don't judge. Oh, a baby! Don't talk to him. He fiddles with cows. Here, go in there and don't escape. Okay? What I just say? You're not being a trainee cow fiddler. Not happening. Why have they got all these campfires just laying around? Don't want to alarm you, sir, but there's a zombie outside and your door's just fallen off.
You just took me door.
No, I didn't. It just fell off, mate. Nothing to do with me. Ow, ow, ow. Well, slowly but surely I'm getting through these houses. There's not many of them left at all, and I am accumulating an absolute ton of junk in my inventory, but some quite useful things as well. You can show us them? No. Get it in the world download at the end of the month, mate. Well, I think that's it. I think I have raided pretty much every single house. Oh, there's a bear. There's an angry bear, and I don't know where my helicopter's going. Ow. Oh, hello. I don't want to kill you. You've got a child. I'm gonna have to. Oh, lags. I'm sorry, baby bear. I'm so sorry. You're gonna need friends now. You're gonna need a home to stay in. Chaps, I accidentally a little bit kind of hurt this little bear's mum. So if you could look after him, that would be very helpful. I would take him home, but I don't think he'll fit in my helicopter. See you later, little bear. Why do you fly? I want to put the helicopter in my pocket and use my jetpack, and then have a bear at home. But what if it grows and then eats me while I'm asleep? No, it's better off there with the villagers. It likes the Taiga. And here we are, we have arrived safely back at home. Now it's time to get that final backpack upgrade done. And then empty out this ridiculous mess. Let's make some chocolate berries, feeder upgrade, and what that means is I don't need to waste a hotbar slot on food now. I'm just going to get fed by that. So now that I've finished fiddling with backpacks and all of that good stuff, it's about time I turn my attention to this invisible tavern that I haven't built yet. Or have I? Yes, it's right there behind me in this creative copy of the world, and as you can see, it's not 100% finished, but this is what I'm going for, which is taken from this picture here because I want this mining town to look a little bit like these pictures here. So using a little bit of spruce and dark oak, I've put this together. Obviously we need a sign at the front up there, and we need to basically decorate most of it and make it look a little bit more interesting, certainly the area around it. And hopping up these stairs, you can see we got the saloon style doors, we've got this nice area inside ready for a bar and some tables and chairs, and up here there's space for 6 bedrooms as well as a nice little upstairs deck, which I'm sure we can have some more seating on and things like that. And there's also this big area downstairs as well, which we can have even more tables and chairs on. And back on the server, those 6 bedrooms should be just about enough room for our 6 idiots. So I better get on with building it, which of course means grabbing the good old schematic cannon, chucking it down, figuring out exactly where we're going to be having this, and I think that's pretty much where I had it set up on the test world. And for this I'm going to need a whole bunch of materials, so I better get collecting those. And I think that's pretty much most of the things I need gathered, so I suppose this is the part where we play that funky music and do a big old time lapse. That everything's in and decorated, I think this place is starting to look pretty good. Around the bottom I've decorated with a whole bunch of different leaf variations, including some chipped leaves as well as some walnut leaves. We've got a whole bunch of these mushroom colonies and wall mushrooms in here, as well as coarse dirt, podzol, stripped woods, different assortments of gravel, some bushes and barrels and things like that just to fill out this space underneath, and I think that works really well. And I've even added a whole bunch of these wall mushrooms around the wood as well, because I think that just really adds to the whole feel and the texture of the place. And one of the things that stands out the most is this tavern sign, which I photoshopped quickly and then used immersive paintings to add it to the front of this, and I just think that brings it all together. And internally I've done a whole bunch of decorating too, starting with the main bar area. As you can see, we've got our idiots in here. We've got some tables and chairs with some mugs and some plates and things like that. We've got our bar area with some bar stools. We've got a whole bunch of cabinets and things. We've even got some wine racks over here with a wine bottle in that we got from a village, and a bunch of paintings and things just to liven that area up. Outside on this floor we've got even more tables and chairs out here with some flower pots, more mugs, and I've tried to mix things up with the dark oak and the spruce, just because the spruce tables and chairs felt a little bit too much like they were blending in with the build, but having it all just dark oak just felt way too dark. So I think mix and matching it's worked out kind of well. I've also used immersive paintings in here to stick a screenshot shot of the actual tavern on there, and upstairs we've got a few things going on up here as well. We've got another one of those there and another one there of a forest. The forest with like 2 trees. And then we've got the rooms, which I said there were 6 earlier. There's actually 7. Each room has a single dark oak fancy bed, a cabinet, and a wardrobe. Some have got these little trays in for decorations, and they've all got a painting in. And they're all very, very similar. Some rooms are 3 wide like this and have a larger wardrobe, and some rooms are just 2 wide with a single wardrobe. And I think it's all come together really, really nicely. I'm very happy with it. And the good news is, because there is an extra bedroom, that means I get a bedroom. Although this is only a 2 wide bedroom, I think I'd rather have a 3 wide bedroom. This one should be mine, I think. So I'm gonna set my spawn here and go and see what the chaps think of it. What do you reckon, guys? Are you happy with this new tavern that I've made you? Finally made you something that you can actually live in?
It's not very modern, is it?
It's not supposed to be modern. You asked for a mining town. Whenever have you seen a modern mining town?
Well, it just would have been nice to be modern.
You've got everything you need. Shut up. But they haven't got quite everything they need, because obviously a tavern is going to need to serve drinks. Now, in order to prepare drinks, we're going to be using the Let's Do Brewery mod. And I really don't like that mod. So you might be asking, well, why did you add it into the mod pack, FoxyNoTail? Well, for good reason. It's got beer mugs, which are very good for decoration. It's also got fancy tables, a whole bunch of drawers and bar counters, and it also has the big old barrels as well. So I really added it for the decorative purposes, but we're going to be using it to brew beer as well, but I really don't like the system for this. In order to brew beer, we need a wooden brewing system, which we can then upgrade to a copper brewing station, and we could even upgrade that to a netherite brewing station. But these brewing stations require a lot of manual effort, are not remotely automatable, and to be honest with you, don't make any sense at all unless you've watched the tutorials and read the wiki. So let's just craft up a wooden one quickly, and I can explain what I mean. These breweries are a 4-block block, and there are a whole bunch of different things going on here. We've got an area here for where you put the ingredients, and then we've got this little sort of temperature gauge on here. There's a furnace part there, and then there's this whistly bit here. And when you put the right ingredients in, although it doesn't tell you anywhere within the mod what the right ingredients are, and there's no way of figuring that out without looking online, then it starts to basically go through a brewing process, which takes a little while, and the entire time you've got to watch this thing looking for clues, like it bubbling and whistling and the furnace flickering, in order to interact with it, to put more fuel in or to click on the whistly bit and all that sort of thing, so that your brewing doesn't fail. So you can't just fill this thing with the right items, set it and leave it and come back and then you've got beer brewed. You've got to sit with it, poking and prodding it the entire time. And for me, that's not fun. But that's all we've got in order to brew this beer, so that's what we're going to be doing. But which beer are we going to brew? There are 4 different beer varieties in this mod pack, and none of which have any recipes. So I guess it's time I went over to the wiki to figure out what we can brew. And the wiki starts off well, saying that you can find some answers to the most frequently asked questions and a plain guideline. And it does tell you a little bit about crops and barrels and the brewing station minigame, but it doesn't seem to give you any clue at all as to what can be brewed and what ingredients they need. Although it does tell you about beer mugs and rope, it tells you about the different foods and armor available with it, and it even has a whole list of all the effects you can get from drinking the beer that you can't brew because there's no ingredients for it. So the only way to actually find out what the recipes are that you can brew is to go into the mod files themselves and look at the recipes. And I can see that barley beer needs hops and dried barley, Haley beer needs hops and popped chorus fruit, hops beer needs hops, hops and hops, and wheat beer needs hops and dried wheat. So all of the beer recipes require hops, which is exactly what we found earlier on today in that taiga biome. And I've got 3 of them, and I've no idea how you get more. You need hops seeds. Do I have any hops seeds? Oh, we do. We've got 35 hops seeds. And I assume I can grow this, but there's absolutely no mention of hops or hop seeds on the wiki at all. Really useful wiki for a mod that has no explanation or book or anything useful in game. So would I recommend the Let's Do Brewery mod? Yes, because the decoration items are fantastic. but not if you're interested in actually using it for brewing. And apparently you can use the beer mugs as flower pots as well, which is quite nice. So in order to grow hops, you need to basically do the old farmland thing, put some water down, make some farmland, plant your hop seeds, and then I guess if I bone meal that, that's going to, oh, it just gives me hops that way, and then it gets bigger, right? Okay, and I can then do the top. Oh, right, okay. Well, that's a nice, easy way of getting the hops. I thought it was going to be a lot more complicated than that. Now, are they going to just grow naturally, though? I assume they will. In which case, what we'll do is we'll just have a little tiny hops patch behind the building over here so that we can just grow these whenever we need them. So now that I've got hops, I think I can put water in there, chuck a bunch of hops in there, I guess, maybe. Do I click on it with them? I do. I can put 3 in at a time. Then I put some coal in the furnace part, which is round here. And then the most exciting mini game in the world begins. Sizzling, I don't know what that means. Oh, I've just taken hops out. That was bad, I didn't mean to do that.
Round 2.
Put back in. I'm just clicking on things randomly. Oh, that's flashing, I have to click that. This is very exciting stuff. Oh, the water's too full. I think I have to click the water. No, I've taken hops out now. I didn't mean to do that.
Round 3.
Put them back in there. Of course, I've got absolutely no clue what I'm... Oh, hang on, the furnace is... The furnace in, and you put some more coal in. Oh, I don't know what to do when the water starts overflowing. If I do that, I just take hops out and it starts... I'll now put coal in. Oh, jeez. So in order to do this right, what you actually need is this little setup to be next to an infinite water source, because when this thing overfills, you need to take the excess water out with a bucket. I've no idea where that excess water comes from, but it does. And if it runs out of water, you need to be able to replace it. So you're always going to need an empty bucket and a full bucket. When the timer goes off like this, you have to click it. When the furnace is running out, you've got to refill it up. And eventually, after around about 45 seconds or so, assuming you've done everything right, you'll be rewarded with beer. And that gave me 2 mugs worth, so I guess I didn't do a very good job. And if I look at the beer quality, it says 2, and I don't know what that means. But when I did this previously, I got 5 out of it, so I guess I did a better job that time. Now, to its credit, the wiki does actually explain the brewing minigame, and it also tells you that the copper and netherite brewing stations will provide whiskey. But there's absolutely no mention of whiskey or beer anywhere else, or any recipes for any of them. So your guess is as good as mine. If only there was a way to automate that with Create. Well, there isn't. I wanted to create a data pack that would allow you to use a mixer with a blaze burner underneath in order to create the beer recipes, and the whiskey ones too. But unfortunately, the way the Let's Do Brewery mod has been made means there's no actual fluids in that mod. The best I could do would be to get it to give you a full mug of beer, but I don't really think we should be turning water and hops into mugs of beer. I just wanted it to be the beer liquid. But I can't, so that sucks. And that means that the entire last section of this video, which was me going to be building a Create-powered brewery underneath this tavern in order to constantly supply it with plentiful amounts of beer, isn't going to happen, which is a big shame. So what else am I going to do, guys? I've got to come up with some kind of plan, right? Now, in stark contrast, the Let's Do Vinery mod actually is fully compatible with Create, allowing you to fully automate the process of making wine. But this doesn't look very much like a wine bar to me, so I've come up with a better idea. And for that idea, I think I might actually need to extend this building out... Hello? This way a little bit. And that brings me back over here to Misty Shores, because for this plan I'm gonna need honey, and I've got an absolute ton of it in here. However, it would be very useful if I could automate getting that honey from here all the way over to our new area. However, considering that's quite an epic journey across the ocean, I don't think I'm going to be transporting this by train or by boat anytime soon. So I need a different idea to move this honey. Now, realistically, the system I'm going to be putting in place is not going to need fully automating. I do want it as automated as possible, but the drinks I'm providing for those idiots are realistically never going to get drunk. So I think 128 buckets of honey is going to be more than I'll probably ever need. So what I'm going to do is just create another tank, put in a temporary system in order to transfer that honey from that tank to this one, very, very slowly. And then I'm just going to glue all of this onto a minecart contraption. And now that all of that's successfully transferred, I can just pop that minecart contraption up, get rid of that, and I can take my honey with me. And I'm just going to plonk it down there for now. The next thing I'm going to need is a whole bunch of glass, because I need to turn these into an absolute ton of bottles. Bottles? Yeah, bottles. There we go, loads of bottles. Then I'm going to need to take this cow we got earlier and put it somewhere a little bit more useful. Let's just stick it on there for now, and we can put you somewhere safe very soon. So now we've got honey and milk, and we just need one more ingredient, and this one we're going to have to farm. And I'm sure you've already guessed it by now, but this ingredient is cocoa beans, because we're going to be automating hot cocoa. That's right, it's going to be a cocoa tavern. In order to automate the cocoa beans, I'm going to need jungle wood, which we've now got a whole bunch of thanks to this tree farm. We're going to need a mechanical harvester, and we're going to need to take an absolute ton of this bone meal from here so that we can automate this nice and quickly. But I've got plenty, so, you know, it's not going to be a big problem. And now that we've got all of the ingredients I need, I just need somewhere to build this thing. So I think I might be able to squeeze it out here. If I just extend this corner slightly, maybe, I could probably put it there. Or we could just build a little shed probably where that honey thing is. I don't really want a little shed there. Yeah, we're going to extend this. I'm really hoping this tiny little room is big enough for everything we need. So first of all, let's pick this back up and make sure it's actually going to fit in here. Let's just slap it down there. Yep, that just fits. And we can turn that back into a normal tank just by putting that back down, and then we can get rid of all of those. Next, we're going to need a jungle tree farm. So first of all, I'm going to put some jungle logs up here like this. Although we're only going to be using one of them, I'm going to put my cocoa beans on there and my dispenser on there for now. And then underneath, we'll have a minecart running backwards and forwards, breaking that with a harvester. So this should work for the contraption. The minecart, barrel, storage interface going into another one with a harvester on the front. We'll have our cocoa beans on that log there. If we pop a redstone torch down there, that's just going to bounce backwards and forwards. And when we bone meal that cocoa bean, that's going to harvest it, and it's going to go inside of that barrel, and then we just need to get the items out of here. And all we need to do for that is pop a storage box down there with the chute on top, and now they're going to go in there. So we've got honey and we've got cocoa, but what's the honey for? Sugar! Rather than just growing loads of sugar cane, we can actually turn honey bottles into sugar, which means getting that out of there and into bottles, and then auto-crafting that into sugar, and that could be tricky. Well, things are moving on, but it's all getting a little bit cramped. The honey tank has gone. I've moved the cocoa bean farm over to this side, and I've added in a whole bunch of stuff here. The honey tank is actually down underneath the platform, just over there, and that actually pops out underneath the stairs up here, which then feeds through a pump into this pipe here, into a spout, which is above a depot, which has a funnel coming out of it from this box with glass bottles in. This is now a storage system, so we've got an empty box here ready for sugar, the cocoa beans up there which no longer connect to this, so I need to move those about, and the idea here is that this will squirt the honey onto these empty bottles, turning them into honey bottles. They'll get passed through this passer block into the mechanical crafter. Those will craft them down into sugar and glass bottles, which will then both go into the storage system into the right place. But I've still got to get the cow in here for milk, and I've still got to set up a mixer with a basin and a blaze burner, and there really isn't all that much room left, and I've got to get power to these things as well. So I'm struggling to squeeze everything into that tiny little space, so I've come over here to this creative test world to see if I can minimize some of these contraptions. This one here's got a cow that's being milked. The milk comes out and goes through an item drain, which then goes through this pump into a mixer, and then these mechanical arms basically take the cocoa beans and the sugar, put them in the mixer. This one takes the coal to light the blaze burner, and then that gets turned into chocolate, which comes through this smart pipe and then into this tank here. But as you can see, that doesn't fit inside of the area we've got, and it doesn't even include the cocoa bean farm or the honey system to turn the honey into sugar. Now, we don't have to create chocolate like this. We can actually just create it directly into the cocoa cups, and in order to do that, you need a much bigger system. First of all, you need to put the buckets of milk into the mixer, as well as a whole bunch more ingredients, including empty glass bottles, which takes up quite a bit more room but doesn't have to worry about any pipes and pumps and tanks and things. But this one doesn't even have a cow milker, or the honey into sugar system, or the cocoa bean system. So I've come to a conclusion, and the conclusion is that no matter how hard I try and squeeze all of those things into that little room, it ain't happening. There is absolutely no way I can get all of that stuff in here and working. In the last episode, I built a tavern for some idiots that gave me a quest to build them an entire mining town. I also tried to squeeze in a hot cocoa factory in here as well, and failed. So today I'm going to get that hot cocoa flowing, as well as producing a brand new type of food so I can keep these idiots fed. But before I do any of that, it's about time I got my mineshaft sorted out, or at least some of the things in here decorated. My wither skeleton farm looks great up here, but downstairs leaves a lot to be desired. It's very drippy, it's very plain, it's very boring, and so is the wood farm through here. This all needs decorating too. So starting underneath the wither skeleton farm, I don't have an awful lot of headspace in here to deal with all of these drips. There's water flowing directly on the ceiling blocks, and in order to stop drips, what you normally need to do is add a second layer of blocks, which means I won't have much head height in here at all, and it means it's going to interfere with all of these things we've got. So I've got another idea. As part of the Copycats Plus mod, we get access to these copycat boards, which you can place pretty much anywhere, and then you can decorate with whatever you want. And I'm hoping that that's enough to stop the drips, and it looks like we're getting no drips there. But I don't want them all made out of tuff. What I do want this to look like is a little bit like what we got going on in here, with the roof all caved in and broken. But of course that's not going to work here because of the way the ceiling is. So I think what I might have to do is just drop this entire area down a few blocks. But in order to do that, I'm going to need to know the range of these spawners, because when I'm stood in there, I don't want to be too far away for the spawners to activate. But these are nether spawners from the better nether mod, and they have a 20 block radius instead of 16. So that should give me a little bit more room to play with. And by using the mini HUD mod to set up a shape that's based around that spawner, I can actually add the radius here to see exactly how far away I can be. And it's quite a good distance. So if I stand all the way over here and look at those spawners, they should be deactivated, but if I go inside here, there you go, they're activated. And that should mean I've got a whole bunch of room down here to play with, because yeah, that sphere doesn't stop till all the way over there. And if I dig down a little bit, we've got all the way to this point here. So I got to work digging out the floor down to the point where I could still stand in there and activate the spawners, which meant that everything else was way too high up to access. So I began reshaping the room, moving everything down to a level I could access. Decorating the floor was as simple as throwing in a few stone block variants from the chipped mob, keeping more of the rough looking blocks around the edges and throwing in some chipped gravel variants near the centre. Once that was in, I dug out a new room for the villagers, making trading a little easier while keeping them out of the way. And then it was time for the ceiling. I kept it simple, using cobble and andesite with some stairs, slabs and walls thrown about to make the room feel as if it had been carved out or maybe even blasted out from inside the mineshaft. And all that was left to do was to tidy up the walls with some dark oak logs and andesite casing, fix the stairs and finish off with a few cobble layers and a little trick for the enchanting setup, which I'll get into later. With the wither farm room done, I moved over to the wood farm, following a similar process. I started by digging out the walls, added in stripped dark oak log supports with andesite casing in between. Next came the floor made of stone and gravel variants, following the theme of the previous areas, and then I threw in a bunch of cobble and andesite into the hole in the back wall to make this room feel like it's less structured and actually part of an underground mineshaft. Next I mined up into the ceiling, carving out a rough dome shape, and decorated that with more cobble and andesite again to make this room feel like it had been blasted out originally. Then was time to work on the stairs which lead down from the main mineshaft. I widened up the entrance, moving the stairs over a block so I could add in a wall between the stairs and the main part of the room to help give it some structure. And finally it was time to tidy up the area below the catwalk where the wood farm mechanics are. I added in a whole bunch more dark oak supports, roughed up the walls again, and laid down a very familiar feeling floor. And there we go. Everything feels a whole bunch more spacious now. We've got this big old room that's been moved down significantly, so we've got a nice ceiling in, we've got our XP tank and our items just like we did before. We've even got room for all of these villagers over here and space for another one as well, so I'm sure we'll find another one at some point. The enchantment system has been pushed back, and now we've got the pipe that was giving us XP. Instead of being over here, it's in the floor, so when I'm standing here I can turn that on, I can enchant all of my stuff as I need to, and then I can turn it off again, and then that's going to stop pouring out of there. So that's very useful. And as you can see behind me, we got a big old blank wall that I've got room to put more machines and things in, because my workshop hasn't got everything I need. And speaking of workshops, I haven't done anything in here at all, but through at the wood farm, this is looking a whole bunch better as well. Now, I did want to have cross beams going over here like we have in the other rooms, just to sort of... Oh. Wow. Yeah, they've gone. Like these ones in here. And the reason these ones have gone is because when the trees grow and the leaves attach to the wood, and then the tree farm chops down the trees, it removes any logs attached to the leaves as well. And I found that out the hard way, which meant I lost all of this wood, and I didn't realise I'd lost all of this wood as well. So I suppose I need to put all this back in again. There we go, that's a little bit better. So yeah, the tree farm then. This is still working absolutely fine. I've decorated down there with a whole bunch of pillars and supports to hold up the walls around it. I've hidden the redstone that was controlling this thing underneath this little area here because we don't need to see it. And I've added a whole bunch of these sort of cobblestone layers and things around just to disguise a few of the other bits down here as well. Through here, I've added in a little ladder that allows you to get up and down from the top floor to the bottom floor nice and easily. I've even decorated the stairs that lead down into here, although I have purposely left this top bit completely undone because we're going to be decorating the main part of this mineshaft in another episode when we expand it significantly that way and dig a big old hole in the ground. Because of course this wouldn't be a very good mining town if it didn't have a big old mine that provided a whole bunch of things. Speaking of providing a whole bunch of things, it's about time I got to providing these idiots with some sort of food and that cocoa that I was talking about. Which brings me on to my plans for the food production facility. I've spent a whole bunch of time in a creative copy of this world trying to come up with something that I thought would be good for a food production facility, and something that was in keeping with our current design and something in keeping with the pictures that have given me the inspiration for this area. And whilst I think this little thing down here could work quite well, I don't think it really fits in. So I started again, this time drawing direct inspiration from one of the photos, and I've come up with this, which to me doesn't really look like a food production facility, more of like a schoolhouse or something like that, and it certainly doesn't fit in with the tavern. And yeah, there's one on this side as well that's a lot smaller. I kind of like the idea of this layout with the long building with things sticking out the front of it, but I think the mangrove is too much of a stark contrast to our tavern, and I think it's just way too big. So back on the server, that means I'm going to be totally winging it, but it does give me an opportunity to talk you guys through my building process rather than just doing a big old time lapse like I would normally do. That does mean, though, the first thing I'm going to have to do is go and gather a whole bunch of materials that are similar to this so that it actually fits in with what we've already got. And then I need to think about where we're going to actually build it. My original plan was to build it here, but that really isn't a great deal of space, and unless I dig out an absolutely huge chunk of this mountainside, realistically it's not going to fit, unless I move my mining tunnel entrance significantly further this way, which I am quite tempted to do. Although I think it would be easier just to push this wall back a long way here and have it at this point, like I did on the second creative copy of the world. So let's go get some materials, come up with a build palette, and see what I can do. Now I know what you're thinking, you've watched a whole bunch of this video already and you're not even subscribed. And we've still got a whole bunch of building to do and a big old create factory too. So what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button. And like the video too, because that really helps me out. Well, I've spent a little bit of time gathering up some resources, and this is the build palette, which is probably not the most exciting build palette in the world, so I guess it's going to come down to shape more than texture. We've got a bunch of different horizontal types of spruce wood, all from the chipped mod, and some vertical ones as well for the walls. We've also got some dark oak, both stripped and not stripped, and we've got some stacked dark oak planks, which we've used for things like those beams over there. We've also got two different types of spruce fences, the spruce roofs from McCaw's mod, and the windows as well, which are made from diorite. And then of course we've got a few different copycat types of panel to just add a little texture and variation to the build. Now we are going to be building it over here, which will mean we're going to have to to demolish quite a bit of that landscape later on, but we're going to start by just building out a template of a box and then adding some details to it. And I've decided, a little bit like our tavern, I am going to have it elevated slightly off the ground, although probably not quite as much as this one, because I do like that height variation and I like the fact that there's detail underneath it as well. So I think we'll probably start with the first corner maybe around about at this point here, and we'll come all the way down along here, a nice long building to around about there, I think. Okay, shortening this down slightly, the whole thing is now 29 blocks long, and that's good because I like my buildings to be odd number lengths, because that way it's much easier to add single wide doors, and I just find the whole things fit together a lot better. So now we need to determine how far we're going to go back, and to that point there, that's 15 blocks wide. And I think that's probably going to be a good depth for this. So I guess the first thing I should do is clear out a whole bunch of space where this is going to be. So there we go, we've now got a basic shape for our building. It's time we got in the bottom layer. And the bottom layer is mainly going to be using the spruce planks, and I'm going to make sure the majority of it is these stacked ones because I like the look of these towards the edge. And then I'm going to just drop a few of these polished ones in between around these because I think they blend nicely together. And then to fill in the center, I'm going to use the trowel in order to basically randomize these. So we've got 2 stacks of spruce planks, 2 stacks of smooth spruce planks, and then just 1 stack of stacked and polished ones. And that way the majority will be the spruce planky ones, and then we'll only get a few of the stacked and polished variants. And now that they're all in, that gives us a nice big platform to start building our building. Now I am going to want a walkway around the edge, a little bit like what we've got going on out here, so the building's not going to take up that full space, and I'm going to mark out the corners with these stripped dark oak logs. So I think we'll probably have the stairs coming up around about this point here, so I'm actually going to inset these slightly so we've got a sort of shallower area to come into. A little bit like that doorway there. We'll have a little area sticking out the back here, and then a much bigger working area over here. And in fact, I'm thinking I might want this platform just to go back a little bit more so we've got a bit more room for that. Or I could just sacrifice the walkway around the back. So that's going to be the main shape of our building there. We've got a little bit to the side. We've got plenty of platform around the outside to be walking on around the front and down that side. But I kind of want this front section to stick out a little bit as well. So I'm thinking if I throw another one of those down around that point there and bring this forward, and throw another one of those down around about there and bring that forward, then we can have like a sticky outy bit at the front here. So now all I got to do is take each one of these up 5 blocks. And now these are all the same height. I need to join them together. So that's going to be the foundation of our first floor, or the ground floor should I say. Now in this building, every time there was a dark oak pillar, we had these edge stripped spruce logs next to it, and that just sort of blends between the harsh darkness there and the warmer spruce planks there. That's exactly what I'm going to add in here, just on the sides of each one of these. I'm not going to put them in there because that gap's too small. And the next thing to do is just basically fill up the gaps with the normal vertical spruce planks and the thin spruce planks, and then just the odd bit of polished spruce in there as well in places. And this is another good opportunity to use the trowel, but this time I'm going to have 3 stacks of vertical spruce planks, 2 of the thin stuff and just 1 of the polished one, and that way we get the majority of the vertical spruce planks, and then the other 2 are just sort of filling in the gaps. Now at this point obviously I haven't taken into account any space for windows or doors. I've just put walls in, and now we don't have a walkway that comes around the front here either. So let's first of all get a door on this, and I'm going to put that just there. Back in the storage room I'm going to grab myself some spruce bridge stairs, not that I've got many, so I'm going to have to craft a few more of those. And I'm going to throw these in around about this point here. There we go, now we've got some stairs up. So at this point I might as well start going and putting this fence around the outside, although it might be temporary because we might end up moving things around. And I do need to consider this point here, unless we're going to have that just come flush up to the front of the platform, but I don't think we are. Now I'm going to start bringing this out a couple of blocks at the front, and we'll bring that all the way to this end point here. So the next part of the plan is to elevate to the next level, and I want most of this going up to the next level, but I want to keep that bit lower down. And yes, that's just a case of doing these another 5, and again just joining them together. Now with this point at the front, I actually want to experiment bringing this out another block forward and then going up, just to give it a little bit more depth at the very front at the top. Something like that. Again, I'm going to put the edge strip spruce in between. Now similarly to how we've got this Fox Mine Tavern bit at the front here, I kind of want to mimic that on this front piece here. So I think we're going to have to remove a few of these middle blocks and just have that go up a couple of blocks in the middle, which of course means filling everything in with the vertical spruce planks now. That might work. We'll have to see how it looks once we've got the roof on. But before we get to the roof, I'm going to do something similar to what we've got going on here with the macaw's roofs, and then just add those onto the building around these points here. So before I start putting in any decoration like windows and all that sort of good stuff, I think we should look at the roof. This one I used a combination of slabs and copycat slabs in order to create this dark oak roof here, and I want to do something similar. Now it wouldn't be too difficult to come across this way and do a roof a little bit like this, coming up towards the middle, something like that maybe going across. But if we went this way instead, and then when we got to this bit here, this is going to be separated because that's sort of a flat face against it. So I think I prefer to go that way. Now, because the chipped mod doesn't do slabs, we're going to have to make use of an absolute ton of copycat slabs in this in order to actually get the shape we want. But copycat slabs are a pain because they don't always face downwards, they can also go vertically. So the easiest thing to do is just fill in the entire thing with dark oak slabs and then just replace the ones that you want with the copycat slabs once that you've got it all in. And to deal with the edges, to give this a bit of a lip, we're going to be using the copycat steps, just like that. And then when we get to these corners, we need to use the copycat bites. And that's the roof pretty much in, other than the texture. Which means now it's time to come and tear bits of it out and throw in these copycat slabs. And I'm basically going to do this as random as possible, rather than trying to figure out which parts of the roof would be more damp or more worn and things like that. Which you can do, but realistically, not many people are ever going to see the roof. And that's all the copycat panels in, so now I'm just going to spam some of these polished dark oak planks, some brick bond dark oak planks, which are very similar, but they just have a little bit more colour in them. And then some good old stacked dark oak planks, because these blend in really nicely. I love these planks. And there we go, that's the roof pretty much done. For the lower roof, I'm going to do exactly what we've just done up there, starting with just putting in the slabs, and then just smashing a few holes in it and throwing in the copycat slabs instead. We just need to add that lip around the edge, just like on the other one. And that works on all of the edges apart from this bit here, where we've got this sloped roof. Now, I could either get rid of the sloped roof and continue that down there, which does look okay, but I think I prefer the sloped roof there instead. It's a bit weird looking, but it'll do. So now that we've got the main shape of our building in, and of what an interestingly strange looking building it is, it's time we put in some decoration. I think I'm going to start with windows. I like Linux, I don't care. So for the windows, we're going to be using these diorite windows, and I think it's just going to be a case of throwing them in where I think they might fit. So we'll have one there, and if you place these from the inside, they will open outwards. Now, of course, there's going to be production and things going on in here, so no doubt a lot of the walls are going to be blocked by machines and power and things, so I'm not 100% sure where all the windows are going to end up being, but I'm going to just spam a whole bunch in for now, and then we'll see what happens later on. And then I like to go around and just open a few, just to make it look like this building is used and lived in. And of course, from the outside, they look okay, but they do need more to make them fit like they're actually part of the building. And for me, that's just using these copycat steps with the stacked spruce logs to give them a bit of a windowsill. And often, if there's room above, I'll put in some of these copycat slices with the dark oak stack logs just to give them a little bit of definition at the top as well. For the doorways, I always like to use these stacked spruce planks above the door because I think that just finishes off the little hole, but we're not worried about what type of door we're having until a little bit later on. What I will do, however, is throw on a few flower boxes, and I do like to leave the odd one with a gap if there's more than one spot. So like these ones here, I might leave a gap there and keep those two there, and then we'll just throw in a few of these lily of the valleys and maybe the odd daisy here and there. I don't want to overfill these. I don't want it to feel like there's just millions of flowers all over the building. Some of the flower boxes I'll just leave totally blank, and some I'll stick two in and none in the other one, and that does help the ground floor look a whole lot better. But the underside of these roofs look rubbish, so to fix that, we're going to use a whole bunch more of these copycat steps, and I'm just going to basically bring out some beams from the building. However, this is where these little bits here cause a problem, because I can't put a beam there because they're in the way. Another thing that we did on that building over there is add some more of these spruce horse fences in order to add some support for the roof. And we don't want to overdo this, but we do want to make sure it's got plenty of support. Might even get away with one just there. There we go. I don't think that looks too bad. Now at the back, I'm actually going to extend this platform another couple of blocks just so that I can continue the walkway around the outside. And that way we can have these fences coming all the way around the building. And I can throw in a little bit more support for the roof from these fences. Well, that probably means this terrain's going to have to fall back another couple of blocks as well, but we'll worry about that later on. I don't think that's looking too bad at all so far. So that must mean it's time for the upstairs windows. And exactly the same rules apply here. Now, I am tempted to have a big window there, but that's going to make it tricky to then add a big old sign in, so I'm not sure about that. We'll leave that till later on to decide that, but I will throw in these copycat slices above the windows like we did downstairs, and then no doubt end up having to remove them all. For a little bit more external decoration, I'm going to throw in some of these wall lanterns, and the last thing to do in terms of external decoration is a little bit of glow lichen and some of this surface moss, but I don't want to go too crazy because it really does stand out on the spruce. We just want a few bits here and there, just because those greens really do stick out a lot. That's already way too vivid in this area here. The other thing I can do is turn some brown mushrooms into brown wall mushrooms, and then we can put that sort of around where the moss and stuff is to just make it look like it is actually like a little bit damp and the stuff growing on it, and that does help quite significantly, although I think I might have overdone it again round here. Yeah, that's a bit better. I'm also going to use these around the front of all of this as well, a little bit more sparingly, and all of this will blend in a whole bunch better once we've got the floor underneath this done, because at the moment this is all massively contrasting with this bright green grass, but when it's all podzol and coarse dirt and gravel and stuff like that, you can see it just blends in a whole bunch better. Now I am going to use some red mushrooms, but not many at all, because these really do stand out, and again a little bit of glow lichen and some moss. So in terms of external decoration, that just leaves us with the sign that we need and the floor underneath, as well as this terrain at the back sorting out. And I can't really do the sign until I know exactly what food we're going to be producing in here. So I'm going to concentrate on the floor and the area around this and get all of that looking pretty much exactly like this, which is just coarse dirt, leaves, podzol, gravel variants, and a little bit of path with a whole bunch of mushrooms and things. And I don't think you need to see me place that block by block, so time lapse, just a quick one maybe. And there we go. That blends in a whole bunch better than it did before, and I think this entire thing is starting to come together. The back looks less like a cliff face now and actually kind of slopes down naturally, and underneath, just like last time, we got a whole bunch of leaves, barrels, mushrooms and all sorts of stuff like that, just to make it all feel messy and damp and, well, like it's had no light on it because there's a building on top, so all the grass has died. So in terms of this building now, we're pretty much there on the outside. All I want to do is just add a couple of maybe benches or barrels or something along this edge here, and then we need to figure out how we're going to get power in there so we can start producing what we're going to be producing. And speaking of what we're going to be producing, we of course still need to sort out the hot cocoa system and come up with a whole new type of food that we haven't produced before. And I think it would make sense for the power to probably come into the back of the building, maybe around about here somewhere. So if we just dig a hole there and knock ourselves down into the ground and dig down a little bit, hopefully we won't be too far away from that hole I've just been digging. Oh, not too far away at all. So all I need to do is extend this chain drive down a little bit and just run a whole bunch of shaft all the way along here. Then we just need a gearbox to turn the corner, and then we can continue that down this little bit here, and then we just need a shaft coming all the way up here. And now we have power. So now we've got power, we can decide exactly what food we're going to be making in here. And this is going to be a chocolate factory. That's right, we're going to be making chocolate pie. This chocolate pie, to be specific, which requires cocoa beans, milk, sugar, and pie crust. And pie crust is just more milk with wheat. So we're going to need to produce a whole bunch of things in here in order to do that. And the hot cocoa too. So I suppose I better go and get my honey tank from underneath that building, bring it in here, and start putting together some sort of factory layout. So I'm going to be planning this out in a creative copy of the world from a download that I literally just taken. So it's got everything in here that I just put in here. So these are the items that we're going to need to produce. We're going to need to produce the hot cocoa, we're going to need to produce the pie crust, and we're going to need to produce the chocolate pie. In order to make the hot cocoa, we're going to need milk, sugar, cocoa beans, and empty bottles in a mixer with a blaze burner. To make the pie crust, we need wheat and milk in a crafter. And to make the chocolate pie, we need a whole bunch of cocoa, milk, sugar, and pie crusts in another auto crafter. And all of that should be relatively simple, but it does require a whole bunch of different components in order to bring it all together. So we'll start here, which is our wheat farm. All we've got going down here is a piece of rich soil with some wheat on it. If I turn this on, that's going to get bone meal from our bone meal supply. The harvester's going to harvest it. The wheat, the seeds, and the straw's going to go in there, and it's all going to get voided off when we've got an excess, but that wheat will then be used in order to make the pie crust. Next to that, just like we saw in the last episode, we've got our cocoa bean farm, which is exactly the same thing. A dispenser dispensing bone meal onto a cocoa bean. The harvester harvests it, and it puts it in there, which will then get taken off and put wherever we need it for the other ingredients. Next, we've got a little system to turn honey into sugar, and all we need to do is pump honey into a spout, put empty bottles onto a belt. The spouts get filled with honey, they go into an auto crafter and get turned into empty glass bottles and sugar. So that's nice and easy. And then we've got our cow milker. All we need to do is fill that with a few empty bottles. That's going to milk the cow. So that's all of our main ingredients sorted out. Then we're going to need to make the hot cocoa, which looks a little bit crazy, but this is just a system that's feeding out the items that we need to make the hot cocoa. One of these arms is putting it in there. The other one's getting the coal to light the blaze burner. That's just getting mixed together, and it's going into here. You're in creative. Well, I know this is a test world, mate. I know it looks exactly the same as the other world, but it's a download. Look, I'll show you. Single player, episode 12, food planning. There we go. But if I want to go back on the world, I come out of that. I go to multiplayer. I go to my server. And here I am on the server. Not in creative mode, in the same place that we was without all that stuff outside. Okay, so in that little area there, I have added in our storage system. We've got a couple of spaces left for some items that I've probably forgotten about. And behind that, although there's no way to get into it at the moment, I have left space so that we've got room for things like threshold switches and whatnot, just in case we want to be able to automate turning any of these things on and off. So I guess it would probably be a good idea to get rid of this window, seeing as though it's pretty much useless now, and just throw a door in down here somewhere so that we can get in behind it. Next, I'm going to add in the wheat farm, which means we need our wheat seeds there. We don't need water for the rich soil farmland because we're going to be bone meal in it, so we'll just stick a dispenser on there, dig a little bit of a hole in the floor here to put a redstone block there, put some track down there, throw in our little minecart contraption on lock rotation, and we made pretty much what we need in the last episode for this, although I am going to have to change it slightly because the harvester needs to stick out an extra block because the minecart can't bounce off the rich soil. It has to bounce off a solid block. We have another block behind that. We have a belt coming in front, but before I do that, I need to actually make this a contraption. And I'm just about out of glue, but there's something I can do about that. So that brings me back to this. I don't need to glue that to that because they automatically glue themselves, so I just glue those there. Pop a redstone torch down there, and then there we go. Now we've got a contraption that's just going to bounce backwards and forwards forever. So let's get our little belt in. We need a chute coming onto that belt there, and then another chute coming up the back there. And that's where our second interface is going to be going, so they can connect together. We need another chute there, and that's going to need linking to the storage system to get the bone meal out of here and into there. And instead of using oak trim for this storage system, I'm going to be using spruce trim because it's going to fit in a bit better, and we need some along here for our storage interfaces. Just a few of these along the bottom here like this should do it. Just need to connect it over to there. Ow, ow, ow. And there we go, that's all connected now. So to get the bone meal out of there and into there, we're going to need to put an interface there. But if I do that, we're not going to get the right items out. It's just going to pull everything out of the storage system. So I actually need to replace that with a smart chute, just like that. And then I can filter that for bone meal, put the interface there, and now you can see it's putting bone meal in there. Amazing. We need 3 more of these interfaces along here. And in fact, we don't even need 3 because we only need 1. And we can have the funnel going in there. And there we go, that's our wheat system in place. There's no redstone going to that dispenser yet, but we'll worry about that later. So now it's time for sugar, and that means putting this thing down yet again. Pop in a pump on there, a little spout there, have some belt just there like that. We need a storage interface just here, and we need another one coming up the back just there. We also need a mechanical crafter on there, a funnel coming out of there, filtered for glass bottles, and of course a funnel going into the crafter. And then just this item interface needs to be connected to our storage network, so we can just connect those across there. And now we just need power. It's all going backwards. Oh jeez, we're making a mess. I should probably put a speed controller in so I can get everything going the right way. And there we go. Now we're producing sugar. And now that's that little farm complete. Moving things on a little bit, I've started to put the cocoa bean farm together, but now I've got a bit of a problem, because before we had a box with bone meal in it on here, meaning I didn't need a smart chute to put the items from the bone meal box into the dispenser. But now if I was to put one of these interfaces up there, that hopper's literally going to bring everything out of our storage system and put it in that dispenser, and that's not going to be very good for us. So I need to rearrange this a little bit in order to make that work better. But I gotta bear in mind that our ceiling level is here, so I can't really go any higher than that. So I think instead of having the dispenser there, we'll just pop it on the block behind there, throw in a smart chute above it, filtered for bone meal again, and then we can just put a storage interface on top of that. And now all I need to do is link those together, and that should start pulling bone meal out of there and putting it into that dispenser. It is. So again, apart from a little bit of redstone to fire the dispenser, that's that little section complete, which means the entire downstairs of this little room is done for now, which means I'm going to put the floor in up here now. Yeah, I may have a bit just put myself inside some crushing wheels by mistake. Haven't died in ages. Can't believe that happened. I hope none of my armors end up being crushed in those crushing wheels. Hopefully it's all gone inside my grave safely. All I wanted to do was make some brass casing. But no, I just had to come and stand on a crushing wheel because I'm a moron. Yes. I got it all back. Oh, that's good. Anyway, we've got some stairs and now we've got an upstairs, and this has got a ceiling too. So it's about time we started working on our hot cocoa machine. So for this one, we're going to start with a bunch of this storage trim along the back here. We're going to put another one just there. We're going to have some depots running along there and another one there. We need a blaze burner with a mixer on top of it just there. And then we need a bunch of these storage interfaces along there like that. We need another one there, and then we need some of this trim bringing around here so we can put one there. That can just have a normal funnel going into it because that's going to take the hot cocoa out. This is going to be bringing coal out, and these are for all of the other ingredients. Which of course, one of them being milk, which we haven't got yet. But I can take some cocoa beans and some sugar and some empty bottles. Yeah. And some coal, and I can get all of the other filters set up. And we need 2 cocoa beans, whereas everything else just needs 1. So let's just craft up a quick bucket and milk the cow so that we can set that last filter. There we go. And then we just need the mechanical arms. So we'll have 1 picking up from there and deposited in there. And then the other one is going to pick up from all of these depots and then deposit into there. And they can both sit up there like that. Now all this needs is power and connecting to the storage system. And there we go. We have a hot cocoa processing machine that should start any second. Oh, that needs to be on forced round robin. It just needs the cocoa. Oh, it's got honey Where's my cocoa filter? We don't want honey bottles, you moron. That's what we need. Now it's mixing, and we should be getting our first hot cocoa coming through. There it is. It's already gone into the system. It should have come down here into our storage drawers. There it is. Hot cocoa. We've got 2 more things to do. We need a cow milker, and then just all of the crafters. While we're down here, a quick honey check shows that we are almost out of honey, but that has provided us over 1,000 sugar so far, so that's not too bad. And bearing in mind, we're really not going to need a great deal of these pies. But yeah, okay, right, cow milker. Let's do this. In order to keep it flush with that one, we're going to start with 4 little bits of storage trim just there like that. We need another simple storage interface there. We also need one there and one there. But now we've got another problem like we did on the cocoa farm. In the test world, this was a box with empty buckets, which meant we didn't need a filter on the hopper in order to get those out into the deployer. But because the storage system is downstairs, that means we need some way of filtering what's going to come through here into the deployer. And whilst we could put a filter on the deployer, that's not going to stop the hopper filling up with everything else. So I need a new way of filling up the deployer. What deployer? Wait a minute. This deployer. And I'm going to fix it the lazy way by just putting the storage system into the ceiling with a smart chute below it, and that just needs filtering for empty buckets, which actually means we don't need this gap here anymore. I can actually have those next to each other, and now we just need the cow, and that's just a case of making a little cage for the cow so he can be free range, of course. Free range in this tiny cage. He can roam about in there as much as he wants, as far as he can go. What a lucky cow. And now we've got a little hole to stick him in, so let's grab the cow, put the cow in the hole. Again, we just need power and to connect this to the storage system, and we just need some shaft going across there, and that should all be good to go. We just need empty buckets in the system. I've got a few on me, so let's go and stick those in there and see if we start getting milk. There we go. Now we're getting milk. Free milk, guys. It's all coming through. Here it is, going into the system. Nice. So now we're farming absolutely everything we need. We just need to start crafting everything together. Oh, and do the redstone for these, otherwise we're not going to have any wheat to actually produce anything with. So let's stick a redstone link on there. We'll stick another one on there. Let's invert those. This one can be cocoa bean, bone meal. This one can be wheat and bone meal. Now we can make a clock with these redstone pulse repeaters or extenders, and all you do is just connect those at each side and then just invert one of those and you've got a permanent clock. And then we could just attach those two redstone links that we want, and that's going to fire those, but then that means these are both going to be activated on the same circuit, which I guess is okay. It doesn't really matter. In which case, we don't need to have individual filters on these redstone links. We might as well just label both of these hot cocoa bone meal, because this is the hot cocoa farm, and then we just need on one of these hot cocoa and bone meal, and get rid of that one. And now these should both be being bone meal. They are. That's working, and this one's working. So it's auto crafting time. Where's all my milk gone? Why have I got no milk in the storage system and no buckets at all? What? We're not losing any. Where's my milk gone? Okay, I'll put some more buckets in there. They go through, it gets milked, and they're just disappearing instantly. Where are they going? We got 3 out of that. Where'd the other ones go? And now they're going again. Where are they going? Yeah, another one's just got... What? And is that one going to disappear? Yep. What? Oh, and they never powered this belt, so this is just filling up with all of that stuff. I should probably power this belt. Well, that's the belt powered now. That's a bit better. What's happening to my milk? Of course, it's getting turned into hot cocoa. But I thought we would get the buckets back. I can't believe this system eats buckets. Just what? That can't be right. I'm not having an iron farm just to make hot cocoa. That's ridiculous. It ate all my... What? In that case, we're going to have to do it this way, which means we've got to actually produce the chocolate instead. And that's a case of having all sorts of pipes and tanks and... Oh, jeez, this is going to be complicated. I wasn't prepared to go down this rabbit hole, but I've got no choice. So that means literally smashing this entire thing to bits that I've made upstairs and starting again. You suck. I can't believe... I can't get out... What? So after a whole bunch of jiggery pokery, we now have a chocolate liquid machine. The cow's been moved from this end of the room over to there, and there's a whole bunch of complicatedness going on behind there that I'll try and show you, but it's very difficult because there's a whole bunch of power and gears and stuff like that. Basically, the buckets of milk come out of here and go onto an item drain. They get drained out, the empty buckets go back in so that the cow can be milked again, and the milk comes out of this pipe here and into this tank. That then gets fed through this pump into this basin. Behind there we've got some depots with sugar, cocoa beans and coal on. This mechanical arm is feeding the coal into the blaze burner. The other one's getting the other ingredients, and that turns this milk into chocolate, which then goes through this smart pump to make sure we're not just pumping the milk straight out, through this pipe, through that pump and into here where we're now creating chocolate. And from that, life's a whole bunch easier. To make the chocolate pie, we no longer need a big old crafting grid like this. We can literally just pump chocolate straight into a pie crust. And similarly, the hot cocoa can just be pumped straight into glass bottles. So all we've got to do now is produce some pie crust. And that's just going to be an auto crafter setup like this. Or we could mix wheat flour and do it. That's a lot cheaper. Okay, wheat flour, a mill and wheat. We could do this. And there we go. We're now milling down the wheat into wheat flour. And again, this only needs to come out one at a time. There's no point in it going any faster than that. So we just need to mix it all up. So we just need some more milk and the wheat flour into another mixer. We've already got milk over here, so we might as well just have that running alongside this. And I feel like this is all about to get very messy, but I'm going to do my best to make it not quite so messy. We'll have an andesite funnel going in there, and then we just need one coming out of here with the wheat flour. So let's just pop that on there, put that on there, spin that round, and I believe it needs 3 at a time. And that just means we need one more mechanical arm to take from there, shove in there, and we can put that there. So now we should start producing pie crusts with a bit of luck. Yep, there we go. We're producing everything we need. Now all we need in here is literally a couple of squirting stations. So I'm hoping that if I put a pump coming out of the chocolate there with a spout there and a spout there, I can then put a pipe between, and that'll pump the chocolate all the way through into that one as well as that one. And then underneath those, we're going to have a couple of temporary blocks with a depot on each one. Behind those depots, we're going to have some more storage interfaces. One of them is going to be filtered for glass bottles. The other one is going to be filtered for pie crusts. And then we just need to get the items out of those and back into the storage system. And we could probably do that by removing those, digging a little bit of a hole in the floor here. Put in another one of those there, another one of those there. And then we just need a couple of smart chutes underneath there, and they're going to need filtering as well. Although I haven't got any pie to use that as a filter, but we have got plenty of these. So I can filter that one at least. And then once we've got some pie, I can filter that one. So for now, I'll just remove that storage chute, and then we just need to get power to this pump. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Where are we going to get power from? Let's bring that there. Put a vertical gearbox in there. Now that's that pumping. Is it going to pump all the way across? It's not. That sucks. Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to do some more digging. And we'll just move it all one block across. And with it all one block across, what I can now do is bring the pipes out round the back instead like this, bring that over to there, and then we just need to connect, whoa, I'm falling everywhere, that down to the pump by putting that there, and putting that there, and hopefully that's then going to push it through everything. Spin it round and find out. That one's getting chocolate. There we go. Now they've both got chocolate. Excellent. So literally all I need to do now is just to connect this storage system to the other storage systems. There we go. Just like that. And now that should start producing, if I flip that round, hot cocoa. It is. This one should start producing. Here we go. Chocolate pie. We got some. Just need to stop that a second. Put that there. Put one of those in there. No, not on the floor. In there, you moron. And then put that depot back on top. There we go. And now we've got some chocolate pie on the floor. Oh, lovely. And there we go. We're now producing chocolate pies and hot cocoa. We have added everything in here we need. It's all working 100%. It's a little untidy, but other than that, it's working great. So other than a little bit of tidying up, all I need now is an on-off switch, which I've added to the wall with the redstone link. If I flick that, the entire thing should turn off, and that's because I've just thrown a clutch down here with the same filters on, so we can save ourselves a whole bunch of power when we need to. I've also spent a little tiny bit of time up here just trying to tidy this up as much as possible, and now it doesn't look too bad. We've got everything going on. We've even got this little access corridor here to get to the back of everything, and I think that all looks great and works great as well. And now it's time to do something similar down here, but before I do that, there's one thing that this building's missing, and that's doors. We've got no doors at all. We've got a bunch of doors in here. All I need to do is, we only need 2 of them, put that on the chipped workbench and decide what door we want. And I think I'm going to go with the panelled spruce door for this one. So we can have one door just there. Lovely. And we'll have the other one on our little access area here, just there. So a few minutes later, and I have added in a whole bunch of andesite casing around here as walls for all of these machines, and I think it feels and looks a whole bunch better. We've still got plenty of room to access everything we need. We've got a little access point here for our speed controller. We've got another one here to get to the redstone. And upstairs is exactly the same as it was, but there's a little door over here now so we can get into this bit. So there we go, a fully functional 100% working chocolate factory, except for one thing. And that one thing is the big old sign on the front of here, which I don't know what it needs to look like because I don't know what name it needs. Only you... Wow. Thanks, Armour. Only you guys can tell me that, so comments please down below for a name for this chocolate factory. Something short and simple like that, please. So all I got left to do is take a handful of these drinks, a handful of these chocolate pies, and go and feed the idiots. Here you go, guys. Got some chocolate pie for you.
Is it beer?
No, it's chocolate pie, mate. You don't want this wheat beer here anymore. Let's get rid of that. There you go. Have some hot can't put it down. Have some hot cocoa. What about you guys? Anyone want some chocolate pie? There's not much space here. Let's move this plate a second. There you go. You can have chocolate pie. Let's move this bowl. You can have chocolate pie. Everybody gets chocolate pie. You don't get chocolate pie. Thank you very much. Cheeky firefly. And you get chocolate pie. And you can all have a nice glass of hot cocoa. You're very welcome. God, these guys are so lucky. Last time I built this chocolate factory that produces hot cocoa and chocolate pie as part of a quest to build a mining town in these mountains. So today I'm going to be extending the mine shaft, making a big old minecart track and having some fun with minecarts. But not this type of minecart, that's way too small. I'm talking about these kind of minecarts, which are substantially larger. But they need to be this large in order for one of them at least to have some controls so that they can be fully automated around the mine shaft, collecting goods and bringing them to the surface. Now, of course, as part of this mine, we do want a big old tunnel bore that's going to dig down vertically and create a proper mine shaft with an elevator, but I also want the minecart track to squirrel around through these caves and go in all sorts of directions with all sorts of different rooms and broken down bits of the mine where it's going to be producing all sorts of different things like iron and cobblestone and andesite and gold and zinc. So I've got a whole bunch of work ahead of me digging out this mine shaft so that I can lay some track down and get these minecarts doing some very interesting and exciting things. Nearly ended up in those crushing wheels again. But before I get carried away actually digging out the mine shafts, I'm going to need to build some track so I know exactly where to dig them. And in order to make track, I'm going to need an absolute ton of dark oak, which I just happen to have an absolute ton of. And I need to turn every single one of these into slabs. And these slabs are going to go inside of this deploying machine setup I've got here, and I need to remove this deployer altogether because instead of a deployer that's going to need a press. So now I can put all of these slabs into here, and now I need an absolute load of iron nuggets, and I've got one, but I do have a whole bunch of iron. But this iron is no good to me. I need more iron, which means flying back over to Misty Shores to my lighthouse where a whole ton of iron nuggets awaits me. And now I've got loads of iron nuggets, I just need to put them all in these barrels. So now that this is working, we should start accumulating a whole bunch of track in here, and I can use this to start planning out my little minecart route. This is as far as I'm going for now. We've got a big old steep slope here, not that you can see it very well, but if I go into free cam and go into the wall, you can see we've got a bit of a windy track coming all the way down from the top, doing all sorts of twisty-turny stuff and then coming all the way down to this point here. And if I look at the map, we are pretty much slap bang in the center of our area. So that's the reason I've stopped here, because I actually want to have an elevator shaft running down somewhere around about there that I can go up and down in to get up to the various different levels. And that's going to be going right bang in the center of this area around here. Oh geez, we've got these guys again. And I want that minecart track to actually reach up with the elevator on various points on its journey. So yeah, I kind of need to do that bit first. Now, as you can see, I haven't actually dug out hardly anything around the track. Although I've got bits I can fall through apparently. And that's because we're going to be using a train to dig out the area around this, although we'll have to be a little bit careful because we've got pipes and things quite close to the track. And then once it's all dug out via that train, I'll be able to come and dirty it up and rough it all up, a little bit like what we've got, if I can squeeze through, going on here. But before we do any of that, I better go and get this elevator shaft in place, so we've actually got a way of getting up and down. Oh good, they've gone. So in order to dig a big old hole in the ground for a big old elevator shaft, we're going to need to use a whole bunch of mechanical drills. And the hole itself doesn't need to be massive, but it does need to be big enough to get an elevator shaft down and decorate around the edges as well. So I think maybe a 7x7 should do it. And there we go. On this, we're going to need a whole bunch of storage because this is going to be picking up a whole bunch of stuff as it digs down all the way to the bottom of the world. And then all I need to do is glue it all together. Now all I need to do is stick on a rope pulley, which is going to be powering this thing going up and down, and then I need to attach it to some power. And we've got power in our chocolate factory, so I think a little temporary power line coming from in here somewhere. This isn't janky at all, it's perfectly acceptable. Actually, thinking about this, for the elevator we're going to need power as well. So I think a more permanent power solution might be a better idea than just having this temporary mess across the ground. In which case, all I need to do is line up with the power that's going in there, dig down a couple of blocks so we don't make a mess of my nice area underneath there. Here we go, and just steal a little bit of this power. And with a couple of bits of chain drive, we've now got power. But I'm not ready. No, I'm not ready yet. Stop, cheeky mining drill. Okay, now I'm ready. Jeez, what did you do? I just wanted to make sure everything in there was still going the right way around because we put a gearbox in the power line and it's fine. So first of all, let's get this going on maximum speed, plug it in and off it goes. Oh, wow, that is a fast drill.
1, 2, 3, let's go!
And here it is. Now, how many of these chests are totally full? Nothing in there. Bit of cobble. Lots of cobble. Loads of cobble. Oh, and some diamonds as well. And a whole bunch of deep slate and deep darky looking things. Nice. So with that done, we can dismantle this thing then. Let's put in a temporary little safety platform so that I don't fall down the hole. And now I guess I just need to empty out all of these chests. And now that that's all cleared up, it's time to build an elevator. And for that, I'm going to need an elevator pulley, a whole bunch of redstone contacts, and some contraption controls. And I'm going to need to build the actual elevator construction itself as well, which means we're going to need some new blocks that I've not used before. And I imagine these new blocks I'm going to be using quite a lot today, and they require blocks of iron. If you put blocks of iron into the stone cutter, you get riveted loco metal, and you get 8 for every iron block you get. That's a lot of metal. And hopping back over to our starter area quickly, and yet again heading back to Misty Shores. Underneath this workshop we got a big old dye farm, and with these dyes we can turn the riveted loco metals into different colours of riveted loco metal, and I quite like the grey ones, but I really like the light grey ones, so we're going to have a bunch of those, and we're also going to have a bunch of the white ones as well, because I like those too. And we can change these into different types as well on the stone cutter. So back over at the hole, the elevator is going to be 3 by 3, and the first thing we need are a couple of redstone contacts, although they do need to be a block lower down, and our first one needs to go here, and that needs to connect to one directly opposite it just there. On top of that, I'm going to put some of this riveted metal stuff, although I'm kind of tempted to have the floor made out of this industrial iron catwalk, but then that means our redstone contact's going to be floating a block below this thing. That might look a little bit weird. So maybe we could have the front part of it as mesh, and then the back part of it like that. That could work, I guess, so we can see through the floor on the way down. Alternatively, if we brought our redstone contact up a block, we could have the mesh going around that, and then use a copycat board on top of it to disguise it with, I don't know, something like that maybe. That could work. Then I want some temporary blocks all the way around the outside of this thing like that, and then I'm going to just put boards on the inside of all of these like this, and these boards are going to be what we're using to create the cage. And with a few more copycat boards, we've now got a big old box with a ceiling inside as well, and I would like to keep it so it's see-through, so we can see through it, but unfortunately these copycat boards, when you look through them at certain angles, the ones behind them sort of disappear and go a bit glitchy. So around the bottom I think we'll have some of this riveted metal stuff, and then we can either use some industrial iron grate blocks, which might be a bit dark, or some andesite grate blocks so that we maintain that mesh so that we can see through it as this thing's going up and down. Although I don't think this would be very good for the ceiling because that needs to feel a little bit more solid. So I guess the ceiling's going to have to be made out of this loco metal stuff. I guess that makes sense. Although it's a bit of an ugly, flat, boring box, isn't it? And after a whole bunch of jiggery pokery with a whole bunch of different types of copycat boards and dark oak and all that sort of stuff, and even a nice door, we now have an elevator. Of course, this is going to need some controls, so I guess we'll stick those down. We can't put them there. Why can I not put them there? All right, then fine. We'll get rid of that and we'll put them on there. No? Oh, because this is on the inside. Huh, that's fine. We'll just remove that and we'll put the controls there. Facing the wrong way around, of course. Try that again. There we go. That looks okay from the inside. How does it look from the outside? Doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's fine. Of course, we want a little light in here so that we can see as we're going down. And the last thing we're going to need to make this work, of course, is going to be this elevator pulley, which we can put at the top here, although I'll probably have it a little bit higher up than that. So let's just throw in some temporary blocks, pop it on there, and then if we get power up to it and click on it, it will attach to this. Although this isn't anything yet because it needs gluing together, and I didn't bring any glue. One other thing I would quite like to add to this on the inside would be railings, but because I've put these boards on the inside and I can't put them outside because we've got this trim here, I can't put them in sadly, but I think that would have looked nice if we had railings going around the outside. Although we might get away with it anyway, although there will be a bit of a gap. How does that look from the outside? Maybe not too bad. Why did your voice go all high-pitched then? Why did it go high-pitched when you do your voice? I don't know. Shut up then. Yeah, I kind of like that. That kind of works. Doesn't feel quite as solid in here. In fact, it doesn't feel solid at all. But I like the handrail. The question is, though, will it all glue together? There's only one way to find out. Glue all of that like that. We just need to get this block right at the top. So let's do that. There we go, we now have an elevator. So we just need to connect some power to our elevator pulley, and I'm just going to do that temporarily for now. So if I click on this elevator pulley now, it should just drop down and attach. No, it can't. Cannot attach more than one redstone contact to elevators. Oh, I connected this one, didn't I? Yeah, okay, that doesn't want to be part of the contraption. Let's just replace that with one of those and do that then. Then if we assemble it, there we go, it's dropped down. Now it's an elevator and we should be able to put the redstone contact back in. There we go, now that's classed as an elevator contact, so we should be able to go down to it. We can. That's all we can do. We can't go anywhere else, and now I can't get out. Oh, I can. If I put it up here instead, that should then be out of the way. There we go. The door should open when we get there. There we go. And now I can put the contact actually where I want it. So now when I press the button, it should line up perfectly with what we've done. It has. We've got our elevator in with its first floor. So what I've got to do now is decide what levels I want this elevator to go down to and put these redstone contacts at all those different levels down there. Oh, I've got a little bit of planning and poking about to do. And while I'm planning and poking around down there, why don't you plan to poke around that subscribe button and the like button as well? Because it really helps me out. Of course, the first level we're going to need our elevator at is probably going to be in line with this track, and I believe the hole's in that direction. And also, if we've come down all this steep slope on our minecart, we want to probably go up first so that it can reduce its speed before it gets round to the elevator. So first of all, let's just dig over to where the elevator is, which if we look on the map is in this direction. And here we are. And we're at level 35 here, so let's go down to level 30 and make life a little bit easier on ourselves. Nice round numbers and all that. Should do 32. Yeah, I should do 32. You're right. And we want to be round the front of the elevator roughly so that it's accessible to be getting on and off of. So the first thing I'm going to need to do is drop down a block, come over this way a little bit with some of those, and pop down one of those, I think, about there, maybe a block further forward. Oh no, that is in the right spot there. And if I craft myself a button quickly and stick that on the back of there, I can actually call the elevator down to it. Although at the moment, the elevator's going at very slow speed because I haven't sped up the speed controller. So I guess I've got a long walk back to get to the top of it so that I can speed it up. Go faster, 160. Oh, and it has reached its destination. Good. Okay, so with the elevator being at this level here, we now need the minecart to meet up with it somehow or other. And I think if we come a big loop round to this side and come along here, maybe we could have like a little station at this point where all of this gravel is. And just dipping back to my test world quickly, in my head I've been imagining this minecart having a driver and a controller in it and driving itself, but that would be a little bit weird. So I think we're going to have to, at some point today, design a train that's going to be pulling these things. Because, minecarts don't generally pull themselves, do they? Now, it would be amazing if we could use one of these to pull the minecarts, but I don't think that you can actually attach these to trains and pull them around, but it might be a good way of us getting around for our own personal mode of transport in the mines. But for the minecarts, of course, we're going to need an engine, but we'll get to that later. So now that we've got our minecart track all the way from the top of the mine all the way down to here, I think it might be a good idea to build some sort of contraption on it so that we can actually start digging out around this thing without me having to do it all manually. And that also gives me a good excuse to hop up in this elevator, which doesn't work. Why not work, mate? Hello? Huh, it says it's going, but it ain't going. I guess I'm taking the long way round again. It would appear that our power is overstressed. There we go. Maybe we can't have it on as fast as I thought we could. And now I need a station and some train casing. I haven't made any train casing at all this series yet, and it's quite an expensive thing to make. And that's because it requires sturdy sheet. And sturdy sheet requires powdered obsidian, which is crushing down obsidian, and then you gotta pour lava on it and press it a few times. So I guess I'm gonna need a bunch of lava and a bunch of obsidian too. I've got 40 obsidian, and I've got 17 buckets of lava, so we should be able to make a few. Because the good thing about crushing down obsidian is that when you crush it down, there is a chance you actually get a piece of obsidian back again. So there we go, we got 14 obsidian back, as well as the 20 powdered obsidian from the 20 pieces of obsidian I put in. And running it all through a few more times, we've ended up with 52 powdered obsidian. That's not bad from 20 pieces. Where am I going to build this squirty device that does oh my goodness, I need lava tanks, oh jeez. Now I haven't got anywhere immediately round here that I can actually set all of this up, but because it's going to be something we'll be using regularly throughout this series, because obviously we're going to be building a whole bunch of trains, it makes sense to have it set up somewhere semi-permanently. And because we've now got this track that runs round this whole area, and off that track we're going to be having rooms with things going on in them, it probably makes sense to start building, or at least digging out one of those rooms now, so that we can produce that in there. But where do I want it? Well, at this point in the track, there's already power running along here, so I guess it would make sense to build it somewhere near that. So I think I'm going to dig out a big old area in this direction, which I think... Oh, yeah, that's directly underneath this room. That might not be a good idea. In that case, we'll maybe dig over in this direction instead and build it in here. So I've dug out a big old room and I've given myself plenty of height because I think it would make sense to actually have a little lava farm in here, which is going to be very convenient and easy thing to do because my little minecart track goes straight through a dripstone area, so we can get plenty of this. I've just got to walk all the way along. I need one of them handcart things, although it probably won't fit through the hole because it's not oh jeez. Just down here. I just need to gather a few bits of this. Now for a lava farm, we're going to need an absolute ton of iron and copper because we're going to need to make a whole bunch of cauldrons as well as a whole bunch of pipe. And the way this is going to work is basically we're going to have a whole bunch of pipes on the floor like this. All of these are going to have cauldrons on top. Then of course we need to leave an air gap for a piece of pointed dripstone, and then we just have our dripstone over the top of all of this. You don't need to use dripstone, you just need the pointed dripstone. I know, and I don't know how to get pointed dripstone because I've only got dripstone. Please tell me I can craft it. I can't craft it. I have to go... Oh, I've got to have... Oh, jeez. Well, that could be a problem. Well, forgetting the pointed dripstone for now, then all we need to do is put some blocks to surround all of this so that our lava doesn't fall out once we put it on top, and then lose connection because my internet's playing up today. Stop it! And then once all of the blocks around the outside are in, of course, then all we need to do is pop in the lava. Now, I don't have enough to fill in this entire thing, and they all do need to be lava sources, so we're going to start at the back and work our way forward, and then we can top this up later on once we've actually started generating some lava. Now, that's as many as I've got. Now, at some point, once we've got our pointed dripstone, and these will start filling up with lava, we'll put a pump on the front here and pump it all into a tank, and then we got free lava forever. I need to go and find some pointed dripstone. And I really don't think there's going to be any down here where this ochrum is, because this is just part of Create's world generation, putting dripstone next to ochrum, because that's how it goes, but there's never any pointed dripstone, so I need to find myself a dripstone cave. And to find a dripstone cave, I'm going to need a nature's compass, which is just a normal compass, and then surrounded it all by logs and stuff. Logs and stuff? Yep, logs and stuff, mate. Okay, dripstone cave. Start search. Oh, it's only 550 blocks away. That's not too bad. And in order to make life nice and easy for us, we can add in a waypoint to our map. And now I don't need the compass, I'll just need to head towards wherever that is. That way. Ooh, a new area that I haven't seen before. Wow, that's nice water. Look how bright that water is. It's beautiful. Anyway, oh, look at the gradient. Anyway, I haven't got any cherry wood or trees yet. Anyway, the dripstone caves are just down here, bro. Here we go. Let's come here and just dig down and hope for the best. What could possibly go wrong? Aha! Dripstone. This is good news. Ah! Good job I got a jetpack. Oh, and a look at all of the pointy stuff. It's all mine, I tell you, mine. Why this is not craftable, I will never know. I guess it's supposed to have, generated over millions of years, which is how it actually works in real life, but still, you should be able to craft it. Got stone cutters. I could craft those out of dripstone, stone on a stone cutter in real life.
What did he say?
Easy, mate. It's like sharpening a stick. Just got to make it all pointy. But no! You've got my dripstone. You thief! I come here to steal that. Is that a canary? If that's a it is. All mine shafts need canaries. I can't believe it's got canary. Right, my canary. Then I'll be able to tell if the mine shaft is dangerous because you'll be dead. That's how canaries work, mate. Goats I can understand on top of a mountain. Snails, however, I'm not 100% sure that's quite right. Don't fly away. Where'd he go? He flew away. I turn my back for 1 second. My canary wanders off. Did you somehow get behind the wall? How did you get there? Glitching, cheating canary. Right, well, don't you be glitching and cheating out of this special little box that I made you. Stay. If you would like to give this canary a name, then don't forget to leave a comment. Anyway, back to our dripstone system. We have everything we need now to get this thing working, so I'm just going to place all of the pointed dripstone along the bottom of these, and over time these should now start filling in these cauldrons full of lava. So of course we're going to need a pump, and we're going to need a big old tank to store all of that lava in, and we're going to need power to this pump, which is just a case of putting a cog on there, running a little bit of shaft down the side, with a couple of gearboxes and whatnot to get it going in the direction that I need it, and then I'm just going to connect it to this power up here, plug it in, and boom, we're pumping. Nothing, because none of it's got lava in yet, and I guess I'm going to have to wait a while. And while I'm waiting for that lava to start coming through, I guess I should probably start building our sturdy sheet processing system. Sheep? No, sheet, mate. Should be more clear with your words. You should be more clear with your... For this, we just need a spout and a couple of presses on top of a conveyor. Obviously, that spout's going to need lava in it, which we can do by attaching that pump to that pipe there. We'll put a couple of these boxes here with a barrel for our input and a barrel for our output. A barrel? Barrel. Mate, barrel. Barrel. We'll stick an andesite funnel on there and one on there. Bit of chain drive sticking out of there like that, and one going down like that. Bit of shaft underneath it. Another bit of chain drive going there and one on there like that. Cog up here like this with a bit of chain drive going there like that. Another cog up here like this with the gearbox plugged into that. Oh, we've already got lava in there. Oh wow, we're already getting lava? Huh, nice. And then just the gearbox there and it's going the wrong way. Of course it is. Why would it go the right way? That'd be too convenient. Okay, fine. Get rid of that. Extend the belt that way. Stick that there. Stick the shaft in there. And then just 2 more gearboxes. And boom, our belt's going the right way. So all we need to do now is stick our powdered obsidian in there, and that should get squirted and stamped and turn into sturdy sheet. Amazing! Getting through things today, peeps. Now with this sturdy sheet, all I need to do is put down some brass casing, give it a bit of a click, and now we have reached the logistical age. Amazing. And a station, or 2 train stations, is just a train casing and a compass. Oh, all the compasses I've had to make today, mate. 2 stations, please. And that means I can put that there and stick that down there, click on it and click create new train and just stick a bogey there. So first things first, we're going to need a seat. Then we need some train controls, which is even more of this train casing. And then we just need our glue and a whole bunch of mechanical drills. Oh, and storage. I've got storage on me, that's fine. And that should be everything we need, I think. Maybe, possibly. Let's slap our seat on there. We'll put our controls on there. And let's remove the seat again, because I want it a block higher so I can see where I'm going. And then let's just stick on a whole bunch of mechanical drills. And we want this thing to probably be about 5 wide by, I guess, maybe 5 high. Now there's a couple of important things to do here. First of all, we want some storage on this thing to actually be able to pick up the blocks that it's going to be breaking. And I don't know if 1 barrel's going to be enough. I might stick on a couple of extra barrels at the front, just so we've got plenty. And the other thing I want are some more controls. And I don't mean these types of controls, I mean the type that we've got in our elevator. These ones. Because with these controls, which I'm just going to stick on there, we can actually stick a drill into that there, and that means we can turn off these drills if we don't want to use them. For instance, when we go past things that are a little bit delicate that require doing by hand. So let's get it all glued together. That should just about do it, I think. We'll call this Tunnel Maker. Done. We have a train. So if I hop on here now, sit on there and control this train, I can turn off and on the drills if I need to. Now when I drive it, the drills will turn. Although I'm sure it should zoom out further than this. I can't see anything. I've also got to be a little bit careful I don't kill all of my donkeys and my llamas. I'm gonna have to move, guys. You're in the way of my train. It's not a train. No carriages. You know what I mean. You're not a real train enthusiast at all, are you? No. How dare you play Create if you're not 100% into trains constantly all the time forever? Sorry, mate. It'd be really nice if I could see where I was going. I should be able to have a longer view away from it than this, but it doesn't appear to be working. Configure, client settings, trains. Mounted zoom multiplier. There we go. Confirm. Did nothing. Might not work. Well, I fixed it, but I think I might have set it a bit too far. Turns out the default is best after all. Allow me to see the front of the train and the back in third person, and it was either the camera utils mod or the orthographic view mod that was conflicting. I'm not sure which. I just disabled them both. It is time to start chewing through these walls, making a big old mess as we go through our new mineshaft. And it turns out I wasn't quite as careful as I thought I was being. I've just run straight through these pipes. I've also run through my storage system connection, which is not ideal, and I ran through the power that connects the rest of the area to this area as well. But there we go, that's all fixed now. We've got a nice big old tunnel that we can end up decorating in here. And we've now got direct access to our wood room as well, by the looks of things. So I'm going to go up and down this thing a couple of times, digging it out, and no doubt I'll have to come down a couple more times in order to widen certain bits up and change bits and obviously put floors in and things like that. So it's probably montagey, replay thing time. I can't see a thing. A pipe in my face. Well, this replay didn't quite work out. I've no idea what happened. It doesn't matter what settings I change, but the tunnel bore's just going to glitch the whole way through. I look like I'm standing rather than sitting down, and the whole thing's a mess, really. So let's just skip to the end and just pretend it was a nice time-lapse, shall we? I mean, I suppose I could do it like this, but that'd take ages. Okay, the drilling machine has finished doing the drilling passes, which means I can now create one of these and go for a little journey down the mine. And hopefully we won't have any issues getting stuck in blocks or anything like that. And you should be able to see it's relatively open now. There's a few bits of tidying up to do, a whole bunch of decorating to make it look like a mine shaft, but we got this really nice little journey that goes round and round and round in all sorts of different directions with up bits and down bits, nice big old steep hills, swooping bends, blocks in the way, and a big old hill to go down, which will take us to the station. Oh, apparently drop me off here while it carries on. And I'm going to leave that there for a minute because now I'm going to call the elevator down, hopefully. Is it going to work this time? It is. Here it comes. Oh, that looks awful. I don't like it. And then we're going to make some modifications to our tunneling machine. First of all, we need to disassemble it. And I'm going to leave the top half of the drills on there, but I'm going to take this bottom two layers off, and I'm going to replace them with these mechanical rollers. And what these are going to do, although actually I need to take this layer off as well so I can access the top, is these are going to actually plot in cobblestone on the ground layer as like a temporary base for us to work with, and it'll also help smooth out all of the blocks around the track. Now I need this on clear blocks and pave. We need to put these back in so it all actually does still stay glued together, and these should already be glued together because the glue was already there. So if I reassemble the train again, I should, with a bit of luck, be able to drive that backwards and forwards, and there you go. You can see underneath the train it's just placing cobblestone. So now I've just got to go all the way down again, placing cobble under the tracks, and then that should be this mine shaft up, well, barely started. Jeez, there's going to be a lot of work to do. I made an awfully long track. And as you can see from the track behind me, the advantage of using cobblestone is it can actually place down slab variants, which means it can keep in line with the actual track itself, not leaving massive gaps underneath it, making the track actually look like it is in the floor. It ate my machine! My little hand... What? It ate it? Oh, I picked it up. That's okay. Right, anyway, now we've gone all this way, I'm going to do exactly the same thing going back, but a whole bunch more slowly this time, just to make sure it finishes off anything that it missed on the way down here. So now that all of that's done and we're starting to get some sort of shape of a mine shaft, I would suggest that I need to start decorating it and putting in the beams and roughing up the edges and things like that, but there's something else I need to do first. And for you guys, I'm imagining this is the bit you've all been waiting for. That's right, I'm going to just sit here and tediously empty out my inventory and sort all of these boxes out for your viewing pleasure. Well, where's my mud goes in there. Yep, some of that. This stuff goes in there, I think. We've got some of those. I'm joking. I'm going to build a train or an engine or whatever. I don't know. Just train engine-y thing. Jeez. You're still sorting out your inventory? Yeah, but it needs doing, mate. Well, you could cut. Just cut the video. Please cut the video. Now, in order to make a train, of course, we're going to need an engine and at least one carriage. And at the moment, I've only got one train casing, and that's not enough. So I suppose we should head down to our lava room, see how much lava we've got now. Ooh, quite a bit. Which means all of my powdered obsidian has been through and been turned into sturdy sheet. And I suppose I could speed this entire process up now by putting in all of my empty buckets in there. They should get filled with lava, and then I can top up the rest of this. I think this is the last one. There we go. We've got a full thing of lava now, which means this lava farm should increase its speed significantly. Okay, then I've extended the track. I've put down another station, and our little steam engine is going to have, I guess, those sorts of wheels. Although with the steam and rails create add-on, I can actually pick a whole bunch of different types of wheels. Got single axles, double axles, triple axles. Oh, wow. What? That's a lot of wheels. Probably a bit big for what I need, though. I think something like that will do for the engine wheels, and then for the trucks, I'm going to be using these freight wheels, and I guess we probably want these spaced out around about that far apart, but until I started building everything, I don't really know. Now, I know the design for the trucks that I'm going to be using, because I've already got those in my creative test world, but I've no idea what the design for our little steam train is going to be, although I do think it should mainly be black, because it's going to be in a dusty old coal mine, and I think that makes most sense. However, before I start building the train, I need to go to the nether, because I want to make some brass wrapped local metal boilers, which means I need blaze rods, and at the moment I've only got 2. And now that I've got my jetpack, going to the nether should be a whole bunch easier. So here we go. Let's head back to our spawn house, nip out the back door, nip into the nether, go and kill some blazes. Let's do this. And here we are. That took absolutely no time at all. But I think I'll just stand here, fly between these 2 spawners, and just take on any blazes that pop up. What are those? Eyeball blocks? Ooh. And there we go. 4 train hulls. But how big are they? Oh, they're not too big at all. They're a nice size. Well, actually, maybe they are a bit big. Jeez, they're massive compared to that. What a fancy looking little mine train. I love it. And of course it needs a name, because at the moment it is just called Mine Train. But let's take it for a spin and see if it actually fits down the tunnels we've made. I think I might have to get my tunneling machine out and make these holes a little bit bigger, because this is a lot bigger than I expected it to be. Well, it looks like we're fitting at the minute. Kinda, sort of. Yeah, we're underneath. We are fitting in the hole. What about the trucks? The trucks are fitting as well. And we haven't got much room for supports and things at the side, and we do crash into a few of those pipes and things, but we can sort all of that out. But otherwise, this looks like it fits really well. And it's fast too. We go down the steep hill. All the way down, over the lumps and bumps. Oh no, not again! Last time I built a mineshaft elevator that goes all the way to the bottom of the world. A mineshaft that weaves and winds around the inside of the mountain, a mine train that runs down that mineshaft, as well as a lava farm. And none of that is finished, so I've got a whole bunch of work to do today, finishing that off, as well as building systems to produce a whole bunch of resources, including metals and various stone varieties like iron and gold and andesite and diorite and granite and oh jeez, I've got so much to do. And I think the best place to start is cobblestone. That's because everything we're going to be producing is going to require cobblestone, so I'm going to need it in big old quantities, which means I'm going to need somewhere relatively large to put this thing. And in order to squeeze some form of realism into this crazy Minecraft thing, I'm thinking this entire system should work in layers. So we would have the cobblestone relatively high up. The mine train will then bring that cobblestone down to a processing area which does other types of stones. It would go down a bit further and then start processing some of the metals. My thinking there being the further you go down in the world, the more precious the resources that you pull out, which I don't know if that's realistic, but that's what we're going for. So I think a cobblestone generator might fit nicely in somewhere like this, which is not too far away from our wood room. However, it is far away from my beacon. Now, of course, this is Create, so there's a whole bunch of different ways to produce cobblestone. We could use a stone or cobble generator with mechanical drills in order to create cobble that way. We could generate tanks of lava and tanks of water and mix them together to create cobblestone that way, and that is the least laggy way to do it because it's not breaking blocks. However, it does require having a whole bunch of lava, although it does run through your lava supplies pretty quickly. Or we could use the way I used in my last series, which does it a whole bunch faster, but it is pretty tricky to build. And I'm of course talking about this cobblestone generator, which is absolutely ridiculous. It is basically just a wall of mechanical drills attached to a little minecart contraption, so it doesn't require any power at all. And looking into it, we've basically just got flowing water down the front and lava sources down the back, and it works very, very well, producing more cobblestone than I have ever been able to use. And just in order to show you this working, I've had to just eject all of the cobblestone into fire underneath because it just produces way too much. So one of these. And in order to create one of these, I'm going to need a whole bunch of space, which means I'm going to have to dig out a big old area, and that's going to be slow because I'm nowhere near my beacon. But again, this is Create. And that means I should just be able to glue my beacon together, turn it into a contraption, and then just move it anywhere I want. Yes, I can do that. However, the problem is I'm quite lazy. So actually, we're going to leave this beacon here and just get a couple more. And I think a good place to fight the Wither is right near this track, exactly where I need to dig this area out. So let's just dig a little bit more of a hole over here. You can't do that, it'll blow up your base. No, it won't. The Wither makes rubbish, like the easiest enemy in the world. Let's just put a few blocks around, build a little pesky Wither in here, and here we go. It's Wither killing time. Off you go, you can pop now, sir. Here we go, and I just have to stand here and give him the old chop a few times. And there's one Wither down. Just have a quick golden apple because I'm not feeding myself apparently. And just so you can see this one a bit better, I'll increase my brightness so that we can do it again. And there we go. Oh, I'm going to die. He got me! I got a score of -2. How did I get -2? But anyway, now I've got my stuff back, I've managed to get 2 nether stars and dig out a whole bunch more of this area without actually having to dig out any more of this area. So that's worked out kind of well. So now that I've got a new beacon, I can actually use the mini HUD mod to check the range of my previous beacon and then just make sure that this one overlaps a little bit and we've got it probably more over in this corner. And that should help me reach all of the areas down in that mine. Well, according to the mini-map, this biome that I'm in is deep dark, and I did just set off a shrieker, which is slightly concerning. So, yeah, we might end up with a warden. I mean, the Wither's one thing. You can't block the warden, you just have to run away. So why don't we just dig up this way a little bit, get ourselves into this deep dark hole, grab myself a hoe, and do a bit of the old sneak. And get rid of that. There we go. Shouldn't be a problem now. And there we go. I've now got beacon power exactly where I need it, so I can get on with making this a big old room, and then we can get towards building a big old cobblestone generator. And here we have a big old room ready for a cobblestone generator, but it's not a particularly tall room like the one I showed you on my previous world, so we're going to have a relatively short cobblestone generator. This sort of size, 8x4, that gives us 32, that's exactly half a stack of cobble every time this activates, which is once every about a second and a half, so that should be more than enough cobble for us coming through for now. So now I've just got to actually build the cobblestone generator. And the first thing to do is turn this into a contraption, so of course that's going to mean gluing it all together. We'll stick a barrel on for the storage, we're going to need an interface to get the items out of it, and that should just about be everything we need for this, I think. It's been a while. You just saw one in your other world. Yeah, but I can't remember it. I'm bad memory, mate. So let's just pop that up for now. Let's get that out of the way. Now I need to build the framework for the actual farm itself. So our lava's going to go against this back wall here. We need a gap in the middle, and then our water will go down the front here, which does mean we need a little bit of a channel at the bottom for the water to run into so that it doesn't just splash straight into our lava sources. So let's just dig a little bit of a hole in the ground down at this point here, and we'll put that bottom row in there, and then the water should just fall into this. Have I done... Oh, I haven't... No. I've done that all wrong. The water's going on this side. This is where the channel's going to go for the water. The water should fall down into that gap there, and the cobblestone should get generated above these blocks here. Now, one thing we do need is a temporary divider here so that our lava doesn't end up spilling into the wrong place before we're ready. And of course, our lava's only going to be 4 tall, so we can put a row of blocks down here for our lava to sit on. Now I just need to fill that full of lava. And that should be relatively simple because my lava farm has 160 buckets worth stored here, and the actual cauldrons are all full as well. So if I put 32 empty buckets in there, we should end up with 32 buckets worth of lava in here. Won't fit, there's only 27 slots. Yeah, but I'll take them out, mate. And filling this in with lava is going to be relatively tricky, although thanks to my jetpack I can hover, and I just got to make sure that I don't miss any gaps at all. And that's the last row of lava in, I think. That's all we need. Now on this side, all I'm going to need to do is throw in my buckets of water, and we should be able to just use 2 buckets and make water sources, although it doesn't like doing that unless it's got a block below it to place it on. There we go, that's all of the water in, so let's get rid of those temporary blocks down there. So at this point now, if I was to get rid of one of those pieces of dirt, it should turn into cobble. And there we go, that's cobble, so it works. Let's just hope that I didn't turn the lava behind it into obsidian. I didn't. Good, excellent. In that case, we can get our contraption in there, which means getting rid of this layer of blocks here. And that should be a cobblestone generator just about done. So popping down our contraption, that should fit the hole, it does. And it's going to need to go a couple of blocks further forward than that, because those drills need to hit where that dirt is. But we'll see how we get on bouncing it backwards and forwards at that point there. Let's just put one of those in for a second, and let's just activate that track and see what happens. It did it. It's doing it. We've got a cobblestone generator. Look at it go. And that should be everything we need in terms of generating cobble. We just need to get the items out of here now and ready for our train to pick up. And I want this to look relatively industrial, so what we're going to have to do is have a belt probably coming across to around about here. That can then get fed into a simple storage box via that funnel there. This simple storage box is going to require a whole bunch of upgrades so it can hold plenty, and it's also going to need a threshold switch on it as well. So let's just stick that on there. Let's put a redstone link on the back of it. And we're going to pop another redstone link down here. We'll invert that, call that cobble and drill. This one can be cobble and drill as well, and then we need to invert this signal so that it activates that when this storage box is pretty much empty. So now, all I've got to do is get the items out of there onto that belt and then power this belt to fill that up. And then we're going to need a system to get those items out onto our little mine train. Now, in terms of power, I could link this up to our main power system, but realistically, the only thing needing power in here is this belt. So it seems a bit of a waste of materials to have shafts and gearboxes running all the way from over there just to here when we could just stick in a little water wheel and have this power in itself. So I guess maybe we'll just dig that into the wall here and make it a little bit of a feature. So let's stick the water wheel on there, and then we can almost like pretend that the water is naturally coming down through here by just sticking a bucket in there. Oh dear. I think that kind of works. We just need to get that power out of there now and into here. I guess we could just dig down into the floor at this point, go underneath and go round. Now, if I link this up now, that's going to be going pretty slow and also the wrong way round. So I think we probably do want a little bit of speed control in here. And I think that makes sense to probably throw that in around about at this point here, and then that'll face in the right direction. That looks more reasonable. That's on 96. So now if I invert that threshold switch again, we should get the items coming out of there. There they go, across there and into the storage box. That's fantastic. But I don't want that storage box on show. What I actually want is a little mound of cobblestone completely surrounding this thing, which I will decorate properly in a moment so that we can't see any of that stuff at all. And then it just looks like the belt's kind of just piling up the cobble at this point here, and then we'll have an interface coming out of that to go into the train. And in order to know how we're going to connect to the train, we're going to need the train here so that we can actually figure out where the connections are. But the train doesn't have any connections yet or any storage on it, so I need to do that first. So bringing the train back to the station, let's just disassemble it, and then I guess each one of these is probably going to need an item vault in it that we'll have to disguise. And I think underneath those item vaults it would make sense to have a storage interface on each side facing in opposite directions so that we can connect to this thing on either side of the carriage, and we'll do the same for the back one as well. So using a few copycat boards and slopes and layers and things, I don't think that looks too bad. We've got one with cobble in it and one with coal in it. These edges look a little bit weird, but there really isn't a great deal I can do about that, because of course these copycat slopes, whilst they can be changed height, they don't have corners, which makes life a little bit tricky. So now we've got a little bit more extra gluing to do to get all of that together. I guess the same thing on this one here, and hopefully that should all work. Let's take it for a drive. And yeah, we've left nothing behind. Good. And now all we've got to do is park up next to our new cobblestone farm and figure out whereabouts we're going to connect to. Because one of the issues with this is of course it's not going to be straight on. Although I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue. So if I put one of those there, will it connect? What if I put it there? That connects. So there's my little pile of cobble. Obviously it's got andesite in it too, and that's just because it looked absolutely horrible, all just cobblestone. And I think it looks okay considering the room we had. It is a bit flat there, but I guess it would kind of make sense if that mine train was coming past and scraping past it all of the time. And obviously on this side we've got it blending out a little bit more, and I do want access to this threshold switch, and that I've also left a little gap here so they can see how much cobble we've got. And of course our little interface is just behind that copycat board. But where's the train going to take it? I guess that's the thing we've got to figure out next. The main thing I need to be producing right now is andesite. And the reason for that is because I pretty much completely run out of it. Of course, we've been using a whole bunch of it for decorating these areas, and of course use a whole bunch of it for actually making create things. And I've only got 486 pieces left. So that is priority number one. To make andesite, you can mix diorite and cobble, or you can use gravel and flint and lava. But as we've already discussed, unless you've got an infinite source of lava's expensive. Whereas diorite, on the other hand, is just quartz and cobblestone. And you might think quartz is expensive, but it's not. Quartz you get quite a lot of for just washing soul sand. And soul sand is just haunted sand. And sand is just crushed gravel. And gravel is just crushed cobblestone. So it always leads back to cobblestone. But to have all of those things in place, gravel, sand, quartz, diorite, that's going to require an awful lot of space. Certainly a lot more space than we could have squeezed into this little room, and it's also going to require a lot of power as well. So ideally the next room that we make along our train track should be somewhere relatively close to where there is existing power, and somewhere where we can make an absolutely huge hole without upsetting anything around it. And I think along here, if we get to around about this flat point here and use a bit of cheesy free cam, we're really not too far away from the power station just down here, and we've got a big old area underneath where everything else was that we can smash to bits. Apparently I've made an even smaller one than we had before, so I'm not sure this room is going to be big enough for everything I want to do in it, but I'm sure we can squeeze a few things in, even if that's just bringing in the cobble, turning that into gravel, turning that into sand, and then maybe even haunting that into the soul sand. And we could probably get away with turning that into quartz and gold as well, but I feel like that should happen further down in the mine. So I don't know if we'll actually get any diorite or andesite produced in this room, but that depends on what scale we're going to be producing these things at. Don't forget that this is a single-player world, just for me. So there's no need to have absolutely giant farms producing hundreds of thousands of items at once. For instance, this cobblestone generator's already generated nearly 18,000 cobblestone. And considering I've already got a big old box full of cobble up here as well, with 23,000 cobblestone in it, I think that's probably a big enough scale for us to be getting on with. Okay, I've spent a couple of minutes just sorting a few bits out. First of all, I've put in stations for our train so that I know exactly where it's going to park in order to link up with our output and our input interfaces. So the cobble's going to be coming in here, and I guess the soul sand is going to be going out there. I also crafted up a bunch of crushing wheels, as well as a bunch of fans, and I've brought power down from upstairs so that we've got access to it from a speed controller here. So what am I waiting for? Let's make a factory thing. Maybe. I suppose the first thing we should do is unload the cobblestone. And I think with these I want to route the power through the floor so we're not having lines all over this room. So what I'm going to do is just dig a couple of blocks down under here, clear out a bit of space underneath so that we've got access to everything. And now all my gravel's going to fall down, of course it is. Maybe I should fill these holes in with something other than gravel. No one would ever know. Okay, let's get some chain drive in there and a little more just in there. And then we can connect these things under there like that. But my belt's going the wrong way, so let's just switch this around. Stick it on maybe, I guess, 64 for now, and that's... What? Oh, of course, I need to come off that, not that. Moron. Okay, we've got power to the belt now, this is good. And I guess it would make sense for this to offload into some temporary storage, just so that the train doesn't have to sit here for ages until all of the cobble's been processed before it can move on to the next area. So let's stick an andesite funnel there, and a brass one on there, and now that should start unloading. Here we go. Now, I didn't really want to use item vaults down here, mainly because I don't really think they fit in with the theme, and they do take up an awful lot of room. So the alternative would be for me to use these storage boxes, but these are crazy expensive, and I've no andesite left to make more. So I guess I'm going to have to be very sparing with these, but at least this should be able to hold everything that's in the train. And we do need to filter this for cobble, just in case this train decides it's going to bring something else in, and it doesn't fit it all in, which means I need some capacity cards, and I don't have any left, and I haven't got enough resources to make any more, so I'm hoping I can steal one from this thing. I can. Oh, I can steal a couple. And I think we should only need one, and that should be able to get everything else off here. Yep. That's fully unloaded. Good. So now what we can do is extend this belt along here a little bit, and I guess at this point here we'll throw in one of those, and then another one maybe where it is. And we just need some vertical gearboxes either side of that, and some more either side of that one there. We need another little bit of shaft in there to keep that moving, and then we can throw on some crushing wheels there and another set at that point there, and that should crush all of the stone down into gravel and all of the gravel down into sand. Although we've got a bit of spare space here, so I might just bring this back a bit. There we go, that looks better. So it would make sense to have another storage box at this point here to catch all the sand. So let's just stick an andesite funnel on there, and a brass funnel on there, but hopefully we should end up seeing sand coming through into here in a second. However, this would make sense if we had a whole bunch more speed going on here, but what I've got to be a little bit careful of is completely using all of the speed from our power station. Although we do have a reasonable amount of stress left, but we are going to be building an awful lot of machines in this area. And of course, immediately we've got a problem, and that is that these storage boxes can only hold one type of item, and of course we're getting clay coming through here as well. We're probably going to need some sort of storage system in here that's controlled, and that way we can link things up underneath with some storage trim and just stick on an interface in there instead, and that will be able to pick up everything, and then it'll all be able to go into here. So we're getting gravel and flint as well. So we're just going to end up voiding this stuff off with a little void upgrade like that. And I'm going to put one on clay as well for now, because we don't need that right now. So now all we need to do is haunt this sand into soul sand. So for this, I think I'm just going to set it up over here, and we're just going to have 4 encased fans like that. Each one of those is going to have a campfire in front of it, and then we'll just have a belt running down in front of this thing like this, with another storage interface on there and another one on there. Underneath of all this, we just need to link those storage things together with our existing storage thing, and then we're going to need one more box over here for soul sand. Oh dear. Yeah, he'd stick that capacity card in there, because you need to be soul sand. And now that I've connected everything together with some chain drive, put a couple of brass funnels on, filtered for the right items, you can see it is now haunting our sand into soul sand, which is now going in there. And now it's just a little bit of a spaghetti mess underneath here with all of the power and stuff, but it's not too bad. But I do need something in the way of that to stop me getting burnt on those particles. And for that, I'm just going to use some copycat panels with some framed glass in, and that should stop those particles coming through, which means it's safe to walk past. So now that's everything in here that we need. All we've got to do is get the soul sand out back onto the train. And I don't like this storage system being here facing the wrong way. That's just weird. So I'm going to move everything about. Be with you in a second. Well, more time than I'd care to admit later, and this entire room has moved around. We've now got a big old pile of soul sand here that is feeding into the train, and we've got a big old pile of cobblestone here which is feeding out from the train. The idea here that this is dropping off a big old pile of cobblestone, it's feeding those out into these crushing wheels, they're getting turned into gravel, then sand. This is picking up the excess of the rubbish it doesn't need. The sand's going through here, getting haunted into soul sand, and then getting passed back to the train. Or dumped on this pile, and then the train's picking it up, I guess. And it's all working pretty well. It's messy now because of these piles of stuff, but it's very difficult to make small piles of stuff when you're trying to hide quite big stuff underneath them. But I kind of like it. I think it looks relatively reused, relatively natural for Minecrafty create stuff, and I would consider this room done. So we're now producing cobblestone and now soul sand. So it's time to move on to our next destination and find a room that we can turn that soul sand into gold and andesite and all of those good things. And I think maybe somewhere around here. This might do nicely. Bit of sneaky free cam. Yep, that's basically the opposite side of this room, far enough away to not cause a problem. So I guess it's digging time again, but my beacon's out of range again. Only just, it's there. There's one beacon, and here's the other one. So I'm actually in two beacons range at this point here, but just not quite where I need to be. Oh, but as luck would have it, there's just a big hole here anyway, so I don't have to do too much digging before I get in range of my beacon again. Oh, that's convenient. So here we go, a bigger room this time, and this time I decided to really cut the corner on this track so we can see it from the whole way round, and that should give us a little bit more room internally to play with as well. As you can see, we've got a storage interface here, which I was thinking of having the input come into this point and a big old pile of soul soil here, so it's not taking up all of this room in here, and then we'd only need a pile of the andesite there to be picked up on the way out. That said, I kind of like the fact that both of these line up at the same time and it can pick up as it drops off, so we'll see about that. So in terms of the plan, we're going to get our soul soil, we're going to wash that down into quartz and gold, we're going to take some of the quartz and some cobblestone and turn that into diorite, and then we're going to take some more of this cobble and the diorite and turn that into andesite. But we've got a little bit of a problem here, and that is that we're not actually bringing any cobblestone down here at all, and we're going to need a reasonable amount of it. But currently the way this system's set up is to drop off all of the cobblestone here and have it all turned into soul sand, and that's probably not the best idea. So we're going to have a system in place to prevent it from dropping off absolutely everything, so by the time it gets down to the next room, it's actually got some left to drop off here. And I'll worry about that when we actually start sorting out the train's automation and stations and things. But if we are bringing down both cobble and soul sand, then we are going to need 2 points where it offloads. Cobblestone's going to be in this truck here, and the soul sand's actually going to be in this truck here, and we definitely need to offload all of that because we don't want that going anywhere else. So reversing the train up a little bit, what we could probably do then is actually drop the soul sand off at this point down here from that truck there, and then when we get round to here we can drop off the rest of the cobble. So we'll have soul sand in there, cobble in there, that gives us this area here to wash the soul sand, and then we can process that into the diorite and the andesite around here. That makes sense. That means I need another station, and I think this station needs to go roughly around about there. Let's just drop that down there for a second and see if that works. If I hop in the train, roll back a bit and then hold space, that should park there, and hopefully when that's parked there, Yes, that connects. Good. Now, of course, we're also going to need power down here, and at the moment, the closest power we've got is a reasonable distance away, all the way up here. And I'm just wondering how far it is away, he says, going into Duty Free Cam, to actually send that. Oh, look, it's there. That's not far away at all. Well, good, that's nice and easy then. In that case, we will make a little sneaky hole down here, dig a little bit of an access point down here, hopefully straight into that room we've just made. Yep, there we are. And if we come in, I guess, around about this point here, then all we need is a little bit of shaft, a vertical gearbox, a bit more shaft, another vertical gearbox to block off the floor, because then we can put in a speed controller. If I pop one of those on there and one of those there, we've got access to the side of the speed controller, and then we can just send the power down there, or we can dig under the floor again like we did in the other room and disguise it all, which is exactly what I think I'm going to do. And skipping forward a little bit, we now have a washing machine in place for our soul sand. And I don't think I'm going to have enough room here to do a big old mound of soul sand like we had at the other place. So I'll have to decorate this some other way. But we've got the soul sand coming off here, going into a box just as a buffer. Getting let through here, we've got some leaves with some water inside, just because the water won't leave the leaves. If that makes sense. If I get rid of that, basically the water doesn't fall out. We've got a set of fans above, we've got a set of fans behind, so it's getting 2 times the amount of washing that we would normally get from just 2 fans, and then that comes through into this funnel, which has got a filter on it, which is only allowing quartz and gold nuggets through. So if I hook that up to our speed controller, this should start going through, and hopefully things should start getting washed. Although it's very difficult to see. There we go, we've got a whole bunch of nether quartz there now, and a little bit of gold. So we've just made our very first gold farm, and nether quartz farm, I guess, and that's nice and easy. It squeezes into there nice, it doesn't take too much space up, but we're going to need a bigger capacity on here to take all of the soul sand out of there. So for now, let's stick a capacity upgrade in there. We're going to need one in there as well. Let's put one on the gold too, and I think I'd also like a void upgrade on the gold, just in case that starts to overflow. Although we will be picking that up somehow or other later on. Maybe when our train comes past the other way, it can pick the gold up and take it up to the surface, and then we can add that to our stockpile that we'll be getting later on. So now all I need to do is then bring the cobble in from here, combine that with the quartz, turn it into diorite, combine it with even more cobble, turn it into andesite, and just send it back out here, and we've got all of this room to do that in. Really shouldn't be a problem. So we're going to need a funnel on there with the cobblestone filter. We're going to need a funnel on there, and we're going to need a funnel on there. We need a basin, a whisk, which turns into a mixer. And after a couple of minutes of twiddling, I think this is pretty much all we need. So what's going on here is we've got a tunnel which is going to force split the cobblestone between this belt going into make diorite and this belt going into make andesite. Tidy it up all a little bit, and now all we need is power to all of this, which really shouldn't be too much of a problem. So now all of those are going in the right direction. It should be pretty simple to get these ones going in the right direction. All I'm going to need is a gearbox either on this side, which is wrong, or this side, which is also wrong. Why? Okay, so all of those belts are now going in the right direction. That one's going in the right direction, so we just need power to these mixers. But is it going to actually mix and create anything? Doesn't appear to be doing anything at all. Now it's going nice and fast. Why are you not making diorite? Oh. Well, I'm an idiot. Diorite doesn't have a mixing recipe. You've got to craft it. It's andesite that you can mix. Oh, jeez. I thought this was too easy. In that case, all of this was a total waste of time. Okay, so here's my new plan. What we've got going on here is our little storage system there. We've got our cobble coming in here, and behind me we've got our andesite going out there. This little setup with the mechanical arm is going to take cobblestone out of this interface and put it in that basin, and the diorite is going to be coming in that basin from this mechanical crafter here, which is hopefully going to eject the items out onto this belt. In order to feed the right items, i.e. the quartz and the cobblestone, into this mechanical crafter, we have another arm back here with some more storage interfaces there with all of the funnels set up, so that this thing should put the right items in the right slots from the right places. And I've connected almost everything up to power except for a couple of things. I need to add a chain drive onto there to power that belt, which is in turn going to power everything else. And I also need to put a cog there to power that as well, that being the mechanical crafters. So let's just add in the chain drive. Everything should start going. This should start getting the materials. There we go, the cobble. Is it going to go onto the belt? It is. That's going to go into there, and this should produce us some andesite andesite, and there we go. It's already come through. It's working, and that andesite will just continue to back up into this box until the train can take it away. But of course, we're going to need a funnel on there to get that into this storage interface. Easy! And it's left us with quite a lot of space. So I suppose I've got plenty of room for piles of cobblestone and andesite to cover up some of these things, but before I do that, I'm going to need a whole bunch of this andesite, and I also need to get some more cobble down here, because we haven't got very much. And what you might notice about this setup is it's not particularly quick. Now, we can probably adjust that a little bit by adding some more speed on here, which should make the mechanical arms and crafter substantially quicker, but it's still going to be a relatively slow process, and we're not storing any of the diorite at all. But I don't need diorite. I just need andesite. Now, in terms of it not being particularly quick, it really doesn't matter, because this is always just going to be going in the background doing all the things we need it to do, and I'll be occasionally just collecting all of this andesite, probably from wherever the train drops it off at some point in the future when I've got that going somewhere. And speaking of some point in the future, it seems this little project that I've got that was supposed to take 1 episode has now taken 2, and is probably going to take a couple more before we've managed to get ourselves all the way down to the bottom of our mine and processed everything else. Because don't forget, I want iron farms, I want more gold, and I want more things coming from this thing, and I want the entire thing linking up, ow jeez, down to the bottom of this, all the way around here, and all the way over to our station where the elevator is going to be. And this is just the top floor. I've got plans for all sorts of things going further down as well. So it could take a little bit of a while to complete this project, especially decorating all of the walls and things like that. But luckily for me, I've now got 2 weeks holiday to go away for. In fact, by the time this video comes out, I'll actually be back. But in that time while I'm away, hopefully I'll get a whole bunch of stuff done on camera, and hopefully a whole bunch of that's going to be decorating these walls. So I guess we'll both find out in the next episode. But before I go, I think it would be a good idea to at least get this train automated in terms of picking up and dropping off the cobblestone and the andesite and the soul sand. And in order to automate it, it means it really needs somewhere to be able to get to the bottom of and turn around. That said, it does have reverse control, so it can reverse, but I think it would be better if it did a loop. So for now, let's just get it to do a very temporary little loop down at the bottom here so that it can get all the way round. And we might as well take a ride up to the top in the elevator, and then we can throw up a temporary loop up here as well. We'll go round the elevator shaft again, why not? And then we're going to need a train schedule, which is sturdy sheet and paper, and we get 4 of them. And for this schedule, I need to add in the stations, which I haven't actually labelled any of, so I should probably do that next. Soul sand drop off, soul sand collect, cobble collect. So, of course, we need to start at the cobble collection, and we want that to pick up exactly 32 stacks of cobblestone. Then it's going to go to the soul sand collect, and we want that to have 32 stacks of soul sand. However, we do want to limit how much cobble it can drop off, and I don't know if I can do that with this. So instead, we can say it can move on once it's got exactly 16 stacks of cobble, and then it should still have 16 left in it, and then we can get rid of this soul sand one, and then we want it to go to the soul sand drop off, and we want it to have exactly no soul sand left in it at that point. And then we want it to pick up the andesite, which is where it's going to be dropping off the rest of the cobblestone. And at that point, it's also going to be picking up some andesite as well. And there really isn't anything to do with that at the moment, so I think we're just going to let that back up in here for now. Which means I should probably put some capacity upgrades in this so it can hold a bit more, and then go and find myself a driver. And that means I get the fun of driving this train all the way around the track, all the way back to the top again. Woohoo! Ow, ow, ow. Okay, I'm going to have to fix the roof. Okay, that's fine. Ow, I'm going to have to fix the roof there as well. That's fine. And here we are. We have arrived at the surface, where our drivers are waiters. They're waiters? No, they're not waiters. Well, one of them's a barman, but no, they are waiters. Hey, chaps. Which one of you wants to be a train driver? Don't all shout out at once. Any of you will do. You're being a train driver.
I don't want to be a train driver, I'll bang me head.
I'm going to fix that, don't worry about it, it's fine. What are you doing down there, you moron?
I'm hiding.
Get out of here. Get on that train, there we go. Good job, sir. Now, I'm not going to give you the schedule yet, because then you will bang your head, so I'll be back in a minute. In a minute? In a minute, idiot. That's what I meant to say. Okay, the first head-banging block is that one, I believe, so let's get rid of that. I don't think any of these are a problem, so they should be okay. And then the next head-banging blocks are literally all of these ones, so I just need to take another layer out of this, and we should be absolutely fine. And there we go, that's all nicely cleared out, so it's time to have another ride in the elevator. And go and give that idiot a job. Right, it's ready for you.
I don't want to drive a train. I'm not very good at it.
You'll be... What, look... You guys asked me to build you a mining town so that you could have jobs and run the mine.
No, you told us to say...
And I said you shouldn't talk. Remember? Good. Right. Wear your hat and go for a ride. You know, you're going... Oh, my gee. You're never going to connect to all of the things if you... Oh, jeez. Why are you going backwards, you moron? You're... Oh, well, I guess he was right. He's not very good at doing his job. You're facing the wrong way. Yeah, you're not going to fill up anything there, sir, and you're going to wait until it's full. Let's try that again, shall we? This time, face the right way round and go the correct... Really? Right, fine. Okay. I get it. I get it. You really don't want to do it, do you? You'll have to do it instead.
I don't want to do it either.
You're going to do a better job than they did, or else. Okay? Okay, in order to fix this problem, we're going to need to put down a station at this point here, drive the train to the station, disassemble the train, take away the reverse controls, reassemble the train. Get in there, you. Go on, that's it. Now, go forwards. That's better. Right, is he actually going to make it this time? Let's beat him there by going the shortcut way and hopefully not get run over as he comes to get the cobblestone. Here he comes, very speedily. Stopping just at the right point. Look at that. Now we're filling up with cobblestone. This is wonderful. Good job, sir. 32 stacks with, which is 2,048, and then he should set off again with a bit of luck. Yep, he's got more than that. That's good. So then he should go to the next stop, drop half of that off, and it should start processing into soul sand. Here we go. Yep, it's going out. It's getting processed. And then he should go when he's got around about half of that left. So there we go. Yeah, perfect. Good job, sir. Now he's going to come down here, drop off any soul sand that he's got. There it goes into the machine. That's wonderful. You're doing a good job there, sir. There is andesite in it because I have already let this go around once just to make sure it worked. And now he should drop off the rest of the cobblestone here. Here it goes into the machine and he should start picking up andesite, which he is. It's all working rather well. Last time I built 3 key farms in this mineshaft that combined produce a whole bunch of andesite. We've got that cobble gen over there, which comes down into here to get turned into soul sand, which comes down a little bit further to get turned into quartz, and then that's mixed with even more cobblestone to get turned into diorite, which is then mixed with more cobble to turn that into andesite. And today I'm going to be using all of those things and adding in a bunch more farms, all aimed at producing... Wow, thanks, Trey. Zinc! Zinc is a very valuable resource. It's not only used for a whole bunch of crafting, but it's also used for all of the copycat blocks and things like that. And whilst it does exist in patches in the world in places somewhere, sometimes, here's some I prepared earlier for this demonstration, it's pretty tricky to get hold of in mass quantities. But don't worry, peeps, we can craft it. All we gotta do in order to get a 10% chance of getting some zinc is run some tuff through some crushing wheels. And in order to get tuff, we just need some andesite and diorite and some lava in a basin. And we're already producing most of those things. However, this system here actually eats all of the diorite in order to turn it into andesite. So we are gonna have to modify this to make more andesite, but we do have a little bit of a lava farm going on. A little bit further around this squirrely minecart track, just over here in this little corner, miles away from everything else, right at the top of my mine. But this little dripstone lava farm has produced me a whole bunch of lava already, but it's kind of in a bit of an awkward place. You see, this minecart goes all the way up and down this track constantly, collecting the cobblestone from the top, bringing it down to the next section, and so on and so forth until it gets all the way down to the bottom. And if you watched my last video, you'll know that I want all of the precious things producing further down the mine because I think that kind of makes sense. So zinc is going to be going lower down, but our lava's further up. So I think we might have to move it. But before we move the lava farm, we actually need to modify this train. And that's because at the moment it's having to drop off 2 lots of cobblestone to do different places. We're also dealing with andesite and soul sand in this same truck here. And that's going to get complicated when everything starts filling up. And I've got a way of actually making all of this a whole bunch easier and a whole bunch better. But in order to do that, I'm going to need to get this guy to go to the top and stop. So we can make some modifications. And here he comes. All I gotta do is break that track and he's gonna get very confused, which is all we need. I'll have your schedule, thank you very much. And while I'm at it, let's just sit you down there for a second. All I'm gonna do is disassemble this train, and now I need to smash these bits to bits so that I can get inside these bits. That makes sense. But before I get too far inside these bits, I actually need to go somewhere else. Good morning, donkeys and llamas. Because what I'm gonna be doing is replacing those item vaults for toolboxes. And for very good reason. What's the reasons? I'll tell you. Jeez, give me a minute, mate. So toolboxes are very useful things, and that's because you can set what you're going to have inside of them. There are 8 slots. Each slot can hold up to 256 items. And let's say, for instance, I was to put a stack of cobblestone in there and then take it out again. It remembers that cobblestone's supposed to be in there, and that means nothing else can go in that slot. So using this, I can actually determine exactly what I want to go in each of the toolboxes so that we don't get any confusion with it picking up the wrong thing. And for our needs, I actually only want 16 stacks of cobblestone being distributed at any time. And 16 stacks is just 4 of these slots, which means I actually need 3 of these slots free, but I don't want extra cobble to go in those, so I'll just throw some sticks in there as placeholders. And now when I swap out an item vault for that toolbox, it's only going to be able to carry 16 stacks of cobble. So I'm just going to break my way in there, remove this item vault, and stick that toolbox in there instead. Now the other toolbox needs to be able to hold soul sand and andesite, and possibly other things as well later on, like diorite I guess. So this time I'm going to have 2 stacks for andesite, 2 stacks for diorite, and the rest is going to be soul sand. And if we need to carry any more items, I can either adjust those slots or add in more toolboxes, or even add in more minecarts if I need to. So this is a much more flexible system. And throwing that back in there, and then putting my little minecarty thing back together again, we should now only get the bits that we need. And that means we can reassemble this, give you your job back. Oh, that's always a tricky thing to do, isn't it? On there, in you go. On your seat, mate. That's it, good job. And now if I replace the track again and give this guy his schedule back, he should just carry on doing what he was doing. Although I'm going to have to make some slight adjustments because that needs to be exactly 16 stacks of cobblestone now. And then I guess less than 9 stacks in there. Now it's going to be all evenly distributed. Perfect. Off you go, sir. So I've used a bit of this andesite now to process a whole bunch of stuff into many spare resources. I've now got a whole bunch of blocks of andesite alloy, which I've been able to restock my create box with. However, I've now got no iron. Looking back in my little jewel box, I've got 33 iron ingots and 14 iron nuggets. But I think we've got plenty of stuff to be getting on with the next phase of this, which is to increase our diorite production. However, this thing has actually backed up because we've also filled our andesite production, which is very nice. But anyway, we're gonna need more. So I got to figure out how I'm going to get more of this and get them both out into the train, which is not here. I think I've got a plan. And that plan, of course, means tearing all of this to pieces. So, I should probably leave that there so I know where it needs to go, but I'm going to have to get rid of everything else. And now we're just going to shoot diorite across here like this, which is not very ideal, so I suppose I should get rid of this as well. So now I've got a clean canvas to start with. It shouldn't be too much of an issue, just putting a whole bunch of stuff here to produce all of that over again. However, this time I'm going to organise it slightly differently, starting with our mechanical crafters, probably around about at this point here, coming across this way, maybe a row back. And having that belt there, that means I can stick a mechanical crafter on at this point here, and I can put another one at this point here as well. Why not? And in order to feed them, I'm going to do exactly the same thing as I did before, having some of the storage interfaces at the back here, and the same just behind that one, which is now in the wrong place. But this time, instead of just having one arm feeding the crafters, I'm going to have 2 for each one. Although I will need to set these up properly in a moment, but that's how it's going to be. And that means I need a few depots in front of these as well as a whole bunch of these brass funnels on the back. And now I just need to set up the item filters on those. And of course I'm going to need more brass funnels on the backs of these. which are also going to need filtering for the correct items as well. So now with these arms, I can dedicate one of them just to the quartz and pop that on there, and then one of them to the cobble and pop that on there, which of course needs doing for both sides. And after a little bit of jiggery pokery with some chain drive and some cogs, we've now got a system that's creating diorite twice as fast, twice as much, and putting it all into this little box here, which is then going to feed out onto this belt here and go into our storage interface. And I've got another belt set up here to come from our andesite box. But of course now we're not producing andesite, so I'm going to set a little andesite production thing up just over here where we've got some space, and that should be everything we need in this section. And that should just be a case of throwing in a couple more storage interfaces in here, having a basin with a mixer on top, which is going to need to come out of something, so that probably needs to be a block higher up. The items for this are going to come out onto those depots there, and then we're just going to take the items out of there onto that depot and have them feed straight into another interface, which is going to be the andesite, which means we need a funnel going in there, 2 funnels coming out of these ones. We need another mechanical arm that's going to take from there and put it in there, and that's just going to sit up there, and then we just need power to those, and that's it. So the only thing left to do is to power these belts, which are going to send the items out into the train, and that's either going to be a case of shoving one of those on there. No, of course it's not, because it's all going to go backwards, so let's take that off there, put that there, and one of those there, and another one there. And there we go, they're all going the right way. So then all we need here is a brass funnel on the back of there like that, a brass funnel on the back of there, and all of those items can start coming out towards the interface. So now I just need the train, and I don't know where the train, it's not been down here for ages, so I'm assuming it's got confused somewhere. Oh, and here it is. It's at the cobble place. Why are you not going? You've got all of the cobble you can carry. Why aren't you going anywhere, sir? Exactly 16 stacks. Oh no, you've got more than that. Oh, okay. Fine. Do it on more than 16 stacks then. Jeez. Off you go. You should be able to go into there we go. Oh, it's all started to work out quite nice. Ow, Lee. Who's Lee? No, nice Lee. Oh, jeez, I didn't mean Lee. I want to know Lee. There's no one called Lee. And any second now, the train should come whizzing round this corner and start picking up all of this good stuff, and hopefully it's all going to start going inside the train, which means we'll have room in there for creating more diorite, which is already happening because it's all gone on. Oh, this is wonderful. Don't tell me you're stuck there now. There's no room for soul sand? Why is that belt going backwards? What on earth is going on? What? Huh? What? I didn't fiddle with those belts. Is this one going the right way? That one's going backwards now as well. What? I didn't change the direction. Okay, well that's fine. We shall change the direction, which now means that one's going the wrong way, but that's okay because underneath here there's actually a gearbox which I can replace with a shaft, and that means all of that should start going in the right direction. This doesn't matter because they can go in either direction. So now is everything happy? Yes, that's happy. Did you pick anything up? Oh, jeez. Okay, let's see this again. So at this point, it's dropping off the soul sand. That's working. That's nearly all gone. Oh, and it did pick up the andesite and diorite because it's full of those with our new toolbox system. So it literally can't pick up any more because the slots in the toolboxes are full. So that means it's time to start a whole new area and dig out a whole big another room so that this train's got somewhere to drop all of that off. And we can turn it into tasty tough and then some tasty zinc and iron and copper and all the good stuff. Oh, it's going to be good. And I'm going to be building that right down at the bottom of this hill down there. Any minute now, maybe. God, that's a long way down. I kind of feeling this corner might be better. But I wanted the raw materials, the iron and the zinc and stuff to come from down there. For no reason other than that's just what I had in my mind. But I kind of like this spot here. This spot is very close to that. Yeah, no, we're doing it here. Not going down the hill. We're doing it here. So here we are. We've got another decent sized space to play with. But we've got quite a lot of things to squeeze in here. Of course, we're going to need to bring our andesite down and the diorite, and we're going to need lava too in order to process all of that into tuff, which isn't a particularly complicated thing to do on its own. And then all we need is some crushing wheels in order to get all of these different materials out of it, which again is not particularly complex. But Lava. Currently, my lava is a long way away squirreling around this mine. However, going back the other way, it would be much easier to show you that in free cam so we can get a good idea for exactly how this is all laid out. Here's the room we're currently in at the moment. Through this wall is the room where we're producing all of the andesite and diorite. And hopping into the wall, there's a creeper apparently. Right, okay, that's fine. He can't go anywhere. We've got our soul sand production over here, and right up, further up, somewhere around here, there we go, there's the lava. So the lava is all the way over here, and what we're doing is down there, which doesn't seem all of that far away, and it would be quite easy to pump it down, but if we are trying to find some sort of realism in this, it would make sense that lava is actually produced a little bit further down the mine. And I think it makes sense to do a little bit of smashy, because as I'm sure you've noticed, the only way I can get in and out of these rooms is to follow the train track around, which is quite a slow and weird way of doing things, especially considering we have a mineshaft elevator here just ready to go. So wouldn't it make more sense to have little walking tunnels down from the mineshaft elevator shaft to all of the different things and different levels? For instance, at our tree farm part here, it really shouldn't be too difficult to just do a little bit of smashy through this wall, and eventually, after many years, there we go, come out directly at our tunnel. So this could be our first stop-off point. That makes sense, right? But digging big tunnels aside for a second, we actually need to consider our fuel source. At the moment, we've got 14,000 coal, which is running our power station, and that might seem like quite a lot, but a couple of days ago, we had 60,000 coal in here. And that's because I have to be in this room for our wither skeleton farm, which is providing the coal to actually generate the coal. So with us moving the lava farm around, it kind of makes sense that we run off lava as well. And now my tunnels are dug and my elevator has a whole bunch of things all of the way down it, just sort of floating at the moment to all of the different places. So if we go down to level 4, for instance, there's a little sign saying workshop and wood farm in that direction, and we can go all the way down to 0, which is where we're going to be working next. However, I do need to go up to the workshop and get my rucksacks back. Rucksacks? Backpacks. Jeez. No, not 5, 4. So through these very much undecorated tunnels, obviously are the areas that we are working in, and now it's time to sort out this lava farm business. In fact, I think somewhere around about this point here, which is actually down right at the bottom of our elevator shaft at the lowest level we've currently got, in that direction, which is basically underneath all of the things that we've been building. So it shouldn't be too bad piping the lava up there. And the other good thing about being just at this level here is it's not quite in that deep dark, which is just down here. We only have to go down a little bit in this very dark cave before we get into deep dark territory. And there we go. Yet another room that looks exactly like the other ones carved out from the inside of the mountain, ready for a lava farm. And I want to make it bigger, which means I'm going to need iron. Because as I'm sure we've already seen, the lava farm is made of cauldrons, and cauldrons cost a lot of iron. But yeah, I need to make this a whole bunch bigger than it is so we can produce a whole bunch more lava so that I can power the power station as well as making all of that tough. So first thing I'm going to have to do is tear all of this down, get it rebuilt, and get some iron, which I've already got, because I went to my iron farm and picked up 79 more blocks worth of iron. And because there's no point in wasting any of this lava, I might as well pick up as much of it as I can. And in order to save this lava, we're going to do the good old-fashioned little trick where we pop down a minecart, turn it into a contraption, just like that, so we can take it with us. And apparently then spit, oh geez, yeah, that's a, oh no, stop it. So in order to make this lava farm bigger, obviously we're going to be making the use of this room, which is basically the size of a chunk. If I hold onto my little chunk wand here, you can see that this chunk is loaded and these green lines around it signify the outside of the chunk. But I'm not going to be making it a full chunk size, although I'd probably quite like to, because we are going to need room in here to actually have tanks and things like that. So I think the first thing I'm going to do after putting in this lovely floor is dig up this lovely floor. And the reason for digging out that lovely floor and dropping it down a level is because I want this to be where all of the pipe is that the cauldrons are sat on top of. And by my calculations, this 9x9 hole that I've made should mean that we're going to have 81 cauldrons in total, which should provide us plenty of lava. And I have done my maths right, it is 9x9, that's good. What's not so good, however, is that I've only got 30 cauldrons, which only gets us to there, not even half. So I suppose it's time to turn all of this iron into ingots and see how many cauldrons we can make. A lot. In fact, that's more than we need. Excellent, so now we've got 81 cauldrons. It's time for the dripstone. And just like before, we're just going to have a whole platform full of dripstone with the little pointed fellows on the underside. Pointed fellows? Yeah, pointed fellows, mate. That's what they are. Not fellows. They're not alive. They might be. You don't know. And now what I'm going to do is put round a whole bunch of temporary blocks around the outside of this dripstone so that I can then place a whole bunch of copycat boards on the outside of it. And that way, when I fill that thing up with lava, we're not just going to have massive blocks sticking out the side, obstructing the view of this beautiful room that I've made. I might even put those at that level there, make it look a little bit more of a structure. Can't have that dripstone just floating. Might need some girders or something, or maybe even hang it all from the ceiling. I don't know. Haven't figured that out yet. So now I can smash all of these blocks out of the way, and instead of just pouring lava in bucket by hand and then dealing with lava flowing and standing in it and all those sorts of things, I'm going to use a little bit of create to fill this thing up, and that means I need a hose pulley. And for that I believe I need dried kelp, probably pipe, maybe even a pump, and no doubt something else. I didn't need it. I was close. I got 1 out of 3. There we go, a hose pulley. And with this hose pulley, what I can do is just pop that up here a couple of blocks like that, stick a little handle on it and wind it down to the bottom, and then I just need to attach that to a tank full of lava and then add some power, which of course brings me back to my tank of lava that I just happen to have in my pocket, and I don't know where I'm going to put this. I'm thinking this side down here, and then just plonk that there and that there. Yeah, I've got room for a 3x3 there. I think that'll work just nicely. Then we're going to need a pump and some pipe to come over to this hose pulley thing. And I think I might actually take that out of the top of the tank. Now all I need is power to that pump, and that pump facing the other direction. There we go. So where is power in relation to where we are? Oh, it's a long way up. It's a very long way up, but it's basically right below this farm area here, which is our andesite and diorite. So maybe I could take some of this, just dig down and send it all the way down there. It's digging down time. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, I have arrived. Here we are. Right into that corner. That's very convenient. Mineshaft. And then all we need is a gearbox. And now we've got power going down there. Brilliant. Then at the bottom we can stick on a vertical gearbox there, one of those there, and then a cheeky speed controller there, which is the wrong way round and I've got no access to it. So let's undo all of that and pretend I never said it. So down at the bottom all we need is one of those there like that, with one of those on there like that, and then one of those there like that. And now I can access it. And I guess I can send power out this way. Stick on a bit of a chain drive just there, bring that across here like this, and then we just need it up the back of there. Lovely. So I guess at this point here we'll just have another vertical gearbox, bring that up there like that, and then with a couple of cogs we can connect that to that pump, turn the speed up a bit, and watch this thing fill in with lava very quickly. Wow, look at it go. Saved me so much time. It's took me wages. Well, I know, but look, shush, I'm lazy, all right? Get rid of that, get rid of that, and get rid of that. And there we go. We now have a lava farm in place. We've already got a cauldron filled up, so now all we've got to do is get the lava out of that and into here, which means doing a little bit of digging down underneath this big old tank, put in a pump underneath it like that, and then just connecting our pipe to that, I guess, at that point there. There we go. And get rid of all of this extra power that we don't need. That's better. Now we've got room there for a 3x3 tank, which should be able to hold significantly more lava. And we can even go up one more. There we go. Tons of lava. But of course this lava job is nowhere near complete, because now that we've got the lava down here, we've got to now send it all the way back up there again, which is going to require a whole bunch more pipe. And before I do that, I want to make this not look like it's floating. Okay, I've put in a structure around the lava farm in order to make it feel a little bit more substantial and like it's not just floating. We've got a whole bunch of girders, we've got some more copycat boards, which I've put the industrial iron blocks in, and I think that kind of works. I've also put in a pump above the lava tank, as well as a pipe, which we'll need to look in FreeCam for, which basically goes a whole way up here, all the way to this tank here, which is where we're going to be producing our tuff, and then it squirrels round a little bit through these walls here, which you can actually see from some of the rooms, which I kind of like. Squirreling round a little bit more above this room here, which needs some brackets or something to make that look a bit better, but all the way up to behind our power station just here. And I've added on on these little tanks, just so that I can see when the lava's actually going to make it up there. But I guess first of all, we should probably get power to this pump, which should be directly in line with our current power that's going to the bottom, and that should start pumping lava up that pipe, which it looks like it's doing. And now I just need to see if it's actually going to make it to the top. So the first stop we should go to is obviously our new area, which is just here, and hopefully we'll have some lava in this. Oh no, we don't have any lava in this tank. Great. Okay, fine. We're gonna have to do a little bit of smashy to get back in there then and figure out where the lava is getting to. It's getting to... oh, it's going up higher than I thought. There. And I think that's actually closer to the power up here than it is the power below, so we'll just steal a bit of this power, I think. Now you might be thinking you should put a pump in there in order to pump the rest of the way, but actually we don't need the pump there because a pump will suck a certain amount of blocks behind it and push in front of it. And considering we've got our power right here, it actually makes more sense to put the pump in at that point there, and then we can power that directly from this. And with a little bit of chain drive connected to that pump there now, you should be able to see, if I can get back through the wall, we now have lava in this little tank here. And again, using a little bit of cheaty free cam to fly up through all of this mess, we've got lava in our little one there as well. So we managed to get lava all the way up with just 2 pumps. So first things first, we actually now need to convert this steam engine into a lava-powered one. And in the last series, I would have used straws to do that, but I don't think I've got straws. Oh, I do. And there we go. Now we've got a rolling mill. We just need to power this. And I think for now, I'm just going to chuck it on... no. That's not where I'm going to put it. I think they're powered from the bottom. Or they might be powered from the side. I'll just chuck it there then. There we go. Now that's powered. Now I just need some bamboo. Oh, and I've got a bit of bamboo here. That's good. There we go. Now we've got 5 straws. Now what I need to do is get behind all of this and smash that mechanical arm to bits that we no longer need. Because all we're going to need to do now is get down underneath the blaze burners somehow. I guess we'll just dig down through this bit here. Whoa, jeez. Come down underneath those guys. Oh, jeez. Oh, no. If I give each of these guys a straw, they're going to turn into a slightly different type of blaze burner. And then I can just link this pipe down here. Hopefully without spinning lava anywhere. Underneath these things, they should attach, and that should hopefully, if I've done this right, start pumping lava up into those things. Oh, why have we got no power now? Overstressed? Oh, I forgot about that. Some people might say I didn't think this through. The best way of doing this is to power that pump down in the lava room with water wheels, so that we're not relying on the power from the power station to power the power station. And I think I'm going to do a trick that I did in one of the other rooms and actually bury these water wheels into the wall behind the fences, because I think it looks good and it means they're out of the way. And I think that looks fine. And connecting my new shaft to this system over here, 128 was the highest we can go, which should be fine just for a couple of lava pumps. So now we're self-powering our lava machine. We've got power going up there, but we're not out of the woods yet because of course we're powering this other pump from this, which is still overstressed, so we're actually going to need to power that from below, which means we're going to have even less speed unless I add in another water wheel as well. So let's just bring up a whole bunch of shaft from all the way down there, and with 3 water wheels we are now back in business. Excellent. And yes, everything is back on here, which means the lava is pumping up properly, which means we've now got infinite power and hopefully enough lava left over in order for us to actually produce a whole bunch of tuff. And the way I'm going to figure that out is to keep my eye on this tank for a bit. If the lava in here goes up over time, like it just did then we're producing more than we're using. However, if this starts going down, then that means our power station is using more than we're generating, and that's going to lead to big old problems. So, I guess it's AFK. Wait a minute, 197 already? Wow, this thing's fast. And around about 20 minutes later, we now have 225 buckets with the lava, which does mean it's definitely going up. However, it's not going up horrendously quickly, which means we probably can't steal too much of it to make the tuff. And considering we only get a 10% chance of getting zinc from that tuff, we're going to need a whole bunch of tuff to get that zinc. And that could be a problem. However, it also might not be. If you consider this lighthouse, which has an iron farm in it, which is literally running off 1 block of cobblestone generation. This 1 block of cobblestone generation, to be precise. I emptied this thing out about 3 hours ago, and we've already got over 1,000 more iron nuggets in here, which after turning this all into ingots and then blocks, is over 13 blocks worth of iron. So I probably don't need all that much tuff for this just to be running in the background, generating a zinc over time, and iron, and copper, and all the other things you get from tuff. So realistically, we don't need that much lava at all. But good news! It's time to get our create on and build the farm thing that I've been promising to build for the entire episode. So reminding myself of what we need andesite, diorite, and lava pumping into a basin to generate tuff. And I think we're going to be bringing in our andesite and diorite at this point here. Or maybe we should bring it in at this point here. Where's that train? I need the train. Excuse me, sir. Can I borrow you for a moment, please? Just pop me down there. You can look after this farm for a minute. I need your train, mate. So we could get the andesite and diorite off at this point here, although I'd kind of like it to come off along this back wall, really, to save us a little bit of space. However, we could just have our bulk sort of storage area here, and then do the farmy stuff around the outsides. So in order to get this stuff out of here, I'm going to use a passer block, and I need a filter as well. I'll get my little filter and throw some of those in there, stick one of those on the back of there and stick a filter on it, and that's going to pass any andesite and diorite out of that and into whatever we put it into, which for now is going to be a storage controller, and then we'll stick a couple of simple spruce storage boxes on top of that, and they can start filling up with all of the diorite and andesite from this truck. Now we've got lava over here, so I guess it makes sense to have the tuff production going on probably around about this point here somewhere. So we're going to need a pipe with a basin sat on top. We're going to need a press on top of that. We're going to need a couple of storage interfaces behind that with some depots into it, and we can use mechanical arms again to get that out of there, and then just another one on this side again, just like we did before, to get the tuff out. And that's it for tuff basically, apart from power and a few funnels and things. But I think I might have it coming along this way instead, and just switching that round a little bit. I think it fits better that way, and that's everything we need for this, apart from a bit of power and to link up these storage systems over to there. And I think we've got power behind this wall, so that shouldn't be too difficult to get hold of. And with a little bit of chain drive, we should be able to connect that to that, put one of those there, and then connect this one underneath that there, and that's... oh, jeez. There we go. Everything powered. Now I just need to get that to there. So a little bit of underground stuff this way a bit, and then just a little bit of this storage trim. And if I hop up here and attach that there to that, we should start getting the items out. And there we go. We've made polished dior... What? Stop making polished dior. I don't want it. Yeah, that would be the problem. It's totally ignoring all of the other ingredients in there and just making the one thing that I don't want. Great, I need some tuff. Okay, fine. If I put some tuff as a filter on there, throw some tuff into there, and connect this up as well, I guess that would make sense, wouldn't it? There we go. Now it's making tuff. We are making tuff, and that's going very quickly as well. I didn't expect it to go that fast. And now that it's actually got less than 64 items in there, and this thing's having to work hard to get the right items in there, that's going at a much more manageable speed, I think, which means it's time to process that tuff into all of the goodies. And I think we'll probably just do that in the middle of this room as well. Why not? Let's just have a belt there and a belt there. We'll stick one of those there, put a gearbox there and turn it into a vertical one, another gearbox here and turn it into a vertical one, throw a couple of crushing wheels on top of there, stick a little bit of trim and an interface there, stick a little bit of trim and an interface there, dig down underneath it in order to connect those trims together, dig down this way in order to connect those trims to the rest of the trim, put a brass funnel on there, filter that for tuff, put an andesite funnel over here, and that's just going to take in everything else. And I just need a whole bunch of storage boxes for all of the other items. And there are 6 of them. Flint, which we don't want, gold, which we do, copper, which we do, zinc, which we do, iron, which we do, and electrum, which I probably don't, but we'll keep that anyway. So I guess we'll just stick a bunch more storage boxes on here, something like that. So now I just need power to this, and I think we might get away with actually bringing the power over the top like this, sticking a vertical gearbox on at that point there, and then just powering that down if it's going the right way, which it is not. Huh, that's a shame. Okay, that's fine. We'll stick that there. And we'll come down like this here and we'll stick another one there, why not? And now we should be processing tough. And there we go, look, we are generating now all of these items. We've already got 14 zinc nuggets. We've got a whole bunch of other stuff. That's all worked out rather well. But of course, that's not the end for this little area. As much as it's nice having these in nugget form, having them in nugget form is a bit annoying. So really, I want all of these as ingots or even blocks would be better to make use of the storage space a bit better and so that I don't have to craft it all myself. But before I do all of that, it's time for a quick lava check, and we are still accumulating lava in here by the looks of things. We're up to 317 buckets worth, so that means we've got more than enough lava to power our power station and produce all of this stuff as well. Oh, this is brilliant. Although this is significantly slowed down since we're now only getting one at a time, so maybe I should speed that up a bit. It is a bit slow. Jumping ahead a little bit, I've made quite a few changes, and I even added in some more things. I've doubled up the tough processing system so it's mirrored on both sides. We've got exactly the same as what we had before, but there's two of them. And when the tough is processed through these, it goes inside of that storage interface, and then it comes back out again through the crushing wheels, and all of the good stuff from the crushing wheels goes into the storage system. And then it comes into this system here to get turned into ingots. So as you can see, we've got some funnels here with all of the little nuggety things on. The nuggets are going to go across these drains, through these funnels into the little basins there. The basins have all got presses above, and then there's a mechanical arm to take the finished items off of these depots here and put them into this funnel here, which will put them back inside the storage system. But the storage system doesn't have any room for the ingots just yet, so I guess we should add a few more storage boxes onto here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be plenty. And all I need to do is just link this bit of storage trim here with this one there, and that should all start connecting, and there we go. We're now making the correct items out of all of those, which means we're now collecting a whole bunch of ingots instead of those. But why are we only getting 4? Should be getting 5. Where's the electrum? Oh, apparently... Oh, I've done gold nuggets twice. I'm a moron. Let's switch this one out for electrum then. And that means we now have a fully automated metal processing system coming all the way down from the top of the mine and all getting deposited here. And the train has been coming backwards and forwards and depositing more and more tuff into this system, or at least andesite and diorite, which is getting turned into tuff, but it seems to have vanished again, and I don't know where it's gone. It's not here. Oh, it's here. Why are you stuck here? You're not collecting anything because there's nothing to collect. Oh, you just need your schedule fixing, don't you? Does that mean you're not dropping off cobble? Cobble is full. Oh. Oh. Huh. And, oh, that'll be me digging through the ceiling then that's completely broken this system. That's fine. And I was going to say, while I'm in here, I'll remember to do the girders for that pipe, but I didn't bring any with me. But now the train is gone. It's been able to fill up and drop off at the next section, which means it can then go to the next section and fill up more of the diorite and andesite stuff very quickly. This is amazing. And off he'll go again and deposit all of that down here into our new little storage system. Come on, sir. Here he comes. That's going to fill up these little storage boxes. That's going to get our little smashy things going, creating us a whole bunch of tuff. That's all going to get ground down into a whole bunch of nuggets, and that's all going to get squished into a whole bunch of ingots. So all I've got to do is get those ingots to our storage system and tidy up this wall of storage boxes because I don't like it, and tidy up this input point here because I don't like it, and figure out a way that we're actually going to get those on the train because there's no room for them on the train. But we'll worry about that in a minute. So in terms of bringing things up to our storage system, obviously we've got a big old storage system here with room for plenty more things, and we've also got the big old storage system in here, which doesn't have a massive amount of room. But this isn't the storage system I'm talking about. The storage system I'm actually talking about is a brand new one that I haven't even started building yet, that's going to be living out on the surface up here. So the minecart's going to have to come all the way round past all of this stuff that I still haven't built yet, that I was supposed to build 3 episodes ago, into a big old storage building here where it's all going to get collected so that then it can be picked up by a train at a train station, which I also haven't built yet, to be taken somewhere else, wherever that place may be in the future. Who knows? I've no idea, but that's the plan at least, or it always was. So I guess I still got an absolute ton of stuff to do for this area, including decorating this entire mineshaft which I haven't even started yet. And that means I'm going to be live streaming. Yep, I haven't live streamed in probably over a year, but I'm going to be back at it, multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube if it all goes successfully, finishing off this mine, getting everything tidied up, ready for us to start moving towards our new area. But don't worry, peeps, we haven't quite finished in this area yet. We've still got a whole bunch of builds to do on the surface. But as far as the mine's concerned, we're now processing absolutely everything I intended to. Apart from the stuff that I was planning at the very bottom of this mine. But we'll have to see if we get to that, because to be honest with you, it's really not that important, and it was just going to be filler content, and I've kind of already run out of space for... Oh, jeez. I've got no filler left, guys! Speaking of filler, how is our iron farm getting on? Has it been... Oh my goodness, it's full. It's flickering, which means it's just about using the exact perfect amount. Brilliant! Last time I built this amazing metal farm that produces iron and gold and zinc and copper and electrum, all just from tuff, which is diorite and andesite and a bit of lava. But unfortunately, all of these metals are just being stored in here because there's nowhere for them to go. So that's today's plan, which means heading out of my mine through my little hallways that are still not decorated yet. Live stream coming up very soon in order to do that. In fact, we might even see the results of that in this episode. And back up here on the surface is exactly where we're going to be building. And daylight. It's been so long since I've been able to see this. Where's the sun gone? Huh. Well, it's been a while, okay? Gee, so far up here, we've got a tavern. We've got a chocolate factory. And looking at my little plan, we also need to build a shop, a store, a station, and fix the mineshaft. So there's not too much left to do. Now, the shop and the station can wait. Today, we're going to be building a storehouse, and it's all going to be built around our elevator, which goes down the mine. The idea is our little train's going to come along here, pull along to the side of the storehouse, drop off all of the goods, and then I'll store it. So that means we need some sort of structure that's big enough to hold this little mineshaft elevator thing, as well as a reasonable sized storeroom, and with room to then get those items out of the storeroom and over to the station whenever I build the station later on. So I might as well get cracking, and the first thing I'm going to do is move this track around so it's not exactly where I need to start building. Just like that. A nice big old loop for the train to go round, which means it no longer needs any of this stuff in the middle, so I can get rid of all of this, and then I can do the most important thing that needs to be done when planning out a new build, and that is of course to name my canary. I asked you guys for names for this canary a little while ago, and I got quite a lot of names for them. And the name with the most likes in my comments was Barmut or Fizban, which apparently has got something to do with Dungeons and Dragons, and I know nothing about that, so I'm going to call this bird Tweety, which was the comment with the next number of likes that had the name of the bird in it. Jeez, Tweety, welcome to the mines. I kind of want a cage for you rather than this crazy little box, and I think I'd like to put them somewhere on show in my nicely decorated... Oh yeah, I'm going to have to wait till my mine's decorated before I move them around, so I guess you're going to stay in your little box for now while I start working on this storeroom. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? And spinning around onto a creative copy of this world, some time ago I actually started planning out a build for this, and it's the most beautiful build you will have ever seen. The best work of it's an ugly. It's so awful. It's awful. What was I thinking? I'll tell you what I was thinking. I was thinking these pictures here, and I didn't really do a very good job of making those pictures look like any form of reality. The problem with this is it's a big square box, and big square boxes are ugly. It's also, I think, too close to this building here. The storage or drop-off point here doesn't really have anything going on with it, and this girder system over here, whilst I quite like the rope being tied up as if it's like pulleys going around these flywheels, I don't like it at all. But we are going to be going with something sort of kind of vaguely similar. A tall building, but not one that's actually over the mine shaft. We're going to move the whole thing over this way a bit towards this hill so that we've got plenty of space near the other things so it doesn't feel quite so cramped. That's my plan. I've no idea how it's going to turn out. I have no clue what to do for any of this junk, so I just guess we'll see how we get on. Now, in order to make sure that this build that we're going to be building is in keeping with the design and the theme of the other buildings in this area, I'm going to be using the same materials as the other buildings in this area. And seeing so that we're starting over in this direction, I think a foundation in place would be a good start. So let's first of all plan out a little area around our thing. Yeah, the thing there. and we need it big enough to be able to walk around on the inside, so it probably wants to be bigger than that. So that 13 by 13 box should do with that. We can put a floor in there, we can disguise all of that underneath, so that leaves us this amount of room for the rest of the building, and bringing it this far is going to be way too big. But I think that sort of size at this end should do. So that means the overall footprint for this building is going to be something like that, and that gives us plenty of room down the side to get our train lined up with it so that it can drop things off. But I'm not 100% sure that I like it raised. I really like the fact that the other buildings are raised because you can see what's going on underneath them. But if this one's raised, that's going to cause some problems for the train. Oh, I'm going to have to get rid of all of these fences now. Great. And a few stripped dark oak logs later, I think a basic sort of frame shape like this should be a good starting point for us. So I'm imagining sort of a sloped roof here where the train's going to come underneath for a little bit of cover. Maybe another sloped roof at the back here coming up here for our little, I guess, like outside story area. The main bulk of the storage inside this point, a little access area here, maybe some sort of framework on top of that. I'm not sure yet. And then just a big old box around our elevator thing. So the next thing I'm going to do is throw in a whole bunch of the spruce variants in between those dark oak planks so that we can get some sort of idea of what this is going to look like, and then I can start fiddling with it to make things stick out and look nice and give it some depth and things. Which means I'm going to need a whole bunch more stripped spruce logs so that I can make more of the edge strip spruce, and while I'm in here waiting for a whole bunch of those to get stripped, I'm going to get my one and only name tag, take it to my anvil, where's my anvil? Do I even have an anvil? Surely I've got an anvil. Ah, there we go. And call that name tag Tweety so that I can click on my little canary and give him an official name. There you go. No, not again. No, we're not playing this game because you disappeared last time. No. You stay in there. That's your hole blocks thing that you live in. My worms are all coming out really well today. Words. That's what I said. And just like on all of the other builds we've done in this area, I'm just putting this edge strip spruce next to the dark oak logs. And now that all of those are in where I think they need to go... Oh, geez, look, I've done one sideways. Moron. And now that all of those are in where I think those need to go, I'm going to use a combination of vertical spruce planks, thin spruce planks, and polished spruce planks to fill in the gaps in the middle with my trowel. And then I don't have to worry about trying to organise the randomness myself. It'll just place them randomly. And now that all of those are in, we've got a big old bunch of boxes that looks almost as ugly as the one I had in my test world. So I guess that means we're on the right track. Right? We need some detail on this. We need some interesting things going on. We need lips, we need edges, we need windows, we need all sorts of stuff. I guess the best place to start would probably be with the entrance, which I'm going to assume is going to be here for some reason. I don't know why the entrance would be here, but it is. That's where the entrance is now. That makes sense to me. Which means this building probably would benefit from at least a couple of windows on the edges here so that, you know, you can see in or out, and maybe even a bigger window at the back on this side. Now, this area here, I was going to have as the collection, but I think what I might have is just a big old window running along there so you can see the train coming through, but all of the collection from the train I think we're going to have happening over at this point, which probably means that this little bit which is going to have the overhang on it needs to come back a bit further this way. We'll grab the train later on, measure out where all that needs to be, and then we can sort that bit out later. For now though, I'm going to grab some of my spruce plank roofy things and I'm going to attempt, how did I do it over there? Yeah, to do something similar to that and bring that up towards here, sort of a bit. That could work, but I kind of feel it's a little bit steep off the edge. We'll have to see how it looks as the train comes past next time, but I'm kind of thinking I might want to actually replace that with dark oak slabs, but I need to wait for the train now. Come on. Come on, little train, I need to see where your clearance is. Let's just put some slabs across here just to sort of get an idea for that. Is that too low? It is too low, which means that's just about right. Huh, I don't like it. I really don't like it. But it is the right height. I've got some work to do. I think the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of these sticky outy dark oak bits here and replace those with girders instead, and also have those girders running all the way along this way. However, I think they also need to be a block further up in order for us to get the right angle on this roof bit. So then if we had the girders running along this way instead, stop. Something like that. So now that that roof's gone, what I'm thinking is just basically something as simple as that. So there's still a little bit of an edge on it, or a little bit of a slope, should I say. Now obviously this is going to need texturing with different variations of dark oak planks, but for now we'll just see how we get on with that. We'll join that bit there so that doesn't look so weird. Putting a copycat half panel lip on it doesn't seem too bad. I kind of think that finishes it off nicely around the girders there, and I think that looks a lot better than it did with the slope roofs, which gives us this nice sort of area for the train to start running through. But what I want to do now is actually raise up where this dark oak beam is coming across here so that I can make this window nice and big so that we can properly see the train as that's coming through. Something a little bit like that, and I might even run another set of girders along the top of this window point here as well to give it that more industrial feel there. And I might replace, no, I can't replace those with girders because that's part of the structure of the main building, so maybe I'll just bring those down into the corners there instead. I don't think that's too bad. I'm going to use some copycat steps there to give ourselves a little bit of a windowsill, and then it just needs the windows in there, and I don't think that's too bad at all. Considering this is obviously going to be continued down to this point here where the loading bay is as well, I think that's fine. So, let's stick the windows in and see how this is all starting to look. It feels a little bit noisy on the inside, but let's have a look on the outside and check that out. What does it feel like? It's still quite noisy on the outside as well, but I think it's okay, although I might go for, instead of the 4-pane windows, the single-pane windows on these ones and see how we get on with those. Back to making stuff. Windows are made from sticks and glass, and then you just stick in the block of your choice and hey presto, you got a whole bunch of windows. Well, I don't know if these are going to be much better, considering I feel like they're all going to join together and just be one giant window, which is not really what I wanted to go for down here, to be honest with you. I mean, it's not awful, but it does look a little bit more modern than what I want in this area. So what I'm going to do is double up these windows to make half window panes and try a bunch of half windows instead and see if that's a little bit less noisy. Yes, it is a lot less noisy. However, what I'm also thinking is, what if we got rid of that top row there and just shoved in a bunch of the square ones at the top? Is that going to look weird, or is it going to look okay? I kind of like it. I think that works. So now I've just got to do the rest of the building, and I'm going to do that as a time lapse. And there we go, we now have the Fox Mine Reserve, which is pretty much done on the outside. I think I'm relatively happy with it. It is a bit plain in places, but overall I think it's got detail, it's got shape, it's got all of those little bits and bobs that I like to do just to give it a little bit of life. And even under here, I've added in a little bit of sort of rough and ready barrel-y storagey stuff where the train's going to be offloading all of its items to. Inside there's not a great deal to shout about. I've put in a second floor, I've put in a floor down here, I've built a gantry around our elevator and put a little switch on the wall to be able to call it to this level, and I've also put in this little gantry platform that comes all the way around the main area through into the second floor, which has got absolutely nothing in it at all, so I guess we should probably consider filling it up. And this building's not the only thing that's happened since I last spoke to you. My live stream has been and gone, which means that I spend a whole 2 hours working on the mineshaft, trying to keep it nice and simple because there's a whole bunch of work to do. But as we travel down here now, you can see we've got beams going across, fences, bits of rope, and a whole bunch of cobble, lanterns and andesite. And this goes all the way down to around about this point here. That's as far as it goes, and I've still got an awfully long way to go to finish it off. And yeah, that took a whole 2 hours just to get to there, so I imagine there's going to be more live streams coming on dealing with all that sort of stuff. But for now, I need to take this train back to the surface, give it back to this driver, and then I need to give the driver back this schedule to get him back running round it again. But before we do that, I actually need to take it away from you again, sir, because I actually need to go and line up where we're going to be dropping off all of the items at our new storage area. And I'd kind of like it to come in the other way. Okay, coming into this point here then, I want these two little carriagey bits to line up ideally with my little storage area, and I've no idea if it's big enough. It is! Yeah, this one can come back a little bit more and then they'll both be in there. That's good. A little bit more. To around about that point there, and that's going to give us plenty of room to access the little storage interfaces off there to get all of the goodness out and put it into the storage system that I haven't built yet. So that means I'm going to need a portable storage interface probably around about that point there, and another one probably around about that point there in order to connect to both of those at the same time. And then I just need a new train station where the train can come up to and connect with in order to park here. And I think it needs to go there, or it might be there. Approach the station so it snaps into place. And yes, that's perfect. Excellent. I guess we can hide this behind here for now. And I'm going to call this station storage drop-off. And now I can adjust this schedule so that we can travel to station storage drop-off. And it's going to stay there until there's 5 seconds worth of cargo in activity, and then it can carry on doing whatever it does. Excellent. Right, you just need your driver back, train. Sir, your carriage awaits.
I don't want it. I hate driving that train. It's boring.
Oh, shut up. Everyone loves driving trains. What's wrong with you? Get on that train. Take your schedule and clear off and go do something useful. You moron. And while he's off doing that, I can think about how we're going to unload all of these items and where they're going to go into. I'm thinking of this being a little entrance area here. I kind of want to have some sort of control system here. I don't know what it's going to control, but that's what I want. And I kind of want to have a big display board in this area here, displaying all of the items that we've got, which realistically only leads upstairs left to actually have all of the items that are stored, which is a bit of a weird thing to do considering, well, why would you have them upstairs? So the display board then, if we just create a frame out of these for now, we'll give ourselves a little bit of room to get around it to one side. Then we can have a display board filling up that entire thing there like that. For this, all I need to do is get rid of one of those, grab myself a cog, break a hole in the floor, put a cog there and another cog there, and then if I put one of those on there, that's going to disguise that, and that means this can be powered. And obviously we're going to need power to get these things out of here and get them upstairs. He's back! Did you bring anything good? Oh, I haven't told him to pick up the zinc and stuff yet. He's not going to bring back anything good. Now at this point here, I could be really lazy and just have both of those going straight into a storage network and then just transferring the items through the network where I want them. But that seems a little bit lazy and a little bit uninteresting. So what I think I'm going to do is use belts to create a little conveyor system that's going to take them up there through the roof. So we're going to need a belt coming out of the back of this one, just a little bit like that, I think, and then transferring onto something this way. We need to avoid that beam there. And then I guess probably around about this point here, we can start going up, and if we connect that one there, that actually comes all the way back to this point over here. And then for this one, it's going to be slightly more complicated because I also want it to go through that roof as well. So I can either have a belt coming across this way and then going up there, or I could bring it back towards the other one a little bit and maybe have two belts going up there. In fact, I think that's what I'm going to do. And then once we got some power into these and we know where all of that needs to go, then I can create some structure around it and underneath it as well. Obviously, at the top up here, we're going to need holes in the walls to bring these through. And these are basically just going to be very short little belts that bring them through into here, and then we can just send them straight into a storage interface on the inside. So if we stick a controller in at that point there, we can get rid of that and put some trim in here instead. Now all I need to decide is where we're actually going to have the storage box. Now, as I mentioned before, at some point in the future, I also want these items to be able to be taken away and moved onto a train to transport them to other areas of the world. So I need to be conscious exactly where I put this storage system so that then we can get items back out again onto a different train that's then going to take them to the train station that's going to be over here and then off somewhere else. And I think it would make sense for the items that are in there to come back out of here down this side and go out this way, which means that we probably want our storage boxes on this side of the wall to make that easy, but with a couple of blocks spare before the wall so we've got room behind them to do things. So let's just grab some more of this storage trim and bring that along at this point here, and then I'm just going to stick a whole bunch of storage boxes on top of that. In fact, now would be a good time to go back down the mine and actually figure out what we're going to be bringing up here. And we can use my handy elevator to do that, so let's go down to the next floor down and figure out what we've got on here. That's the workshop. We don't need anything from there. The next floor is the cobble generator, and I think it would be nice to start collecting some cobble. What have we got on the next floor down? We've got Soul sand. Again, something useful to have, but not really in high quantities on its own. Although this thing is constantly overflowing, so I guess it would make sense to move some off to the storage area. And also the clay. The clay's a useful thing to have, but I don't know how I'm going to get that out of here and onto the train without some significant changes to this room. Although what I could probably do is just dig a little bit of a hole underneath this and have another little storage interface coming up the other side and disguise it in the wall. The next section down, of course, is our quartz processing area, which we have none of. We need to get the gold out of here. This is all backed up with cobble. We want andesite up there. I would like diorite as well, but we're just not producing enough of it to steal from this area, so that can be a task for another day in another place. And finally, we've got this area here, which I've already emptied out and taken all the resources from. Again, I would like tuff, but we're just not processing enough of it to take some of that away from the metal processing machine. Although, oh, we are overstocked. How has this happened? How have I got 8,000 diorite here and 20,000 andesite here? Because that should have been being... What? How has the andesite run out? But what? Something's not right. But I guess for now, I know exactly what we're going to be bringing down here, so it's time to go back up that elevator. Oh, that's going to be a bit tricky. I'll go the long way round. Now I do need to take one of each of these out of these so that I can actually go and filter the train. I need some gold nuggets as well. And then, sir, I'm going to need your schedule back so that I can make some significant changes, my friend. The other thing I'm going to need to do, sir, is disassemble your train, because I now need to fiddle with your toolboxes, which should be behind those little flaps there. They're not flaps, they're kind of like flaps. Not. So this toolbox is going to collect all of our metals. It's going to move those nuggets around and grab us some clay. And then I've just stuck that in there for taking up a slot because we don't need that one. This one's going to carry on doing what it was already doing. And that means this one can carry on what it's already doing as well, because we've now got slots for everything. So let's reassemble the train. So bringing the train back down to our little soul sand area then, that should give me an idea of where I need to be on this side to link up with one of those so I can sneak that clay in. And it really shouldn't be too difficult, although I've put all of my stuff in the way, which isn't ideal. We just need one of those there and one of those there. There we go. So now we've attached to that, we can put clay in on that side. So all I've got to do is get clay out of there, underground, and into there. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? We'll start by breaking that so we can put a hopper or a chute into the floor. And we're just going to go all the way across here to the point where we reach the other side. We're going to need an encased fan there with some chutes on top to blow the items up there. And then we need to get the items into that chute. Oh, and it's taking stuff off the train. Well, that's fine. That doesn't matter for now. I can bring a little bit of belt all the way across this room over here somewhere, kind of, sort of. And then just put some more chutes onto that belt. So now the clay is going onto there. We just need power. And this doesn't need to go particularly quickly. So that means we can probably just steal a little bit of this power, considering it's already there. So we'll throw in a chain drive there, get that bit going. Then if we extend the belt that way slightly, we can throw a gearbox in there, which will get that bit going. And now that's all being sent over to this point here. We can stick a funnel on there to send those into these chutes, and then we just need some power underneath this fan to get it to blow upwards. Bring that across there with a little bit of chain drive, and then another little gearbox, and hopefully that'll blow upwards. Nope, that's pulling it downwards. Of course it is. Why would it go the direction I want? Well, there we go. We're now transporting clay all the way up into the train. We can disguise this when we come to decorating this part of the mine shaft, and that means we can now move on to the next area and figure out how we're going to be dealing with all of this stuff. So first of all, I'm going to need a list filter with the ingots we want to remove from this thing, and I'm going to put that into this little funnel there, which I've got on the back of a little storage interface, which is connected to this little storage system, which I've just switched round into the opposite direction because I didn't like how it was facing, so you can now sort of see it as you come past. I do want to wrap this in something, and I'm thinking girders just to make it look a little bit better. I think that works. And now all I need is a bit of power to these belts in order to get those going off and onto the train. The closest power we've got is actually already over at this point here, so I think I'm just going to take some chain drive, bring it down this wall at this point here and spin that round. And now I think we're good to go for all of the items going to the train. All we've got to do is get them dropped off back up upstairs. And here we are back at the storage drop-off. So if I stick you back on there and give you your schedule back, is it going to do all of the things I need it to do? Let's go follow it and find out. Very good. Cobble is collected. Might struggle dropping that off at Soul Sand because I think Soul Sand's pretty much full at the moment. We'll find out. Yep, Soul Sand is full of cobble, so he's going to struggle here. So he's picked up a bit of clay, as much as he can, I believe. So now he should drop off a whole bunch of Soul Sand here, which is all going to get processed into quartz and diorite and andesite, which is fantastic. So that's working. Now he should pick up the andesite and diorite. Now he's off to drop that off for our tuff making process. So we're going to come to Zinc collect next, but on his way back, because he's got no Soul Sand or diorite or andesite, I actually want him to take a bunch of that to the top as well. So we're going to have him come back up this way and hopefully collect some more. And that means I think I'm going to need another station for this one here. Call that andesite collect reverse. Then he's going to come back this way, and because he's got no Soul Sand on his way down there and there's so much of it in there, we're going to have him collect some more Soul Sand on the way back as well, which means we need another station. We'll call that Soul Sand collect reverse. Now you should be able to go to the top and drop all of that good stuff off. And a few minutes later, we've got a bit of power, and as you can see, some items are already coming out. All I've done is made a hole down here underneath everything, squirreled some power around with some shafts and gearboxes and chain drive, and brought that up to each of the individual, well, bits that need power. And those all are powered all the way up till this point here, which point we need some more chain drive to take those into the buildings there. And then inside the buildings, we just need to power these little conveyors here, which means adding a little bit more to each side, adding a conveyor there, and another one at this point there. And then all I need to do is stick an andesite funnel on there and one on there, and then connect this to that. And I would like to disguise all of this a little bit. So what I think I'm going to do is actually bring this trim up here along the top, bring it round to the side here, and have it come over the top of these, and then we can maybe make some sort of wall out of trim. But as you can see, all of the items have now gone into there, and they're all in our little system. Now, these are all going to need capacity upgrades on, which we'll sort out in a few minutes, but for now, we'll just concentrate on getting this all finished off. Because on the outside, it's looking okay, but it's not looking great, especially with these things just sticking out of there like that. And I think some girders can help us out with this. So if I was to, for instance, bring a girder across there like that and have those go onto the wall a little bit, we could probably bring that a little bit further down actually, and then bring that down the side of this door here like that, and that makes everything feel a little bit more substantial there. But the points where the conveyors go into the rooms, I actually want a couple of copycat slabs just to make that hole look a little bit smaller. Just like that there. I don't like this gap here. And I think we can make that look a little bit more industrial, just having one of those there, even though it doesn't need to go there. I kind of like that. Something a little bit like that. And then maybe even bring one of those across there with a bracket on, and another one across here with a bracket on, for no reason other than I think it just looks a bit better. I don't think these need supports underneath them, but I am actually tempted to throw a few more girders down, possibly around about this point here, going up into that there, and that same one going into that one there, and then bringing those across. In fact, if I get rid of those altogether, does that work how it is? I think I would like a few more barrels dotted around just to sort of fill this up a little bit. So let's just chuck a couple here like that, and I might stick a couple more just over here as well, and that kind of works. It feels quite messy, but I kind of like it. So that's our offloading system done. And that means it's time to sort out this room in here, and I think I'm going to bring that trim round there to finish that off, and bring this trim round here to... I've run out of trim. And then we just need to deal with this bit that's coming across here. So let's again just absolutely encase this in all of that trim so it kind of matches. That's not awful, I don't think. This whole thing's still looking a little bit weird. So, taking a little bit of time out from decorating, I've been here in my workshop pressing a whole bunch of iron in order to craft myself a whole 64 simple storage box capacity upgrades. And that means we'll be able to store a whole bunch in those storage boxes, and there's only a few little iron ingots left to be pressed. Come on, little bit more. And any second now, there we go. All of that's done. Then I've done a little bit of work on the inside, just sort of tidying up that upstairs bit. We've got a completely pointless back wall here just to finish things off, and then I've just put some girders around there and a second floor in here just to, well, make it fit a bit better. And as you can see, we've overflowed. which is exactly why I need these simple storage upgrades so that I can put a whole bunch of them in these. Yep, 4 in all of those. That's good. That's plenty. Each one of those can now hold 32,000 items, and if I squeeze a 5th one into each one of those can now hold 65,000 items, and if I put a 6th one in each one, which I think is probably a little bit overkill to be honest with you, considering how expensive they are, we can hold 131,000 in each one. I don't think I need that many in storage. And in order to make sure that we don't have any more overflow issues, i.e. items not being able to come in, I'm going to put a void upgrade on every single one of these, which might make you be screaming in the comments, oh, what a waste of all those good materials. If I've got 65,000 of each one of those things in there, do I need any more? So that's our little storagey bit inside. This bit done, we've got absolutely nothing going on in here. I don't even know what to put in there. We've got no access to that upstairs bit, so that means it's time to go back downstairs and figure out what we're going to be putting on this display board. And I want that to be all sorts of things to do with the train. And in order to use a display board, I need display links, which I can craft using brass casings, redstone torches, and copper sheets. So let's have a bunch of those. Let's just have 9 apparently for now. And then all we need to do is click on our display board and then pop it on something. And the first thing I'm going to pop one on is our station. And then on that, I can tell it what I want. So I want the train station summary, or the train schedule status would be good. And if we have that online too, and go over to our display board, is it not powered? It is powered. Why is it not working? Maybe train schedule is not a good thing to put on there then. Okay, that one? Then we get something on there. Why didn't that one work? Will it do it now that the train's here? There we go. Cargo idle for 5 seconds. That's not very useful. Basically, what I want to do on this board is just find out where the train is and and how long it's going to be before it gets back to this station. And I'm pretty sure the way you do that is to link it to the station. But it doesn't seem to be doing anything, but maybe that is because the train is far away. Okay, so a few minutes later, after fiddling around with this control system, I now have 30 seconds mine tram, mine cob. I'm assuming that means it's going to be 15 seconds before it gets here, and that means it's arriving now. So that's something, I guess. And now it's telling me that the car goes idle for 5 seconds, and I guess once he's finished here, that should change again. However, he's not going to be able to go anywhere because I stopped him from going anywhere while I fiddled with this display link. And now it's gone again. Oh, this is so useless. Platform column size? Oh, well, let's put the track back together and see if anything else comes up on the screen. But I'm a little bit disappointed that it's just blank most of the time, which is really not ideal. Because I've watched Mr. Beardstone's videos and he's always got interesting information on his trains. A little while later, and I have now decorated the inside of this building. As you can see, we've got some piles of barrels, some bookcases, some plants, some tables, some mugs, and all sorts of little things like that, just to bring some life into this place. We've got a track switching thing, which does absolutely nothing. We've got a little desk for the person that's going to be controlling this system in here, with some levers and buttons and a display link on there, just for decoration. And if we go through here, we've got another little plant in here. We've got some tables and things like that in this bit here, just to fill out the space, I suppose. And then upstairs there's a couple of things I've done as well. I've added another little shelf and some flower pots here with a little rug in front of that to finish that little area off. And through here, I haven't really done anything in this room other than put a rug down and put some fences on that back wall just to fill in some space. And then through here, I've done a little canteen for the people that work at this storage building. We've got a little kitchenette area here with some wall cupboards on there, and we've got another couple of little nightstands with a flower pot, some more carpet, a little bench with some mugs and things on, a couple of paintings. We've even got blinds on here. And while all that's been going on, we have been collecting a little bit of stuff up through our system, but I still haven't figured out how to do this train display board. So I think it's about time I called Mr. Beardstone and found out exactly what I'm doing wrong. Hello, Miss Beardstone.
Hello.
Oh, there we go. So the train, when it's at the very last station, right, it will come up on the screen and it'll tell me that it's 45 seconds away and count down until it gets here. The station is here. I've got a couple of display links on it, one saying train station summary and the other one train schedule status, which does nothing at all until it's here, and then it just says cargo unloading. And then but once it gets here, as you can see, it's on its way now. It drops off its stuff. So if we go in there, it'll say, oh, cargo idle for 5 seconds is what it says. That doesn't make any sense. Mine tea, mine cobble coal. And then once it's finished,
Bit of a mouthful. Yeah.
Yeah, it just disappears. So it's telling me it's going there now, but once it's gone, there we go, that's it. And that's what I get until it gets to the very last station before it's coming here again, which is useless, Mr. Beardstone. And I've seen your videos, and in your videos, you've got all sorts of, it was, you know, it's going to be 20 minutes, come in, and this, that, and the other. What am I doing wrong?
Show me your display links. I might have mine on a different setting. It's been so long since I've done it, though. So
I've only got two settings available. I got train schedule status or train station summary, and then that's it.
Right. I don't know, Foxy. This might be one for the comments. You can have everyone screaming at us both in the comments because it'll be something really obvious and simple that we're both missing. But yeah, I haven't messed with trains and display links for like 6 months. I can't remember.
But you're Mr. Train links and display things.
I don't see why that wouldn't work though.
You would think like the schedule status one would be like, oh, it's doing this at the moment, right? And the summary thing. I mean, this station name filter.
I don't think I ever used schedule status. I think I only ever had one. I only ever used the train station summary, I think. What line is... So that's on line 2. Show me the other one.
Line 3.
Okay, just move that down to line 4. Or whatever, just like further down.
Okay, do I need to... I'll take that off and do that again. Because I changed it. So click on that, right? Yeah?
Yep.
And I go over here and I stick it on there. And I click on that. And it's all there already. So I'll put it on line 1. There's nothing on line 1. And I just get a dot.
Just wait for your train, I guess. See what happens.
Okay.
Because I also use like clipboards to put extra words on, like arriving and stuff like that. But I'm sure I just used the same setting that you're on.
So it's done the circuit now. It's on its way back, but it should be showing on the screen now that it's there because it's gone past its last station before it gets to this one. So there you go. Look, mine train, mine cobble.
Okay, so I'm assuming the train is called Mine Train.
Yeah.
And Mine Cobble is the station.
Well, this one's called Storage Drop Off. So you know that doesn't make sense either.
So that's saying where it's going to next.
Okay. And then it's gone again.
No, it's gone. And then and then it's gone again. I don't know. You're on fabric, aren't you?
Yeah. I bet it's a fabric thing.
I blame fabric.
Yeah.
And we'll see. Maybe the comments know stuff.
Yeah, comments. Let me know, because I don't know, and clearly Mr. Beardstone, expert create level 99 person, has no idea.
I haven't got a clue. No.
So, oh well. Oh, that's that then, I guess. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
No worries. Glad I could help. But I might have to get you over to my theme parks soon as well to do some ride testing.
Yes. Hey, wait a minute. Ride testing? That sounds dangerous.
I'm sure it'll probably be fine.
Probably be fine. Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll let you know.
I look forward to receiving the call.
Okay. Do I just put like a fox head up in the sky or something like?
Yeah. Then put the fox symbol on, and I'll look for it at night time. And when I see it, right, I'll know.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
That's your time to shine.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. All right. Cheers, buddy.
I'm just going to keep looking, Mr. Beardstone.
Yeah. Good luck with your train schedules or whatever display boards.
Cheers. Thank you.